The former Deputy Chief Minister and the incumbent MLA from Patparganj has been moved to Jangpura, while new inductee Awadh Ojha will be contesting from Patparganj. Here's a full report.
Aam Aadmi Party's second list for Delhi Assembly polls is out. Former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party leader Manish Sisodia is all set to contest from Jangpura, while the ticket from his present constituency, Patparganj, has gone to the newly inducted educator-turned-politician Awadh Ojha. Aam Aadmi Party says that this was Sisodia's own decision to field Awadh Ojha from the Patparganj seat. Manish Sisodia represented the Patparganj seat, which is part of the East Delhi Lok Sabha constituency since 2013. He was first elected to the seat in December 2013 Delhi Assembly polls when he defeated his BJP rival Nakul Bharadwaj.
मनीष सिसोदिया दिल्ली में कहीं भी चुनाव लड़के जीत सकते हैं। मनीष सिसोदिया ने एक बड़ा दिल दिखाया है। ये अपनी 3 बार से जीती हुई सीट अवध ओझा जी को ऑफर किया है।
While the opposition BJP has upped the ante against Aam Aadmi Party, calling Manish Sisodia a coward running away from his constituency, a poster war has also erupted.
मनीष सिसोदिया की सीट बदली नहीं गई है, मनीष सिसोदिया भाग गए। और अगर आम आदमी पार्टी ये सोच रही है कि हम आतिशी मार लेना को कहां से लड़वाएं, अरविंद केजरीवाल को कहां से लड़वाएं, तो आप समझ लीजिए कि इस पार्टी में डर कितना बड़ा है।
While the politics over Manish Sisodia is only set to intensify, it remains to be seen whether this strategy will benefit the Aam Aadmi Party or will it give an edge to the opposition in the upcoming elections. Now with camera person Pavan Kumar, this is Ishka Verma for NDTV.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the 3-day Global Investment Summit in Rajasthan, named the Rising Rajasthan. Prime Minister said reform, transform and perform is the mantra of a new India. In fact, this investment summit is going to take place for 3 days in Jaipur. Over 5,000 industry leaders and investors are attending this summit. From the Adani Group, Karan Adani, in fact, has pledged 7.5 lakh crore to be invested in Rajasthan by the Adani Group.
Putting its best investor-friendly face forward, Rajasthan government's mega investment show Rising Rajasthan got off on the right note.
साथियों, राजस्थान राइजिंग तो है ही, रिलायबल भी है। राजस्थान रिसेप्टिव भी है।
5,000 delegates, 32 countries and a galaxy of industrialists who have already invested in Rajasthan shared their experiences.
The Adani Group plans to invest over rupees 7.5 lakh crores across various sectors of the state economy, with over 50% of this investment being made over the next 5 years. We plan to build the world's biggest integrated green energy ecosystem involving 100 gigawatts of renewable energy, 2 million tons of hydrogen and 1.8 gigawatts of pump hydro storage.
बहुत अच्छा लगा अठे आके and like I said, I'm feeling more like a host than a guest today.
Thank you.
From simplifying the roadmap for investment to ease in doing business, the Rajasthan government is pulling out all stops to make Rajasthan ready for investment.
जो लाल फीताशाही थी, वो लाल फीताशाही पूरी तरह से खत्म है। सिंगल विंडो क्लियरेंस हमने इफेक्टिव बना दिया। पहले आपको ज़मीनें ऑक्शन में मिलती थी, कीमतें बढ़ जाती थी, हमने उसको ख़त्म कर दिया। हमने कहा कि आप खुद प्रपोजल लेकर आइए, सीधे ज़मीन आपको देंगे। तो ये सारे काम हमने ईज़ ऑफ बिजनेस के लिए करें।
Reform, transform and perform. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's cryptic directions to the Bhajan Lal government that rolled out its red carpet for businesses. But the challenges are many. Turning Rajasthan into a $350 billion economy in the next 5 years, and also turning, more importantly, those 35 lakh crore MOUs into reality. In Jaipur, Harsha Kumari Singh, NDTV.
That's all the time that we have in this edition. News and update will continue here on NDTV. Thank you so much for being with us.
have been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi. NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations,
The government is set to launch its One Nation, One Election initiative and may introduce the bill in Parliament during this session, according to our sources. But the big question is, will the opposition rally or roadblock? The winter session of Parliament was washed out on Monday with the BJP's charge regarding a link between Sonia Gandhi and George Soros. The Congress hits back and denies this nexus. The government and the opposition are set to square off over the constitution. Prime Minister Modi may reply to the constitution debate. In fact, Prime Minister Modi is to speak in the Lok Sabha on the 14th of December, and Home Minister Amit Shah is to initiate the discussion in the Rajya Sabha. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri met his Bangladeshi counterpart and conveyed India's concerns over the safety and security of minorities in Bangladesh and urged the interim government there to follow a constructive approach. It's 7 a.m. on a Tuesday morning. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Let's begin with our big focus currently. There was a showdown in Parliament over the BJP's charge regarding an alleged nexus between American billionaire George Soros and Congress leader Sonia Gandhi. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju claimed that the alleged connections between Congress leader Sonia Gandhi and George Soros are a serious concern. In fact, the BJP hit out at the Congress, saying the party must come clean on its links with Mr. Soros. The Congress, meanwhile, has denied the BJP's charge by stating that the BJP is creating a fake issue. We have reactions lined up for you. In fact, here's what Kawal Sibal had to say regarding the entire showdown as Parliament was told yesterday.
Thank you, Ambassador Simbal, for joining us on this discussion. In the last few days, we have seen the BJP make very serious allegations, sir. And they are saying that the Congress party leaders have had ties with organizations and individuals that are allegedly funded by George Soros Foundation, including those that have supported the idea of an independent Kashmir. Congress party, of course, has said that these are theories of deep state and they cannot be part of serious political discourse. As someone who has had a keen understanding of how countries work at different levels to exert their levels of influence. How seriously should we take these allegations? What do they mean for a democracy like India?
Well, you remember that George Soros at Davos had made a statement that the fate of Adani and Modi is interlinked. And if Adani falls, then Modi will fall, something to that effect. And our External Affairs Minister at that time had commented on this to say that, when an old man says things here and there, we need not pay too much attention. But this old man has a lot of money at his disposal, a lot of funds at his disposal, and he has a record of interfering in the internal affairs of country. Just ask the Hungarian president about what he thinks about Soros, because originally he's from Hungary. He's absolutely vicious about Soros. And there are others too who question the credentials of the Open Society Foundation, in the sense that it is well known, I mean, leave the India question out for the moment, it's well known that he spends his money, his funds, on promoting democracy abroad. This is his passion. Now, of course, he's very old, frankly. I was told by someone that he's not even able to speak. His health has deteriorated so much. And the empire has gone into the hands of his son. But I'm also told that the son has no gravitas. He's very lightweight. And people who have met him have given me that impression of him. But nevertheless, it's not only Soros. There are other sources of funding for many of these foundations, Omidyar and this and that, who actually have made it a point to promote democracy in other countries and fund the campaigns and the local lobbies who would want to launch campaigns. Now, whether Soros is involved in what is happening in Georgia or what is happening in Romania is an open question. Right. The other thing which has complicated this debate is that the US State Department funds this OCC, whatever it is called. Which means that the United States Department, who actually, in terms of policy, through their reports and statements, openly say that they are in the business of promoting democracy abroad. And they have, as you know, engaged in a lot of regime changes here and there in the name of promoting democracy.
Well, there was a showdown in Parliament over the BJP's charge regarding an alleged link between American billionaire George Soros and Congress leader Sonia Gandhi. In fact, Kiran Rijiju was speaking to the media yesterday and he claimed there were connections between Sonia Gandhi and George Soros, and he said that this was a serious concern. But the Congress has vehemently hit back, denied the BJP's charge, saying that the BJP is creating a fake issue. The other big story we're tracking, the government is ready to launch its One Country, One Election project and can introduce the bill in Parliament in this session, sources have informed NDTV. The Cabinet has already approved the report of the Ramnath Kovind Committee on the One Country, One Election, but the government now wants to form consensus on the bill and can send it to a joint parliamentary committee for detailed discussions, our sources have added. The JPC will hold discussions with representatives of all political parties, and the other stakeholders will be involved in the process too. Speakers of state assemblies can also be called along with intellectuals from across the country. This is what our sources have indicated. But the opinion of common people will also be taken, sources have disclosed, adding that initially the government wants to involve the people and the ways and means to achieve this can be discussed later. In other news, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has slammed the Karnataka government after police detained the activists of Maharashtra Ekikaran Samiti, MES, who were protesting in Belagavi, saying that the people would teach them a lesson. Now, as we have been reporting, the winter session of Parliament in Karnataka, the Karnataka legislature is being held at Suvarna Vidhan Saudha in Belagavi. The Karnataka police actually detained leaders and activists of MES who were opposing the winter session at Suvarna Vidhan Saudha. Listen in to Mr. Eknath Shinde's remarks.
कर्नाटक में आज जो मराठी भाषिक है उन्होंने मराठी भाषिक लोगों का एक सम्मेलन लिया था और इसमें कोई इस देश में कोई भी कहीं भी रह सकता है, कहीं भी जा सकता है, कहीं भी ऐसी मीटिंग कर सकता है, सम्मेलन ले सकता है। लेकिन यहाँ कर्नाटक सरकार ने जो दमन चक्र चलाया, जो उनकी जो सम्मेलन है उसे लेने वाले जितने भी लोग हैं मराठी भाषिक, मराठी एकीकरण समिति के कई माजी आमदार है, माजी महापौर है, इनको और 100 से ज़्यादा लोगों को मराठी भाषिक भाई और बहनों को अरेस्ट करने का पाप किया है। इसका मैं धिक्कार करता हूँ, निषेध करता हूँ। ऐसा दमन चक्र जो है ये करने वाली कर्नाटक सरकार को पूरी तरह ये महाराष्ट्र की जनता और वहाँ की जनता सबक सिखा।
And a quick update from Telangana now, where Chief Minister Revant Reddy unveiled the 17-foot tall bronze statue of Telangana Thali at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Telangana State Secretariat. But there is ongoing controversy over the Telangana Thali statue. The Congress government has reimagined how she must look and has installed a new statue inside the Secretariat at a time when the Revant Reddy government is celebrating 1 year of government formation. Earlier controversy had broken out after the earlier version of Telangana Thali was replaced by a Rajiv Gandhi statue outside the Secretariat, and BRS leader K.T. Rama Rao has said that they would remove his statue after they came to power. Revant Reddy dared him and then announced a Telangana Thali statue inside the Secretariat complex. My colleague Uma Sudhir reports on the politics around the statue.
We are here at the Telangana Secretariat, that majestic building that you see all lit up as of now, and a major event happening here is a huge numbers of people have gathered here because this is part of the celebration of 1 year of Congress government formation here in Telangana, and today the Chief Minister is unveiling Telangana Thalli, the version that the Congress imagines her to be. The puja is going on right now with the Chief Minister, the Deputy Chief Minister, all his cabinet ministers also joining him in the puja rituals that are going on there. But a political controversy has also broken out because the BRS has said that they believe that this new version of the Telangana Thalli was not required and that Revant Reddy is trying to leave his mark on Telangana without participating in the Telangana agitation, and that's the reason why he's reimagined Telangana Thalli. And they also allege that there is a Congress symbol that is being, in a sense, there in the image of the newly imagined Telangana Thalli. Whereas the Congress and Mr. Revant Reddy have been saying that the earlier Telangana Thalli was bejeweled. She was a very moneyed person, as in an aristocratic family person, and they believe that that is not the authentic Telangana Thalli. And he also has been saying that this is something that needed to be done in order to give or reflect the identity of the people of Telangana. In Hyderabad, with camera person Nagaraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
Switching tracks, Tata-owned Air India has announced that the airline has ordered 100 more Airbus aircraft, including 10 wide-body A350 and 90 narrow-body A320 family aircraft. Now, this is in addition to the 470 aircraft order that the airline placed with Airbus and Boeing as well. This was last year. The newest order takes the total number of aircraft that Air India ordered with Airbus in 2023 from 250 aircraft comprising 40 A350 and 210 A320 family aircraft to 350. Vishnu Shom has the lowdown.
The phenomenal pace of Indian aviation is reflected not just in the growing number of passengers flown, but also by the order book of the three big airlines, Indigo, Air India and Akasa. The numbers of aircraft on order to the two large manufacturers, Boeing and Airbus, truly staggering. With Air India's latest order of 100 aircraft all to Airbus, let's take a look at India's mega aircraft orders. The total numbers. Air India have placed an order for 570 aircraft since 2023. Indigo have placed orders of 1,260 new aircraft since 2011. Remember, they placed orders even earlier. I'm not even counting those. And Akasa have placed orders for 226 aircraft since 2021. Now, airlines and manufacturers don't like to spell out the exact price of deals, but the larger the order, the deeper the discount. The overall value of all of these deals put together by these three Indian companies well above $100 billion.
Well, news and updates continue in a moment right here on NDTV. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI powered.
And it's right there. My rewards, मैं everywhere. कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
the energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future.
External Affairs Minister has passed away. Pratibha Raman joins us over this phone line at the moment. Pratibha, He's one of India's most celebrated politicians. He was unfortunately suffering for the past few months, is what we've been picking up on.
That's right. He has been in and out of hospital for quite some time now. And he breathed his last at his residence in Bengaluru at around 2:45 a.m. The family has been looking at the funeral activities, and we would know shortly as to the schedule of his funeral and other related events. And he has been known to be one of the mentors of politicians in Karnataka like D.K. Shivkumar here. And D.K. Shivkumar has rushed from Belagavi to Bengaluru. Remember, the winter session of the Karnataka Assembly is also on in Belagavi. The 92-year-old veteran politician was facing recent health challenges. He was admitted in the hospital in October 2024 following a stroke and was brought back home. And he was pretty stable, but unfortunately he breathed his last. He began his political career in the 1960s, having joined Praja Socialist Party and later moved on to the Congress. And like you mentioned, yes, he started his career by becoming an MP in Mandya and then moved on to state politics, became the Chief Minister of Karnataka during one of the most defining periods, that's between 1999 and 2004, when Bengaluru transformed into a global IT hub. And following his tenure in Karnataka, Krishna served as the governor as well and also as India's external affairs minister. And his career took another turn in 2017 as well when he joined the BJP, but then moved back to the Congress. India's second highest civilian award, Padma Bhushan, was awarded to him, recognizing his lifelong contributions to public service.
Thanks so much, Pratibha, as always, for joining us. In other news now, at least 4 people were killed and 29 others were injured after a speeding BEST bus rammed into pedestrians and several vehicles in Mumbai's Kurla West last evening. The police have detained the bus driver, who's a 50-year-old Sanjay More, who allegedly claimed a brake failure caused the accident. However, eyewitnesses allege that the bus driver was inebriated and could not control the heavy vehicle. My colleague Sujata Dwivedi has been tracking all the latest details for us. She joins us live at the moment. Sujata, is it true that the bus driver was inebriated and could not control the heavy vehicle while the brakes were actually perfectly were functional?
Well, and if we see, the incident occurred at around 9:30 last night, where we saw that the best bus driver, which is on a wet lease with the best services, and the driver was hired by a private contractor, while Sanjay More claims that it was only and only due to a brake failure that the bus rammed into so many vehicles and injuring almost more than 30 people, and 5 have been declared dead so far. So after this incident, the driver here was taken to JJ Hospital for his medical examination, where he says that though it is still yet to, the reports are yet to come out whether he was in a drunken state or not, but for now the police reached the spot, and also there were controlling teams that were fled because last night the crowd was way too much, and to control the situation the teams were deployed, after which the joint CP himself visited the spot to ensure that there was there was no sort of another incident that happens, after which for now it is that the best services in Kurla region, in the Kurla West region, have been suspended so far, and people have been advised to not come nearby to that spot, whereas the others who were injured have now been shifted to from Sion to Bhabha Hospital, where they are being treated. And last night the intensity of the accident was so much that the police had to say that the numbers of death toll could go up. So for now the best technical team is to examining whether was it really a brake failure or was it a human failure that led to this incident happening, where Sanjay More claims that it was a brake failure leading to killing of 5, whereas 3 are women and the 2 are young age group people. So for now it is the examination happening, after which police have started their probe into the matter, and after which a report will be released accordingly. But also, this raises a big question about how it is, be it so the training of the drivers or the maintenance that led to such incidents occurring. And the people who were present on the spot, they say that the intensity was so huge, it looks like an attack. However, it was a brake failure is what people in that area do say. So, of course, we need to wait for what is an official statement of the Mumbai police, but so far, 5 killed in this accident.
Thanks so much, Sujata, for joining us with the latest. We are, of course, waiting for officials to get back to us regarding what caused this absolutely tragic accident. In other news now, the Meghalaya government has announced a holiday for all schools in Shillong today, ahead of the highly anticipated Bryan Adams concert that's scheduled to take place at the Polo Grounds. The Canadian rock legend, known for global hits like Summer of '69 and Everything I Do, is performing in Shillong as part of his So Happy It Hurts Tour 2024. So in view of the huge crowd that's expected in the city, the Directorate of School Education and Literacy has asked all schools to remain shut for today. And the decision is also based on a request from the State Tourism Department to ensure public safety. My colleague Rathadeep Chaudhary joins us with a quick update over the phone line at the moment. Rathadeep, a school holiday in light of a Bryan Adams concert, I mean, that's a dream come true for many, right?
That's right. In fact, the state government says that this decision has been purely taken to avoid massive traffic congestions because, remember, Shillong is a hill station. The roads are narrow and thousands of people, not only from Shillong, which is also seen as the rock and roll capital of the country. Apart from that, thousands of people are expected, the people all across Northeast who would be traveling to Shillong. Many have already traveled to Shillong. There are people coming in from other parts of Eastern India, including West Bengal as well. So therefore, the state government feels that if the schools are also functioning today, then this will lead to massive traffic congestion. And therefore, this decision has been taken. That's what we have been given to understand by the authorities from the state government. However, this school closure is only for the Shillong city primarily and not for the entire state. So the other parts of the state, the schools will function. But for Shillong, which is hosting the Bryan Adams concert this evening, there will be a school closure so that the traffic congestion can be avoided. However, for many of the school students, this will be a great opportunity to relax and in the evening enjoy Bryan Adams concert, where people are eagerly waiting for the global, music icon to perform in Shillong.
Thanks so much, Rathadeep, as always, for joining us with that update this morning. As always, news and updates continue right here on NDTV. We're slipping into a very short break for now.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi. NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
You are watching the World 24/7 on the NDTV network. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Let's begin with the top stories you need to know. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has said that he conveyed New Delhi's concerns to Dhaka over the attacks on minorities in Bangladesh. Mr. Misri also conveyed to Bangladesh's interim government that India wishes to have a positive, constructive and mutually beneficial relationship. Israel launched a barrage of military strikes in numerous locations in Syria. Israel insists its actions were limited and temporary measures to protect its citizens, particularly in the Golan Heights that borders Syria. And the suspect in the United Healthcare CEO's shooting has appeared in court. Anyone in the United States can now use OpenAI's artificial intelligence video generator, which the company announced would become publicly available. Soros, now known as the text-to-video generator, a tool that can create AI video clips based simply on a user's written prompts. Google has built a computing chip that takes just 5 minutes to complete tasks that would take 1 billion years for some of the world's fastest conventional computers to complete. It measures just 4 centimeters squared, but it possesses almost inconceivable speed. NDTV World reports from Abu Dhabi's Finance Week, where we speak to emerging market specialists. Our big focus, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has said that he conveyed New Delhi's concerns to Dhaka over the attacks on minorities in Bangladesh. In fact, in a meeting with Bangladeshi Foreign Advisor Mohammad Touhid Hussain, Mr. Misri conveyed that the attacks on religious institutions and places of worship are regrettable. Mr. Misri also conveyed to Bangladesh's interim government that India wishes to have a positive and a constructive as well as a mutually beneficial relationship. Listen in to his comments.
I have underlined today India's desire to work closely with the interim government of Bangladesh authorities. At the same time, we also had the opportunity to discuss certain recent developments and issues, and I conveyed our concerns, including those related to the safety and welfare of minorities. We also discussed some regrettable incidents of attacks on cultural, religious, and diplomatic properties.
Well, let's switch tracks now. Syrian rebel forces that toppled dictator Bashar al-Assad's regime began asserting authority over some of the government institutions as world capitals scrambled to forge links with the country's new rulers. Syria's former prime minister agreed to hand power to a transitional rebel-led government, while fighters took up posts outside federal buildings, directed traffic, and rushed to find and free people in underground prisons. Now, ensuring stability and security, while easier said than done, is a major issue, because as people start fighting, weapons start spreading, everything goes down from there. As experts have said, foreign governments, meanwhile, are readying for talks with the lead rebel faction, even as they debated whether to formally recognize the group, which some countries consider a terrorist organization. Take a look at all the latest developments so far.
In less than 2 weeks, Syria's history has been altered. President Bashar al-Assad, whose brutal regime killed tens of thousands and displaced over 7 million internally, has fled to Russia after opposition forces romped to Damascus at a lightning pace. Assad's ouster has brought in much-needed relief to people who spent their lifetime under the nose of the decades-long family regime. The reactions echoed across the globe as thousands of Syrians celebrated the fall of Assad, singing and waving flags. They chanted slogans against the ousted Syrian president and his father, Hafez.
It's like tears of happiness like today. It's like we didn't imagine. I lost my family. I lost my father, mother, brother. I lost many of my friends in Syria for this day. I wanted to celebrate this day in Syria today.
Meanwhile, world leaders have mostly hailed Assad's ouster, but stopped short of celebrating as they seek stability in the war-torn nation. US President Joe Biden has said that it's a historic opportunity, but also termed it a moment of risk and uncertainty. On the other hand, India has called for a peaceful and inclusive Syrian-led political process to bring stability to that country. Meanwhile, US President-elect Donald Trump has urged the outgoing US administration to stay out of the Syria conflict. According to reports, the US is trying to work out what comes next and who rules over Syria. Washington is worried that the power vacuum could be filled by something that is not desirable, a power grab by Islamist insurgents, including factions designated as terrorists by the US. The end of the Assad family's 5-decade rule is set to reshape the balance of power in the region. Iran, one of Assad's biggest backers, has suffered another significant blow to its influence in the region. There are big questions being asked over Russia's influence as well, considering the fact that Assad clung to power owing to Moscow's intervention in 2015. The stunning rebel offensive has threatened to eliminate Moscow's foothold in the region. At this moment, there appears to be an uneasy calm in Syria. The question hanging like a Damocles sword is, how long will this last? With Vishal Vivek, Bureau Report, NDTV World.
By the way, Britain, Germany, France, Italy and several other European countries have said they would freeze all pending asylum requests from Syrians just a day after the ouster of President Bashar al-Assad. While Berlin and other governments said that they were watching the fast-moving developments in the war-ravaged nation, Austria signaled it would soon deport refugees back to Syria. In other news, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, who is on an official visit to Qatar and Bahrain till the 9th of December, has highlighted India's balanced approach to the Middle East and reaffirmed support for a two-state solution with regards to Israel and Palestine. Emphasizing India's strong opposition to terrorism and hostage-taking, Dr. Jaishankar also underscored the importance of respecting humanitarian law and minimizing civilian casualties in any military action. Our External Affairs Minister further highlighted India's assistance to Palestine and Lebanon amid this ongoing crisis in the Middle East. Listen in.
India has also been contributing to the UN UNRWA, UNRWA, which is the primary relief agency in respect of the Palestinians. And India has supplied relief material to Palestine, to the Palestinian Authority, through Egypt. We have also given medicines, medical relief to Lebanon because of the fighting and the casualties which have taken place there. And at the end of the day, we do believe that there must be a solution to the Palestinian issue, because if there is not one, that will always remain the cause of instability in this region. So we do support a two-state solution.
And to decode the shifting sands of the West Asia conflict, the new Syrian theatre of war, and how these developments will have an effect on regional and global geopolitics, my colleague Gauri Dwivedi spoke with Israel's envoy to India, Reuven Azar. Here's what he told NDTV.
Of course, Israel is not a stakeholder in what all happened, but it gets impacted because it's an important development that has taken place. Talk to us about how Israel is seeing how these changes have taken place in Syria and how they're set to reshape their entire region.
Well, Israel is no doubt in a situation of alert. We are following very closely the events in Syria. The Israel Defense Forces have taken defensive positions in the buffer zone, in the border between Israel and Syria. As you probably know, there is a disengagement zone that was created in 1974 following the Yom Kippur War. That zone is a buffer zone of several hundred meters to a few kilometers in the north. In the past, that area was attacked by different groups. It has been attacked now too. The UN forces there, the observers that belong to an organization called UNDOF, have been attacked. Israel has come to their rescue. So we are taking this temporary defensive positions in the buffer zone and following very closely what's going on the other side, preparing to defend ourselves against any possible attack or development.
There is this sense that I see, and several leaders are also talking about it, that Israel has sort of preempted some of what as developments are happening, or some are saying that Israel is trying to take advantage of a very volatile situation. Explain to us that is this A, temporary, B, from a security point of view, why was it necessary?
Well, as you know, Israel was attacked on the 7th of October, and that decision to attack Israel, I think, was a decision that not only caused huge damage to Israel, and we had to defend ourselves, but it also had it had an effect in the region, because from the moment that Hezbollah decided to involve itself in the conflict and attacking Israel from the north, it was just a matter of time until Israel would have to take the necessary steps to defend ourselves. So I think that Iran and Hezbollah made a huge miscalculation. They didn't understand what are going to be the consequences of their attack against Israel. Hezbollah has been hit very hard. Nasrallah, as you remember, was taken out, with many thousands of Hezbollah terrorists. Iran attacked Israel directly, and as you know, Israel defended itself and attacked Iran back. So when you look at the picture, you see that these tentacles of the Iranian regime have been cut.
But in that, the
Hamas,
reason,
Hezbollah, and now forces in the region that have been following that and seeing the debilitation of the Iran axis took advantage of it. And that's how you see the change in Syria. Israel is not involved in the Syrian conflict. We are not intending to involve ourselves in Syrian politics. And that's a matter that the Syrian people will have to sort out itself.
Well, in other news, director-writer Payal Kapadia scored a historic nomination in the Best Director category for All We Imagine as Light. The acclaimed film was also nominated in the Best Motion Picture in a non-English language category. Now, this is a big, big deal. This is the first time that a director from India has been nominated in the Best Director category at the Golden Globe Awards. And All We Imagine as Light was also recently named the Best International Film by the New York Film Critics Circle Award, as well as the Gotham Awards. It was also selected as the Best Film of the Year by the prestigious Sight and Sound magazine. A bit of a grim switch now. The year 2024 is now almost certain to become the hottest year on record, according to new data. It will also be the first year to see an average global temperature more than 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, which is a stark reminder of the escalating climate crisis and also a very unsettling fact that stares us in the face. Data from November released by the European Union's Copernicus Climate Change Service. This shows the average global surface temperature for the month was 1.62 degrees Celsius higher than the level seen before widespread fossil fuel use. So with 11 months of data now available, scientists predict that the annual average will reach 1.60 degrees Celsius, surpassing last year's record of 1.48 degrees Celsius. The Paris Climate Agreement, by the way, aims to limit global temperature rise to below 1.5 degrees Celsius to avoid the worst impacts of climate disasters. However, it's important to note that this target is measured over a decade or more, not just a single year. Among the things that need to be done urgently, though, well, first, fossil fuel emissions must fall by 45% by 2030 to have a chance of limiting heating to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And as you know, and as we've covered, the recent COP29 climate summit actually failed to reach an agreement on how to push ahead on the transition away from coal, away from oil and gas. By the way, switching tracks, a British Indian student has been elected president of the University of Cambridge's historic Cambridge Union Society, among the world's oldest debating societies, which prides itself as a defender of free speech since the year 1815. Anushka Kale won 126 votes to be elected uncontested for the next Easter 2025 term in an election that was just held recently. But as the serving debate officer of the society, Ms. Kale ran on a platform of strengthening ties with cultural societies of the universities, such as the India Society. As always, news and updates continue in a moment, right after this very short break.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
This December, NDTV Autos Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds.
Welcome back. Let's get you a quick update from the US now, where authorities have arrested the man who is suspected of killing United Health executive Brian Thompson in a brazen shooting, outside a Manhattan hotel last week, ending a massive 5-day manhunt. The 26-year-old suspect was captured in Pennsylvania after he was spotted eating at a McDonald's by an employee of the fast food restaurant. Here's what the New York Police Department had to say.
Members of the Altoona Police Department arrested Luigi Mangione, a 26-year-old male, on firearms charges. At this time, he is believed to be our person of interest in the brazen targeted murder of Brian Thompson, CEO of United Healthcare, last Wednesday in Midtown Manhattan. The suspect was in a McDonald's and was recognized by an employee who then called local police.
Staying with updates from the US, Donald Trump has promised to end birthright citizenship as soon as he gets into office to make good on his campaign promises, aiming to restrict immigration and redefining what it means to be American. Now, birthright citizenship means anyone born in the United States automatically becomes an American citizen. It's been in place for decades and applies to children that are born to someone in the country illegally or in the US on a tourist or student visa who plans to return to their home country. So any efforts to halt this policy is very likely to face steep legal hurdles. And Natasha Esrani joins us for further clarity on the matter. Natasha, Trump's proposal to end birthright citizenship, doesn't it directly challenge the 14th Amendment, which you have been saying is a cornerstone of American constitutional law? So how feasible is making such a change through an executive order?
It's not easy at all to make this change, according to legal experts. Now, I want to give you some context to this 14th Amendment. It was ratified in 1868, and then it was designed to extend citizenship to freed slaves and their descendants. So immigration, illegal or legal, is not what it was addressing way back then. Now, what President-elect Donald Trump argues is that it has become a magnet for illegal immigration and what he calls birth tourism, that people come to the United States just to give birth so that their children can automatically receive citizenship. But constitutional scholars say that what President-elect Donald Trump is saying is that he can change it through executive order is really difficult and unlikely. What they say is if any changes have to be made to this constitutional guarantee, it has to be through a constitutional amendment. And that is not an easy process. That requires 2/3 majority in Congress, and it also has to be ratified by 3/4 of state legislatures. So very difficult to pull off. And Donald Trump has also talked about this earlier in 2018 when he was president then, and also at that time failed to actually carry it out. If that changes this time on when he's sworn president, it's going to have a massive impact and would really impact millions of children and put a huge pressure also on the legal system were it to pass.
Natasha, as always, thanks so much for breaking down all the details for us. In other news, China has announced that it has launched an investigation into NVIDIA over suspected violations of the country's anti-monopoly laws. This move is widely seen as a response to recent US restrictions on China's chip sector. But for further clarity, we have with us journalist Zenia Bahel, who's also a professor, joining us live from Cleveland, Ohio at the moment. Thanks so much for making time for us on NDTV. Now, as we understand, the State Administration for Market Regulation which is handling the probe. It's not provided specific details on how NVIDIA may have breached China's anti-monopoly rules?
No, there aren't specific details about how, right? But this can be considered a counterattack to the tariffs, right? The trade restrictions, and also restrictions on sale of AI-related technology to China, right? And the attempt by the U.S. government, specifically right now, the Biden administration, right? The attempt by that administration to, prevent competition with China, to prevent China from having that knowledge that currently NVIDIA has to manufacture AI chips. And let me tell you, NVIDIA is a market leader with 90% of sales being in its sort of kitty, I would call it, for AI chip sales, right? So it's interesting how this is played out, with Trump first announcing that he's going to introduce that 25% tariff, and then Biden already having rules in place to restrict sale of AI technology, to then now in a very rare, like this occurrence is very rare, wherein Chinese regulators are actually investigating NVIDIA for antitrust and for monopolizing, right, manufacturing of AI chips. Another thing I'd like to add is this isn't the first time that China has targeted an AI technology company. There have been others, such as Qualcomm, which was fined approximately $954 million, right? There's also been Myron. So other American technology companies have been targeted by China. And since NVIDIA is, as I said, a market leader in the manufacture of AI chips, which enables AI to process tasks in parallel, right? It requires
let's wait and see how this entire situation does play out. But thanks so much, Zenia, for joining us with those quick comments. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates as and when this progresses. In other news, NDTV World is at the Abu Dhabi Finance Week. We're actually speaking to emerging market specialists there. Disha Bagchi, my colleague, spoke to emerging market specialists regarding how Trump's return will impact investment strategies. Here's what they had to say.
How do you see the role of emerging markets evolving, especially markets such as India and Asian economies, which are often even called tiger economies? So how do you see their role evolving in the global economic landscape? And what do you think are some of the factors that is contributing to their transformation?
Well, of course, in my position, I'm always saying they're getting more important, given that we are an emerging markets investor. But in the end, it's very simple economics when you look at the growth rates on a lot of the emerging markets economy and you compare those to developing markets, and particularly, of course, to Europe, that the importance of the emerging markets is increasing. If you look at just, of course, the example in China, the way they've gone from a relatively small economy to the second largest economy in the world in 25 years. And we expect that from a number of other countries as well, as they're now growing at sort of 5 to 10% GDP growth per annum. So by definition, they're going to become more important with never bet against the US economy that will continue to grow, but look at Europe, that's growing between 0 and 1%. If things are going well. So
in comparison, the Indian economy has been growing quite fast and quite steadily, you would say, right? Yeah.
Yes, indeed, for the last few years, absolutely.
And what do you think are some of the factors that could be contributing to, the transformation of these emerging markets and, really pushing that growth?
Yeah, I think, look, what's contributing in the end to consistent GDP growth is clear government policies and willingness to achieve them. And I think also if you look at I'm not a specialist on the Indian economy, but it has developed certain sectors really well. And I think that's what you see in a number of emerging markets where they develop the sectors well that they're good at. As you see here in the region where, of course, the energy sector is key. And that contributes for an important part to the GDP growth. And I think then the secret going forward is, of course, to diversify the economies and effectively increase the middle class as a higher percentage of your population.
And as always, we'll keep tracking the latest developments for you. Do stay tuned.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World,
Hello and good morning. Welcome to Breakfast Show. I'm Radhika Ramaswamy joining you from Mumbai. We also have Aditi Bardwaj joining us from Delhi. Aditi, from Parliament showdown over George Soros, debate over Constitution and landmark One Nation, One Poll bill, to data theft at public charging points, we have lots of news and discussions lined up.
Absolutely, Radhika. Let's set the day rolling and let's take a look at the top headlines we're tracking at this hour. The government is set to launch its One Nation, One Election initiative and may introduce a bill in Parliament during this session, according to sources.
The winter session of Parliament was washed out on Monday with the BJP's charge regarding a link between Sonia Gandhi and George Soros. Congress hits back and denies the charge.
Government and opposition are set to square off in Parliament over the Constitution, and now Prime Minister Narendra Modi is likely to reply over the Constitution debate on December 14, and Home Minister Amit Shah is to initiate the discussion in Rajya Sabha.
Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri met his Bangladeshi counterpart and conveyed India's concerns over safety and security of minorities in Bangladesh and urged the interim government there to follow a constructive approach.
And are you charging your phones at public USB stations? Then beware, hackers might be stealing your data. The government has also cautioned users before you plug in to a charging point. Radhika, Parliament winter session is witnessing a stormy showdown. First, alleged links over, Congress party linked to George Soros. ruckus which started yesterday is also likely to continue today as well.
Absolutely, Aditi. And amid this Soros drama, Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar will be continuing his meeting with Leader of the House JP Nadda as well as Leader of Opposition Mallikarjun Kharge at his chamber at 10:30 a.m. But Soros issue likely to escalate once again, Aditi, today.
Absolutely. And to jog the memory of our viewers, the BJP yesterday viewers claimed that there is an alleged nexus between Congress leader Sonia Gandhi and American billionaire George Soros in an attempt to divide and destabilize India.
That's right. In fact, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju claiming that the alleged connections between Congress leader Sonia Gandhi and American businessman Soros are a serious concern, but Congress party denying BJP's charge, calling them baseless and dark fantasies. For more on this, let's go straight across to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, of course, big allegation there leveled by the BJP as far as the alleged connection between Congress party and Soros is concerned. Take us through the nature of allegations, and looks like this entire issue is going to escalate once again today, even as Congress party has completely denied these charges.
Well, that's right. And the big update from the parliament is that it will be Leader Opposition Rahul Gandhi who will be chairing the meeting with the Congress MPs at the Parliament complex at around 9:30, and they will be further strategizing as to what strategy they will opt as far as today is concerned in the Parliament, because remember, we have entered into third week of the winter session of Parliament, and yesterday as well we have seen disruption in both the houses, Lok Sabha or be it Rajya Sabha, because of the allegations that Bharatiya Janata Party leveled on the links between Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and George Soros. Remember, it was the Rajya Sabha Speaker, Rajya Sabha Chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar, who called up a meeting of floor leaders as well yesterday after the House got adjourned at around 3 p.m. and discussed as to what should be the middle way to end this logjam in the Parliament, because very important legislative bills are to be tabled and they need to be passed as far as the disaster management bill and the railway amendment bill in the Lok Sabha is concerned, anti-banking amendment bill in Rajya Sabha is concerned. But there are huge allegations by the Bharatiya Janata Party on Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi with links to George Soros Foundation, which states that this foundation works against India, and this foundation once have an idea of independent Kashmir as well. And the Congress needs to clarify as to what stand they have. Of course, the Congress party and the opposition parties had their own issues in their mind, and they had been protesting from day one, but widening their protest from one issue to Manipur to inflation to unemployment. There are several key issues that other parties also want to raise. What yesterday we have seen, interestingly, Samajwadi Party and Trinamool Congress also distancing itself from the Congress Party. Samajwadi Party conducted a protest outside Bakar Dwar on the issue of atrocities on farmers and the legalization of the MSP as well, while Trinamool Congress had stated that they want funds from the center and therefore they want House to be function. Remember, Kiran Rijiju had posted yesterday on social media X a very important and a sort of sarcastic tweet, a jibe to the Congress party, stating that several Congress MPs want to run the Parliament. In fact, they should tell their own leader Rahul Gandhi that this is not the House functions. It is Rahul Gandhi who needs the House to be in a good manner. So clearly there is war of words which is going on between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress, but it is day two. It remains to be seen whether some work would be done, some functioning will take place in both the houses over these allegations.
Absolutely, Aishwarya. It remains to be seen whether we'll see some business in the House or not. Thank you so much for your inputs. We also have India's former Foreign Secretary, Kanwar Sibal Radhika. He has it out at the Congress party. He said that the language of the opposition is similar to the anti-India rhetoric used by US billionaire George Soros. Listen in.
Thank you, Ambassador Symbol, for joining us on this discussion. In the last few days, we have seen the BJP make very serious allegations, sir, and they are saying that the Congress party leaders have had ties with organizations and individuals that are allegedly funded by George Soros Foundation, including those that have supported the idea of an independent Kashmir. Congress party, of course, has said that these are theories of deep state and they cannot be part of serious political discourse. As someone who has had a keen understanding of how countries work at different levels to exert their levels of influence, how seriously should we take these allegations? What do they mean for a democracy like India?
Well, you remember that George Soros at Davos had made a statement that the fate of Adani and Modi is interlinked. And if Adani falls, then Modi will fall, something to that effect. And our External Affairs Minister at that time had commented on this to say that, when an old man says things here and there, we need not pay too much attention. But this old man has a lot of money at his disposal, a lot of funds at his disposal, and he has a record of interfering in the internal affairs of country. Just ask the Hungarian president about what he thinks about Soros, because originally he's from Hungary. He's absolutely vicious about Soros. And there are others too who question the credentials of the Open Society Foundation, in the sense that it is well known, I mean, leave the India question out for the moment, it's well known that he spends his money, his funds, on promoting democracy abroad. This is his passion. Now, of course, he's very old, frankly. I was told by someone that he's not even able to speak. His health has deteriorated so much. And the empire has gone into the hands of his son. But I'm also told that the son has no gravitas. He's very lightweight. And people who have met him have given me that impression of him. But nevertheless, it's not only Soros. There are other sources of funding for many of these foundations, Omidyar and this and that, who actually have made it a point to promote democracy in other countries and fund the campaigns and the local lobbies who would want to launch campaigns. Now, whether Soros is involved in what is happening in Georgia or what is happening in Romania is an open question. Right. The other thing which has complicated this debate is that the US State Department funds this OCC, whatever it is called, and which means that the United States Department, who actually, in terms of policy, through their reports and statements, openly say that they are in the business of promoting democracy abroad. And they have, as you know, engaged in a lot of regime changes here and there in the name of promoting democracy.
Let's move on to another important update. The government all set to launch its One Country, One Election project and can introduce a bill in Parliament in this session. This is what the sources have told NDTV. Cabinet, in fact, has already approved the report of Ramnath Kovind Committee on One Nation, One Election.
Absolutely, Radhika. The government now wants to form consensus on the bill and can send it to a joint parliamentary committee or JPC for detailed discussions as per sources. The JPC will hold discussions with representatives of all political parties. The other stakeholders will be involved in the process too.
That's right. Interestingly, Aditi, speakers of all state assemblies can also be called along with intellectuals from across the country. So opinion of common people will be taken. Initially, of course, the government wants to involve people, and the ways and means to achieve this can be discussed later, is what government sources have said.
Absolutely. And Radhika, for more on this, our colleague Aishwarya Jain is also joining us on the phone line. Aishwarya, this has been a long-standing demand, one nation, one election, and now the government is finally putting it in the pipeline.
Well, that's right. The government is all set to launch its One Nation, One Election initiative and may introduce the bill in this session of the Parliament itself. The government sources have clearly indicated to us that it would be Ramnath Kovind's approved committee report that will be tabled as well, and the government now aims to build consensus on the bill and may refer it to the JPC for in-depth discussions. Remember, the Joint Parliamentary Committee will have a wider consultation on this issue as well. But the Ramnath Kovind Committee, which had worked for months and months on this One Nation, One Election initiative by the government, had already consulted a lot of legal eyes of the country. They had consulted different stakeholders involved into it, the Election Commissioner of India as well as the different states as well. And finally, the report was submitted to the President of India. After that consent, now the government is mulling upon to bring this bill, which is very important and a brainchild of Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well, as Bharatiya Janata Party has stated that they are firm to bring One Nation, One Election and will be implementing very soon in this country as well. We have been also told that there would be, as part of this initiative, the government agreed in September to the recommendations of high-level committee for conducting simultaneous elections in Lok Sabha, State Assembly and local bodies. And therefore, the reason perhaps yesterday it was stated by our sources that this committee report will be tabled, and as soon as it will be tabled, it will be sent to the JPC, as we have seen during the Waqf Amendment Bill as well.
Absolutely, Aishwarya. Thank you so much for those details. Now, Radhika, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde slammed the Karnataka government after police detained the activists of Maharashtra Ekikaran Samiti who were protesting in Belagavi, saying that the people would teach them a lesson.
Certainly, Aditi. In fact, this is a long-standing issue as far as the border of Karnataka and Maharashtra are concerned. A winter session of Karnataka legislature is being held at Suvarna Vidhan Sauda in Belagavi. The Karnataka police, in fact, detaining leaders and activists of MES and Maratha-speaking people who are opposing the session. In fact, as per Eknath Shinde, in that bite yesterday, he said Karnataka government opposed a Marathi gathering, detained leaders of MES and imposed Section 144 in Belagavi. And we believe over 100 Marathi activists were allegedly detained.
Right, Radhika, why this conundrum is being played out is because the Maharashtra Ekikaran Samiti has been demanding the merger of several Marathi-speaking areas and villages with Maharashtra state. Karnataka, however, maintains that the demarcation done on linguistic lines as per the state's Reorganization Act and the 1961 Mahajan Commission report is final. But let's listen into what Eknath Shinde had to say.
कर्नाटक में आज जो मराठी भाषिक है उन्होंने मराठी भाषिक लोगों का एक सम्मेलन लिया था और इसमें कोई इस देश में कोई भी कहीं भी रह सकता है, कहीं भी जा सकता है, कहीं भी ऐसी मीटिंग कर सकता है, सम्मेलन ले सकता है। लेकिन यहाँ कर्नाटक सरकार ने जो दमन चक्र चलाया, जो उनकी जो सम्मेलन है उसे लेने वाले जितने भी लोग हैं मराठी भाषिक, मराठी एकीकरण समिति के कई माजी आमदार है, माजी महापौर है, इनको और 100 से ज़्यादा लोगों को मराठी भाषिक भाई और बहनों को अरेस्ट करने का पाप किया है। इसका मैं धिक्कार करता हूँ, निषेध करता हूँ। ऐसा दमन चक्र जो है ये करने वाली कर्नाटक सरकार को पूरी तरह ये महाराष्ट्र की जनता और वहाँ की जनता सबक सिखाएगी।
We have Anuj and Pratibha joining us. Anuj from Mumbai and Pratibha from Bengaluru. Anuj, Eknath Shinde, they're slamming Karnataka government for allegedly oppressing Marathi speakers. I mean, this face-off is just continuing between the two states. Take us through what exactly transpired and political implications over this long-standing issue that we've been seeing as far as the border dispute is concerned.
This entire issue started when the Maharashtra Ekikaran Samiti announced that it will be holding a Melava or a gathering, and for that they invited several important dignitaries from Maharashtra as well, which included a number of leaders holding power, including the Chief Minister and the two Deputy Chief Ministers, along with several leaders in the opposition like Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, etc. And of course, permission was not given for that particular Melava. And on the following day, when we knew that the Melava was going to get stopped by the police as the permission was denied, yesterday we saw that police bandobast was there on several places in Belgaum where this particular gathering was expected to take place. But having said that, the followers, the supporters and the people who were going to take part in this gathering made their way from different parts of the Marathi-speaking districts in the northern Karnataka region and several parts of Kolhapur and close-by regions as well. And because the police bandobast was very strong at multiple junctures, in Belgaum, because the winter session is in place there, we saw that a number of arrests were made. And these arrests were not just of the leaders there, people who served as the former MLAs, leaders from the Shiv Sena UBT faction, but also of several workers. And that is what Eknath Shinde has highlighted when he spoke to the media yesterday. And this issue has not just stayed in, amongst the chatter outside the political circle in Maharashtra, as we saw that yesterday, Aditya Thackeray took the opportunity to write a letter to Devendra Fadnavis, urging him to take active steps in this matter and declare and help, those Marathi-speaking districts declare as union territory.
Absolutely, Anuj. And Pratibha, what's the stand of the Karnataka government? They are saying that it has been done on the basis of linguistic lines, but there is certainly demand growing from the Marathi speakers in Karnataka that these villages and these areas should be combined with Maharashtra.
Well, there are a lot of questions revolving around this, and political sources do mention from Karnataka that this has been a part of Karnataka for quite some time, and why have divisions playing out on linguistic lines. And the other reason is also that the police bandobast that we have been talking about is not just with respect to the Suvarna Sauda, the Belagavi session or the winter session that has been running, but also in terms of another protest that has been lined up, that is with the demand for reservation for the Panchamasali Lingayat community there. And this has already become a war of words between the Congress and the BJP there, with permission not being given to hold a large-scale protest there. And how can permission be given for this rally that is being organized by the MES? And another point that has been raised by the sources in Karnataka is also the fact that this arrest was done only as a preventive measure, and this has been unnecessarily blown out of proportion, is also a statement that we are picking up from different quarters here in Karnataka. Yes, like you mentioned, it is a long-standing issue, but then the timing of this, especially during a time when the winter session is on, and especially when the two parties here in Karnataka are at loggerheads, why have another unnecessary trouble from outside of the state, is also something that needs to be closely watched. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Anuj and Pratibha, for bringing us all those details. So another face-off there between the two states, between the two state governments over border dispute. But let's stay with Karnataka. In fact, as Karnataka winter session is underway, the Lingayat Panchamasali community's demand for reservation gains heat, Aditi.
Absolutely. While BJP leader Basangauda Patil Yatnal has indulged in a heated exchange, Radhika, with the Congress on day one, Lingayat Panchamasali seer has spearheaded a protest on December 10. Our colleague Pratibha remains with us. Pratibha, take us through the long-standing demand of this Panchamasali leaders, as well as how will the Karnataka government actually look into it now the session is in place?
In fact, the reservation issue has also been on for quite some time, and remember, the Lingayat form one of the major communities when it comes to Karnataka, and they are also a major vote bank when it comes to the opposition, and it is but natural for BJP leaders to ensure that the demand of their vote bank, which is the Lingayats, would be met. And the Panchama Lingayats in particular have been demanding reservation under a particular category within the caste, and this would really enable them for different kind of benefits. And this has been a demand that has been laid out by not just this year, but also one of the senior BJP leaders from Vijaypura in northern Karnataka, and that is Basangauda Patil Yatnal. Yesterday, there was a standoff between Mr. Yatnal as well as several of the Congress leaders on the floor of the House, and it actually led to the Speaker announcing an adjournment motion at that point in time. And the session was adjourned for 2.5 hours, but then this matter wasn't really picked up after that, and straight went into the question-hour session. And the BJP's another demand was also to ensure that they would stall the question-hour and they would move on with the discussion on the Waqf, which also did not really happen. And this has definitely miffed several of the BJP leaders, and that is precisely why Mr. Yatnal, joining hands with the seer, had also announced that there will be a procession that will be held on a scale with respect to this demand, and if necessary they would also lay siege on the Suvarna Sauda, which is the venue where the session has been announced. But another unfortunate event that has taken place today is the demise of SM Krishna. Whether at all the session would be held today is also another question mark that is doing the rounds, and we'll have to wait to see how this matter would really play out, especially at a time when there is a tragedy that has occurred in the Karnataka's political landscape. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Pratibha, for getting us all those details. We'll keep coming back to you as the session progresses in Karnataka. Aditi, let's move on to Andhra now. Andhra Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan's brother, K. Nagababu, will join the state cabinet. Chief Minister and our TDP President N. Chandrababu Naidu has announced this.
Absolutely, and it's interesting, Radhika. Nagababu is the elder brother of Pawan Kalyan and younger brother of megastar Chiranjeevi. He's also an actor and film producer. So, a starry cabinet there. As the General Secretary of Janasena, he had actively campaigned in the front of the party in the recent elections that were held.
That's right. In fact, as the TDP named 2 candidates for by-elections to Rajya Sabha and left 1 seat for its alliance partner BJP, it in fact deciding to accommodate another partner, Jan Sena, in the state cabinet. We have Uma getting us all the details.
Politically significant that the brother of the Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Pawan Kalyan's brother, Mr. Konitala Nagbabu, is now being inducted in the Andhra Pradesh cabinet. What we understand is that Mr. Pawan Kalyan had wanted him to get a Rajya Sabha nomination, but Mr. Chandrababu Naidu is said to have been keen to have both Mr. Bida Mastan Rao as well as Mr. Satish to be nominated to the Rajya Sabha, and on behalf of the BJP in the alliance, it would be OBC leader Mr. Krishna. Nagababu is someone who has been a film producer and an actor as well, but of course not as successful as his brothers Chiranjeevi and Pawan Kalyan in front of the screen. And he had also joined the Praja Rajyam when Mr. Chiranjeevi had launched the party, and subsequently he had contested from Narsapuram as the 2019 Lok Sabha candidate of the Janasena, but he was not successful at that time. But now his induction in the AP cabinet will increase or get the numbers of ministers in the cabinet to the maximum possible of 25.
Now shifting our focus, Radhika, the death threat saga that we once were reporting against, Salman Khan has now come towards Andhra Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan. Now he has also received a death threat. The call came to his office. An unidentified person made the call, issuing a death threat.
That's right, Aditi. Looks like it is the season of hoax, death threat calls. As you were mentioning, we've been reporting on the amount of threats that Salman Khan and several other actors received in the city of Mumbai. Now, as far as this case is concerned, anonymous callers sending messages using offensive language targeting Deputy CM. Following the incident, of course, concerned staff members immediately reporting the incident to senior police officials for investigations. Let's move on now. In fact, this is from Telangana again. Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy Anumula unveiled a 17-foot tall bronze statue of Telangana Talli at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Telangana State Secretariat, Aditi. But there's ongoing controversy over the statue. Congress government, in fact, has reimagined how she must look and has installed a new statue inside the Secretariat at a time when Revant Reddy government is celebrating 1 year of government formation.
Absolutely, and this is not nothing new, Radhika. Earlier controversy had broken out after the earlier version of Telangana Talli was replaced by a Rajiv Gandhi statue outside the Secretariat. BRS leader K.T. Ramarao has said that they would remove his statue after they come to power. Revant Reddy dared him and then announced a Telangana Talli statue inside the Secretariat complex. My colleague NDTV's Uma Sudhir is also reporting on the politics around the statue. Let's take a look.
Right, Aditi, let's move our attention to some tragic news coming in from Mumbai. This is an incident that took place last night. Aditi, at least 5 people were killed and 29 others injured after a speeding BEST bus rammed into vehicles and pedestrians in Kurla which is the center of Mumbai. This happening last night, and several people are at this point hospitalized, undergoing treatment. A freak accident leading to 5 deaths, Aditi.
Absolutely, such tragic news coming in, Radhika. The police have detained the bus driver. The 50-year-old driver has been detained now, but there are allegations that there was a brake failure that caused the accident, which again highlights how the maintenance and inspection in such buses is going unchecked. There is a rising number of cases in such accidents, whether it is the negligence of the driver or there are, certain elements like tech faults responsible for such accidents. But it highlights how we need to have a certain checks and balances when such, buses are being deployed on the streets, Radhika.
Absolutely. This incident, in fact, taking place at about 10 p.m. is when it happened, and we have, of course, official statements from BMC as well as Fire Brigade stating that, investigations are underway at this point. Many people are injured, undergoing treatment, but exact cause is something which will be probed by officials. But yes, as you pointed out, Aditi, the driver claiming that it was a brake failure that led to the accident. In fact, we have multiple visuals, including CCTV footage, showing this freak accident whereby this bus rammed into a compound wall and then rammed into multiple vehicles. At least about 20 to 25 vehicles were on the street at that time, and leading to deaths as well as injuries. Certainly a very tragic incident coming in from Maximum City, Mumbai.
Absolutely, Radhika. 5 dead and over 30 injured. It highlights certain apathy that is going unchecked in such cities and everywhere in the country. I think it's time to revamp and recheck and install an inspection system that ensures that such tragedies do not take place just because of a brake failure, of alleged brake failure that was the scene in this case.
All right, Aditi, with that we'll slip in a short break. More news and updates coming on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
The government is set to bring One Nation, One Election bill in the Parliament's winter session. The bill will be forwarded to the JPC. The winter session of Parliament was washed out on Monday with the BJP charge regarding a link between Sonia Gandhi and George Soros. Congress denies such charges. Government and opposition are set to square off in Parliament over the Constitution. PM Modi may reply to Constitution debate on December 14. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri met his Bangladeshi counterpart and conveyed India's concerns over the safety and security of minorities in Bangladesh and urged the interim government there to follow a constructive approach.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with Top Rank.
Get it free with single ID.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The Breakfast Show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach.
Welcome back. Let's move on to more stories. But before that, Aditi, I saw you at the airport yesterday. Where were you heading?
Well, Radhika, I was just heading somewhere. But, Radhika, my phone has not been working properly since yesterday. And I don't know why.
Did you charge your phone at a public USB charging station somewhere? Then you might be a victim of juice jacking, Aditi. Hackers nowadays are targeting public charging stations to steal data from our phones.
Oh, I think you're right, Radhika. I remember even government has issued a warning to citizens about increasing risk of the USB charger scam, where users, should exercise cautions when charging their phones and devices at public places. I totally forgot about it.
Right, and for more on this, of course, we are joined by a guest. In fact, we are talking about juice jacking, and we have cyber experts who are joining on our show to take us through this threat. Mukesh Chaudhary, founder and CEO of Cyber Ops, and Jiten Jain, cyber security expert. Mukesh, to you first, take us through this threat or risk associated with using public charging points, and can you explain what juice jacking is and how does it work?
Good morning all. So juice jacking basically is like when you connect to a USB charger, you think that yes, it is connected to a charger and you are getting power support from the port to your mobile phone. But then in that case, at the back end, you don't know how the system works. Maybe it takes permission of your file manager of the system and your internal memory of the mobile phone, and they can transfer your data, or they can transmit some malicious files or malicious codes into your mobile phone, which can get executed without your permission. Like you need not to give any permission, you need not to click somewhere, and it can happen. So this is a possibility wherein there are very less or limited cases, very rare cases are being cited. In general, in police stations, commonly we are not getting such kind of cases here in India. But yes, this is a possibility and it's a possible threat. So this may happen with anyone. So better be careful than be sorry.
Absolutely, Mukesh. Jiten, if I can come to you, we are talking about juice jacking and how it is a threat nowadays. But, when I plug in my phone to some device or some charging point, it does ask me, do you trust your computer or the connector? Should I say yes all the time because I need the charging as well? What should I do in such cases?
So see, this juice jacking or infecting a mobile phone or stealing data from a malicious USB or a charger is almost a decade-old concept. We had several demos in the conference where this thing was shown, and there have been multiple advisories over a decade from many agencies. But to be very honest, this is not a grave risk now because most of the mobile phones, when you plug in any USB, whether your home USB or a public USB, it gives you three options: whether you just want to charge, whether you want to transfer files or whether you want to do other things. By default, only charging option is enabled. So it's very, very difficult unless and until you're in developer mode or some specific device which has not enabled this particular feature or a user which is not using it. It is now very difficult to just randomly, if somebody plugs into a USB, just copy and take away his files. Earlier, what used to happen, the moment you used to plug in, because instead of a normal charging cable, it will be a data cable, and you would be able to take out the data, photos, and videos of a person. Now that's not the case anymore. You were also able to inject a malware or any suspicious malicious app on the phone. That thing is not available anymore. So relatively, publics are safe. But then there are other USB attacks which are available where if you are able to just plug a Type-C cable and you are able to forcefully inject something. So those things are rare, but they are still possible because ultimately there is a physical connectivity. So best thing what you should do that whenever you are charging a phone, you should be able to see the other end of the cable, which normally we are not able to. If you go to airport or something, you're only able to see one, USB Type-C of output, which goes into your phone. But you don't know whether it is coming from a computer or a charger. That's a challenge. So we must avoid, if you can avoid in a public charging station, the best case and the best protection here that if you still have to, in some emergency, if you have to charge your phone using a public Type-C cable or USB cable like this, just switch off your phone and charge. So if the phone is switched off, then no malicious activity can take place in your phone, no data theft can happen. So that is the best precaution available today. No matter which antivirus you install or which app you install, that will not help. So best thing is just switch off your phone and then charge and take it from the public charging station and then switch it on.
All right. Interesting, Jitesh. You're saying switch off the phone and charge and then, nothing can happen. There can't be any hacking if you switch off the phone and charge. But coming to you, Mukesh, of course, there has to be public awareness. But how can public charging infrastructure providers perhaps ensure safety and prevent cyber criminals from exploiting these stations? One, that. And what about telecom operators? What role can they play in ensuring such incidents don't happen?
It's quite complicated at the telephone operators end, since these are charging stations placed at public places like it can be a railway station, a bus stand, or airports. So it requires a basic security audit and security compliance by the authorities, local authorities there, wherein regular security audits to be conducted. They should have an internal cyber security policy, which in general at airports they do have, but regularly it has to be checked. Maybe some insider can do some things, some changes and some manipulations in the system or in the network. So at times they do some general compliances or security checks, maybe yearly. But if such kind of incidents and threats are increasing, like in the past few months and couple of years we have seen, so it has to be done on a regular interval, like a quarterly audit or quarterly analysis has to be done to ensure that yes, these kind of charging stations are not manipulated or altered or tempered by or attacked by someone or controlled by someone.
Right, Mukesh, you have highlighted how it is, and there is an outgrowing concern over this exploitation that the hackers deal with. But Jiten, if this juice jacking is not a global phenomenon or it's not a case of concern, a big case of concern, but then there are other ways that hackers use to hack your data, steal your data. How can we on our part ensure that our data is safe in our mobile phones? We plug in everywhere, wherever we need it, and I'm sure on a run, I cannot switch off my phone always because I'm expecting calls or anything else. Then what else can I do?
No, but that's a balance between the security and privacy. That if you want to risk your phone and data by keeping on in a public charging station, I think you should avoid that. Lot many times we think that our phone is just having 2% of battery, and we end up giving our phones to a cafe owner or a or a receptionist that please put me my phone on charging for 5-10 minutes. That's the most riskiest thing which happens, because then you're handing over your device which is not even in the front of your eyes. Second, many times we have seen we give our phones to these random service stations for screen repair or something. And these, many of these, I'm sorry to say, idiots have a habit of asking for your screen lock and password. Now, they've got nothing to do with it. So always refuse. And in most of the cases, they say, "No, ma'am, if you don't give me a screen lock, I can't, repair your phone." Insist that you will not give your screen lock. And whenever he needs a screen lock to check whatever thing, he should come back in front of you with the device in whatever state and then take it back. Never ever, give you a screen lock password while in a, to a repair shop. We have seen many, many cases of complete data theft and then blackmail happening because the phone has gone into a service station. Third, and I'm not talking about OTP frauds and all those things because we've had many shows on this. Third, what happens, we have a habit of giving phones to a stranger. Some person walk to you, ma'am, can I make a call? My phone battery is dead. Can I make an urgent call to this and that? You give them a phone, and on the pretext of dialing a number, they might end up dialing a USSD code like *# something something. They might end up doing a SMS forward or call forward in a device. And the moment that is done, your WhatsApp will be stolen. Your other OTPs of Instagram and something else will be stolen because whatever OTP will come, they'll go to some other phone. So do not hand over your device to anyone. If you really want to help, ask them the number, dial it in front of you, put the phone on speaker and ask them to speak. Even if it is a friend. Or otherwise dial the number, again put the key lock on and then give it to them. Do not give your phone in an unlocked state to anyone, even if it is a trusted friend or anyone.
Okay, so point taken. Carry private, power banks. Keep your lock ID and screen time with you. Don't give your passwords or anything else, and do not plug in at unsafe, untrusted USB points. Thank you so much, Mukesh and Jiten for joining us over this crucial debate point. Now, Radhika, shifting our focus to Delhi political war, which has now taken a filmy U-turn. Well, Allu Arjun starrer Telugu blockbuster Pushpa 2 is wading into the election fever in the national capital. The ruling Aam Aadmi Party and the opposition BJP are invoking Pushpa using posters with dialogues from the movie to target each other ahead of the Delhi polls.
That's right. Innovative, certainly. Aditi, Arvind Kejriwal led Aam Aadmi Party issuing a poster titled Kejriwal Jhukega Nahi, inspired by movie's cult dialogue. And Delhi BJP issued its own poster showing party state president Virendra Sachdeva posing as the movie's character Pushpa on a throne. In fact, for more on this, let's go straight across to Ishika. Ishika, of course, innovative ways by political parties to attack each other in the national capital. So, Pushpa 2 poster war between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP.
Well, certainly, Radhika, you can say this, that the election fever is only growing here, and now we are seeing that this certainly has sparked a poster war with both the parties, that is the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, releasing posters, and that too inspired by the movie Pushpa 2. We did see that on December 7th, it was the Aam Aadmi Party who in fact issued the poster for Arvind Kejriwal, where we did see the famous dialogue of Pushpa, Pushpa Jhukega Nahi, and then it was Kejriwal Jhukega Nahi. On the other hand, it was yesterday that the Delhi BJP released its own poster showing in fact the state president with with the dialogue of Bhrashtacharyo ka ant karega rappa rappa. So certainly, we are seeing that the political parties are now in fact taking the movies that are already, making headlines, that are already famous among the youth, to reach out to the youth more. So certainly we are seeing it's an innovative way of political war of words just ahead of the election. Over to you.
All right, interesting developments there in the national capital, Ishika. In fact, now we'll move on to some international updates, Aditi. Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri visited Dhaka and met his counterpart. Foreign Secretary said that he raised India's concerns over attacks on minorities in Dhaka in the meet, and also said that India looks to increase its engagements with Dhaka.
Absolutely. Let's also listen in to the reactions coming in.
I have underlined today India's desire to work closely with the interim government of Bangladesh authorities. At the same time, we also had the opportunity to discuss certain recent developments and issues, and I conveyed our concerns, including those related to the safety and welfare of minorities. We also discussed some regrettable incidents of attacks on cultural, religious and diplomatic properties.
And my colleague Ghazali is joining me over this. Ghazali, will we see any change in the situation of minorities in Bangladesh after Vikram Misri's visit?
See, that is exactly what was expected out of this visit, because Mr. Misri is the top official of the of Foreign Ministry here. He's the Foreign Secretary. He met his counterpart. He also called upon the interim advisor of the government, Mr. Mohammed Yunus, as well. The statement which came out from the Bangladesh's Foreign Ministry suggests that perhaps there is still clinging on to the fact that this is their internal matter. Yet they agree that safety of minorities and its responsibility lies on the Bangladeshi government, and they do acknowledge the fact in that meeting. The only positive line which came out of this entire discussion was that both the parties know that India and Bangladesh have a shared culture. They enjoy good relations. We have had long years of trade, history, culture. But this particular issue of safety of minorities, or persecution of minorities, attack on the places of worship and all, was acknowledged by both sides. But Bangladesh perhaps doesn't like India raising it time and again. And that is why yesterday, even Mr. Misri, while addressing the media, said that from now onwards, our policies towards Bangladesh will be people-centric. Because in the previous regime of Sheikh Hasina, and when she was ousted, we saw the entire protest against Sheikh Hasina somehow turning against India. Anti-India sentiments and slogans were raised on the streets of Dhaka. And perhaps this entire trip is meant to cool down that temper, so that we have seen statements from both sides. Whenever India used to condemn the incidents in Bangladesh, Bangladesh would immediately issue a statement condemning the statement issued by India. So perhaps this entire trip was focused on bringing the tempers down and get back to normalcy. But at least Mr. Misri openly said that there were regrettable incidents hinting towards the attack on minorities. Now we'll have to see whether this meeting will bear any consequences on the situations of minorities in Bangladesh.
Absolutely, Ghazali. Thank you so much for joining us with those updates. And Radhika, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar on Sunday said that India's diplomatic efforts were focused on the relationship or absence of it between Israel and Iran. Without elaborating on the efforts on the matter, Jaishankar said that India has an interest in trying to mitigate the security situation.
That's right. Jaishankar's remarks coming over 2 months after Israel-Iran ties soured after Iran fired around 200 missiles into Israel on October 1 in response to the killing of Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah. Let's listen to what Jaishankar said.
India has also been contributing to the UN UNRWA, UNRWA, which is the primary relief agency in respect of the Palestinians. And India has supplied relief material to Palestine, to the Palestinian Authority, through Egypt. We have also given medicines, medical relief to Lebanon because of the fighting and the casualties which have taken place there. And at the end of the day, we do believe that there must be a solution to the Palestinian issue. Because if there is not one, that will always remain the cause of instability in this region. So we do support a two-state solution.
Radhika, you know what? I wish I was in school in Shillong. You know why? Because the Meghalaya government has announced a holiday for all schools in Shillong today, ahead of the highly anticipated Bryan Adams concert scheduled to take place at the Polo Grounds.
That's right. The Canadian rock legend, known for global hits like Summer of '69, Everything I Do It For You, is performing in Shillong as part of his So Happy It Hurts Tour 2024. Let's go straight across to Ratnadeep, who's joining us on this story. Ratnadeep, Bryan Adams will be performing in Mumbai as well over the weekend, but no school closure here, but schools are shut there, so a lot of anticipation, excitement building up there.
That's right. Shillong is known as the rock and roll capital of the country, and there have been several global music icons who have performed in past in Shillong, and this time today it's time for Bryan Adams. And remember, the state government has ordered closure of schools in Shillong. However, the state government says that this is a measure which has been primarily taken in view of a massive gathering that is expected in Shillong. Remember, Shillong is a hill station. The roads and the lanes are narrow, therefore not only people who are inhabitants of Shillong, the residents of Shillong, but hundreds of people from all across Northeast India and even from other states have already gathered, and they are on way to Shillong for this performance, much anticipated performance of Bryan Adams this evening, and therefore the state government felt that if the schools are also open, then there would be a massive traffic congestion, and that would create inconvenience for those people who are reaching Shillong since yesterday for the Bryan Adams concert, as well as the kids who would be coming out of schools at the point of time when the crowd will build up for the evening show. So therefore this measure has been taken. However, a lot of security has been also put in place around the concert area. There have been a lot of diversion of roads which have also taken place. So now Shillong is all set for Bryan Adams as the global music icon would perform this evening.
All right. Thank you, Ratnadeep, for getting us all those details. So, Bryan Adams in Shillong as part of his India tour, and a lot of excitement there building up. Schools shut there, but not in any of the other cities, Aditi. Let's move on to national capital. Another case coming up before Delhi High Court today. This is a plea by Bollywood actress Jacqueline Fernandez. She had filed this plea to quash the money laundering case against her. However, Enforcement Directorate had opposed her plea.
Absolutely, Radhika. You know, the ED said that Jacqueline and Sukesh has a criminal background. And even after knowing this, Jacqueline continued to enjoy the gifts that were given by Sukesh, and the ED now said the petition to quash the case is an attempt to stop the ongoing proceedings in the lower court against Jacqueline. And Radhika, bringing in some unfortunate news, SM Krishna has died at the age of 92. He became Karnataka's chief minister from 1999 to 2004. He also served as the Minister of External Affairs from 2009 to 2012, shaping our foreign policy.
Absolutely. In fact, he was a veteran leader. Grim news coming in from Karnataka, SM Krishna, passing away at the age of 92. And as you mentioned, he was credited with also making Bengaluru the Silicon Valley of India. Shifting focus, researchers at IIT Guwahati, Aditi, have developed an advanced biological method to convert potent greenhouse-causing gases like methane and carbon dioxide into cleaner biofuels using a special bacteria.
Absolutely, Radhika. Innovative approach representing a significant leap towards sustainable energy solution and climate change mitigation. Our colleague Pallav Bagla, who's our science editor, also visited lab of Professor Debashish Das and spoke to him exclusively on how they're turning this magic.
The world is facing a big challenge with climate change. I'm at Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, and I have with me Professor Debashish Das, who has a laboratory scale solution for containing carbon dioxide and methane. Thanks a lot for speaking to me, Dr. Das.
Thank you, sir.
What is the solution you have created, and do we get an end product which is also useful?
Correct. So here at IIT Guwahati, we have developed a technology for sequestration of two major greenhouse gases, which are prevalent and very detrimental for all of us. One is carbon dioxide, another is methane. So we have developed a biological route where this methane would be used and would be fed to a bacteria and to generate the biomass. Then in the next step, this bacteria would be used to convert carbon dioxide into methanol. So methanol is our end product. And what is the novelty of this technology is methanol can also be blended with the diesel and can be used in the existing four-stroke engine. And what we have witnessed that this methanol blend with the diesel is able to reduce the emissions without compromising with the engine performance.
Yeah. How soon can we see this deployed in the field? Right now you have a 5-liter laboratory scale plant. How soon can we see this deployed?
Correct. So currently the technology is at the laboratory scale. So we have demonstrated it is at a 5-liter scale. But then we are in talk with some potential industries in India who are eager to scale it up. But then of course, as you know, there are some challenges for this kind of technology when you scale it up to the mass scale. So, but then we hope that very soon we will be having this technology at the large scale.
Thanks a lot for speaking to me.
Thank you, sir.
So that is a scientist at IIT Guwahati showing us how using a bacteria the menace of carbon dioxide and the menace of methane can be reduced, in a sense, mitigating climate change. And the end product, methanol, can also be used as fuel. At IIT Guwahati, in Guwahati, Pallav Bagla for NDTV.
And on to some festive updates. Aditi, Mahakumbh Mela, often celebrated as the largest spiritual gathering in the world, is a grand expression of devotion, faith, rooted deeply in Hindu mythology. This festival, held once every 12 years across 4 cities, Haridwar, Ujjain, Nasik and Prayagraj. So, preparations on, Aditi.
Absolutely, Radhika. Mahakumbh Mela preparations are on in Prayagraj. Special arrangements have been made. You can also see floating jetty at Triveni Sangam for devotees. 13,000 trains to operate for Mahakumbh, and Mahakumbh will be seeing world's largest Rangoli as well. Etava painted saffron and Prayagraj decked up with lights. That's all what you can expect from this Mahakumbh Mela. And Radhika, this brings us to our bye-bye time.
Absolutely, Aditi. We'll be back tomorrow on Breakfast Show, same time with more interesting updates.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
The government is set to launch its One Nation, One Election initiative and may introduce a bill in Parliament during this session, according to our sources. But big question, will opposition rally or create a roadblock? The winter session of Parliament has been washed away with the BJP and Congress war of words. BJP accuses Sonia Gandhi of being hand in glove with George Soros, while Congress denies the charge. Government and opposition are set to square off in Parliament over the Constitution debate. PM Modi may reply to Constitution debate on December 14 in Lok Sabha, and Home Minister Amit Shah will initiate the discussion in Rajya Sabha. And today it's the likelihood that the Parliament winter session will witness more storm after BJP and Congress engaged in a war of words yesterday over the Soros and Sonia link. This, remember, comes after that strange allegation that was put up by the BJP saying that Sonia Gandhi is working with George Soros to destabilize India. However, the Congress party has denied these charges and said such allegations are just dark fantasies of the Congress party. However, today there will be a key meeting in the chamber of Jagdeep Dhankar, who is the Rajya Sabha chairman and leader of opposition and leader of House in Rajya Sabha. Jagdeep Dhankar will be meeting Nadda and Mallikarjun Kharge. My colleague Vasudha is also joining me from Vijay Chowk. Vasudha, take us through the key highlights of the day.
Well, good morning, Aditi. Good morning to all our viewers. We come to you right from outside the Parliament, and it's a new day. But of course, a lot of expected things have been happening in the Parliament, starting with the fact that there have been a lot of unscheduled adjournments, which is why the Parliament sessions, which had just gotten on track, have been disrupted. In fact, yesterday we saw heavy protests by the opposition members, and also BJP raising this issue of George Soros funded institutions and the allegations that Congress leadership are also associated with some of them very seriously in the floor of the House. So clearly that has led to a lot of debate. But like you rightly pointed out, it is Jagdeep Dhankar, the chairman of the Rajya Sabha, who is at the center of this storm, because the opposition MPs, the India bloc MPs, have said that they would be moving a no confidence motion against him. Now, now it remains to be seen if that really happens or not, because remember that 14-day prior notice has to be given for that. Other than that, there are two important things happening. One, of course, sources have told NDTV that the One Nation, One Poll bill could be brought in as early as this session. Of course, it would be sent to the Joint Parliamentary Committee for more deliberations. Well, when it comes to cost, convenience, administration, and also importantly, governance. This is a very important bill. It has a lot of implications country, but given that the 234 strong opposition is also voiced against it, we'll have to see how the BJP manages numbers and what kind of deliberations take place. And like you rightly also pointed out, that the constitution debate is something that is going to be the spotlight of this session. Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself going to reply to this debate on Saturday is something that will be reflective of what the BJP thinks of the whole constitution debate. In fact, Amit Shah, the Home Minister, will be leading this debate in the upper house on the 13th, and of course on the 14th is when on the 16th is when Amit Shah will be leading the debate, and 14th is when the Prime Minister will be responding to this debate. So let's wait and see as to what really happens and what kind of important bills get taken up. But for now, let's also listen to what former Foreign Secretary of India, Kamal Sibal, said yesterday. I spoke to him yesterday on the George Soros matter. What is the deep state? What are the implications of it? And what is it that India needs to watch out for? Let's listen into that conversation. Thank you, Ambassador Sibal, for joining us on this discussion. In the last few days, we have seen the BJP make very serious allegations, sir, and they are saying that the Congress party leaders have had ties with organizations and individuals that are allegedly funded by George Soros Foundation, including those that have supported the idea of an independent Kashmir. Congress party, of course, has said that these are theories of deep state and they cannot be part of serious political discourse. As someone who has had a keen understanding of how countries work at different levels to exert their levels of influence, how seriously should we take these allegations? What do they mean for a democracy like India?
Well, you remember that George Soros at Davos had made a statement that the fate of Adani and Modi is interlinked. And if Adani falls, then Modi will fall, something to that effect. And our External Affairs Minister at that time had commented on this to say that, when an old man says things here and there, we need not pay too much attention. But this old man has a lot of money at his disposal, a lot of funds at his disposal, and he has a record of interfering in the internal affairs of country. Just ask the Hungarian president about what he thinks about Soros, because originally he's from Hungary. He's absolutely vicious about Soros. And there are others too who question the credentials of the Open Society Foundation, in the sense that it is well known, I mean, leave the India question out for the moment, it's well known that he spends his money, his funds, on promoting democracy abroad. This is his passion. Now, of course, he's very old, frankly. I was told by someone that he's not even able to speak. I mean, his health has deteriorated so much. And the empire has gone into the hands of his son. But I'm also told that the son has no gravitas. He's very lightweight. And people who have met him have given me that impression of him. But nevertheless, it's not only Soros. There are other sources of funding for many of these foundations, Omidyar and this and that, who actually have made it a point to promote democracy in other countries and fund the campaigns and the local lobbies who would want to launch campaigns. Now, whether Soros is involved in what is happening in Georgia or what is happening in Romania is an open question. Right. The other thing which has complicated this debate is that the US State Department funds this OCC, whatever it is called, and which means that the United States Department, who actually, in terms of policy, through their reports and statements, openly say that they are in the business of promoting democracy abroad. And they have, as you know, engaged in a lot of regime changes here and there in the name of promoting democracy.
Well, both houses of the parliament are set to convene in a few minutes from now at 11 a.m. And the man at the center of the storm is, of course, Jagdeep Dhankar, the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha. Remember, yesterday, the opposition MPs, the India bloc MPs, decided to move no confidence motion against him. But, of course, it remains to be seen if they actually do that. Remember, there's a 14-day prior notice that needs to be given for this. But other than that, in the last few days, we've seen a lot of unscheduled disruptions and also protests, widespread protests by opposition members, and also the BJP, coming down very heavily on the opposition on the George Soros issue. Now, it remains to be seen what kind of legislative business gets taken up today. Remember, Ashwini Vaishnav, the railway minister, has been waiting to respond on the railway bill amendment, for a long time. Of course, that opportunity has not come yet. Let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya Jain, who's been tracking the parliament very closely for us. Aishwarya, what is all expected today? Because we know that there are very important bills, on the legislative agenda, be it the disaster management bill or for that matter even the railway amendment bill. But of course, in the last 2 days, we've also seen a lot of unscheduled adjournments happening in both houses of the parliament. What is it that we can expect today?
Well, at 9:30 a.m., the Congress party will hold its separate meeting under the leadership of leader opposition Rahul Gandhi, and they will be strategizing as to how they need to move ahead as far as the strategy is concerned, because the Congress party is keen on discussing several issues. They've been protesting over the bribery allegations, but on the other side, it is of course the showdown that we have seen in the Rajya Sabha as well, where Rajya Sabha chairperson had called the floor party leaders meeting at around 10:30 a.m. I beg your pardon, at his chambers, and also on the other side, it is at 10:30 a.m. as well, when the India bloc leaders will be protesting once again at the parliament premises. But all eyes would be on the side of government, because they want some important legislative bills to be passed as well. There had been a minimal work that had been done in last few days. After a wide consultation with all the party leaders, the government agreed on having a constitution debate, and we have been told that on 13th and 14th, when in Lok Sabha the constitution debate will go on, it will be Prime Minister who would be intervening the debate and will be concluding and responding to the constitution debate. On 16th, when in Rajya Sabha the constitution debate will begin, it would be Home Minister Amit Shah who would be initiating the constitution debate. Whether that will also have these protests and these issues will also impact the upcoming constitution debate is something that remains to be seen. But all eyes would be on this particular meeting that will be held at the Parliament Energy building, where Rahul Gandhi will be strategizing with other Congress MPs as to what needs to be discussed. But several adjournment motions also moved by the Congress MPs regarding the fishermen issues, regarding the agriculture farmers issues. So they are writing their protest. Of course, Manipur is something that Congress also wants a statement from the centre as well. Whether today as well the House will able to function or not is something that remains to be seen.
Right. Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. We'll keep coming back to you as you're tracking those developments. Remember that there are many protests that are also sort of like, expected to take place today, and also several meetings of the political parties trying to re-strategize and strategize their parliament strategies. Now, going to my guests, Neerja Chaudhary and Sajjan Kumar, and we're going to discuss this very important idea of one nation, one election, which on paper looks extremely sort of feasible. It is something that India has been through before the 70s, but of course, as an idea, when it comes to implementation, there are some tricky aspects, dissolution of assemblies, or for that matter, how is the BJP going to really ensure that it has the numbers to pass this bill, the amendments in the parliament, and of course, most importantly, what happens to the assembly elections that are held across the country. Remember, this is a move that will completely overhaul the electoral democracy in India, but there are big benefits when it comes to cost, convenience, administration, governance, so that is something that needs to be worked out. How is the government going to ensure that these deliberations will bring some sense of consensus amongst political parties in India? Remember, Ramnath Kovind-led panel has already proposed that all assembly polls and Lok Sabha polls need to be held together, and after 100 days the local body polls can be held, and they have said, the ECI in fact has said that it can hold the simultaneous elections or concurrent elections as early as 2029, which also means that this idea needs a lot of deliberation. Neerja Chaudhary, we've been told by sources in the government that the government could be bringing in this bill even as early as this session, and of course this is a promise by the BJP. We have seen this as part of its manifesto in 2014, 2019 and also 2024. What are the challenges that you see for the BJP to ensure that this bill gets passed in the parliament?
I think numbers that they will require, convincing other parties, which needs a bigger debate, larger debate to take place. Of course, it's been the BJP has been talking about it, as you said, and included it in its manifesto. There is the obvious benefit of cost, that if the elections are held simultaneously, then the huge, humongous costs that are involved in holding the elections again and again will be curtailed. Of course, the whole idea of the administration of such a large election. Remember, before 67, when simultaneous elections took place, it was a much smaller country. Today, it's a much larger country. And if the Election Commission was unable to hold the elections in Maharashtra, along with Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana, because of administrative reasons, and that's only one or two state assembly elections, it has to be really prepared administratively to hold Lok Sabha as well as all the assembly elections. Of course, as you say, the local elections will follow 100 days later. So there is that aspect of it also. Certain states will have their terms curtailed and certain states will have their terms prolonged. We'll get more time. So that will be another issue which will cause a lot of angst in those states that lose term. And of course, at the people's level, I must tell you, when you go to the village or you're moving around and you talk to people about it, their first reaction is, "अरे तो हमारे पास तो आना ही बंद कर देंगे, 5 साल तक कोई हमारे पास आएगा ही नहीं पूछने कि क्या हुआ." We raise our demands at an election, then another election comes, local or otherwise, and we are able to put our representatives on the mat and say, what happened about this? That will end. It will become we will be forgotten for 5 years, is the way they react to it. So I think it's a very complex issue, but the BJP has been flagging it. It needs a national extensive discussion, and of course the JPC, I'm sure, will the bill will go to the JPC to deliberate further. But it seems it's could be that the BJP and the NDA government bring this bill in this session itself.
Right. That's very well said. Taking off from that, Sajan, how do you see the political discourse in the country changing if something like one nation, one poll actually gets implemented? Because while on paper and while in theory and in practice, we've seen that in the past it has worked. But like Nirja ma'am also said, we keep talking about logistic issues. We keep talking about troops being moved from one place to another. Several states even now have multi-phased elections. We couldn't have Haryana, Jammu Kashmir, Maharashtra, Jharkhand together because troops were not available, and there are never going to be enough troops in this country because clearly it's a diverse country, it's a big country. So logistical problems aside, when it comes to political discourse in the country, we've always known that assembly elections are for your sadak and for your pani, bijli, those local issues. And when it comes to the Lok Sabha elections, they're for national issues. What is the national vision for the country, governance, foreign policy. How do you see that changing if an idea like this gets implemented?
Vasudha, see, this all sort of operational speculation and apprehension that it is not feasible. Now, do remember that when we talk about one nation, one election, it doesn't mean it has to be in one day or in a couple of phases. Remember when the first general election happened in 1952, it started in October and it ended in March. So almost a span of 5 months that was there. So these can be worked out. These are doable things which can be worked out. The modalities can be discussed. It can go one nation, one election just means to get rid of a perpetual election cycle across the country wherein the top leaders and the policies have to be ad hocish and customized to the politics and the sentiment of the day rather than just get over with the election cycle, say for example in 4 to 6 months, and thereafter rest of the time can be devoted to the policy. So that way these feasibilities concerned are something that can be worked upon with, because you can extend the period of election. Why? I mean, it can be into 15 or 20 phases, doesn't matter. All that matter is that election cycle across India for the state as well as the national elections should be done away with in the first 6 months. This is one. Second, mind it, when we talk about the feasibility, yes, I mean, as Nirja ma'am said, that the first 4 elections, that time the electorate, that time the sort of violence, etc., the problems were little bit diluted compared to today. But do remember, today also we have the wherewithal, to take into account. And the best thing is to phase out for the election can go on for, say, for example, 3 to 4 months. What is wrong with that if you can have 4.5 years remaining wherein you can devote for the policy thing? Second, there has been study that wherever the concurrent election happens, for example, Odisha, Andhra, etc., the voting percentage is always more than the non-concurrent states. So we do have concerns that the participation will be there. Who are the one who would be the naysayers? One, because it is brought by BJP, so certainly many party who otherwise would have been on board may end up opposing it, because remember 1983 during Indira Gandhi it was brought, then during Atal Bihari Vajpayee the idea was discussed, and thereafter it has been discussed. Another would be the psephologist and electoral study, votaries, whose political economy is dependent upon perpetual cycle, they would be affected. And certainly the poorer segments who think that election brings them some sort of a focus and some sort of a agency, they would be the apprehension. But do remember, the rationally thinking, the policy consistency and policy dedication that we need, because we have seen across the party spectrum, our public policies are beholden to the election needs of the day of various parties. So that I think when you talk about the feasibility thing, it doesn't mean it has to be, say, in 1 week or in 1 month. It can be extended to couple of months, like the first general election from October to March, and thereafter you can plan about the security and other operational requirements, and thereafter it can be completed.
Feasibility of it. I think that's a very important point when it comes to the feasibility of elections. Neerja Chaudhary, when it comes to the idea behind one nation, one polls, uninterrupted governance, people-centric politics is something that the BJP is also talking about, and a lot of us also agree that cost-wise, administration-wise, governance-wise, this seems to be the best decision. But when it comes to ideology, politics, why is the BJP so intent on something like this? Because the Prime Minister has been speaking about one nation, one poll since he came to power in 2014. Along with other BJP leaders, he has been completely against the idea of Muslim appeasement, or for that matter, vote bank politics. How does one nation, one poll also align with the ideology and politics of the BJP?
Look, I think they have been talking about one tax, one nation, one tax, and so on. So, as a unifying force, will that work? The South thinks very differently, the East thinks very differently. And what's wonderful about our country is the absolute enormous diversity, the like of which doesn't exist, I think, anywhere in the world. And that's what makes India what India is. As for policy and politics getting put, on the back burner because you've dealt with elections in one go, I think that is a tall order in a country like India. Again, it's so diverse, and we are very, as some people have written, very argumentative, and we want to have our say. And, even Parliament today, if you look at it, it's very troubling because you have one issue come up another day, and very bitter the discourse between the two sides. It's very, very troubling. I don't think I've seen this kind of thing, whether when Bofors was there, or 2G was there, or Babri Masjid was there, or Mandal Commission report was accepted, and it was very turbulent Parliament even at that time, stalled for days and weeks. But nothing like this have I seen in the more than 40 years that I have covered politics. Because at the heart of it, there is huge bitterness between the two sides. And if that is there, then it's very difficult to negotiate, differences. And it is that needs to be dealt with in our democracy. And people have to take the initiative. And ultimately, it's the ruling side that takes the initiative to bring the opposition on board. Now, how this happens, I don't know. But watching it day after day these days, it is so one nation, one election. Maybe they have some very good points to it. There may be a flip side to it. And as I say, it needs to have people on board and enough of a discussion. There may be new ideas thrown up. But that by itself, without the spirit getting restored, may not be the panacea of everything.
Okay, last word from you, Sajjan. Logistical issues aside, pros and cons aside, what kind of impact do you see this having on society if it gets implemented? Because do you also see a largely depoliticized society, or for that matter, less political society, emerging if this idea gets implemented, and how does that really benefit the political parties?
Vasudha, see, when we think about the political, it's not just about the election-centric political. We do know that the political issues are there in the civil society outside the, the realm of the political parties. So I do not kind of see that if we are done away with elections in one go, it would lead to less political, certainly less electoral society. That I agree to. Secondly, also, all these apprehension or the framing that the regional issues and the federal issues, I mean, there would be a unification. I do not see happening 1967 onward, when the Congress was winning, but the Dravid DMK and the AIDMK, the regional satraps started winning. In Odisha, we have seen that how BJD and BJP balancing the electorates wherein 86% of the population is BPL. They also have a very customized voting for one. So people are clever. We should not underestimate, the kind of the churning and the resonance which are there, the local narratives. Maybe the other way of framing could also be that national issues will learn to negotiate and resonate with the local issues. So rather than regional parties and regionals getting crushed, these are all assumptions and framing of the debate. I think that thereafter you would see, rather than less political a society, we may end up seeing more creative mode of politics, which would not be electoral politics, non-electoral politics. You will have more time to indulge in that. Now electoral politics crushes aside all alternative modes of politics. So that's my take. I think that these are the kind of issues which is more based on assumptions and speculations in the framing of the debate. Reality may turn out to be completely more different and more creative.
Absolutely, yeah. So as long as people remain at the center of democracy, the idea really works. And like you rightly said, that this could be another innovation in electoral democracies. Innovations in electoral democracies are not something that we see often. So of course, we'll have to wait and see if the BJP is able to shore up numbers for it. I come to you from outside the parliament. We'll be tracking the day very closely. Many protests, many meetings planned. We'll keep tracking that for you. But for now, back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Vasudha. Now shifting our focus to the Delhi politics, Allu Arjun's starrer Telugu blockbuster Pushpa 2 is wading into the election fever in the national capital. The ruling Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP are invoking Pushpa using posters with dialogues from the movie to target each other ahead of the Delhi Assembly polls scheduled early next year. Arvind Kejriwal-led Aam Aadmi Party issued a poster titled Kejriwal Jhukega Nahi, inspired by the movie's cult dialogue. The Delhi BJP issued its own poster showing the party's state president Virendra Sachdeva posing as the movie's character Pushpa on a throne. My colleague Ishika Verma is joining me for more on this. Ishika, take us through this political war of words.
Well, certainly, ahead of the Delhi elections, we are seeing that, the election season is only getting interesting here. First, we did see how it, in fact, sparked a poster war where both the parties, the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, released poster that was, in fact, interestingly inspired by the Pushpa 2 movie. And today, BJP has released a video over the CM bungalow controversy where they have alleged that there were irregularities in the renovation of the Six Flagstaff Road while Arvind Kejriwal was the Chief Minister. And to talk more on this, we are being joined with Virendra Sachdeva ji. Sir, आज आपने एक वीडियो रिलीज की, क्या उसमें मैसेज देना चाह रहे थे?
अरविंद केजरीवाल जिस बंगले को छुपाना चाहते थे, दिखाना नहीं चाहते थे, आज उसका एक वीडियो हमने रिलीज किया है और अब समझ में आता है कि ये मुख्यमंत्री आवास नहीं है, ये म्यूजियम है करप्शन का और उसको जनता के लिए खोल देना चाहिए। दिखाएं अरविंद केजरीवाल, 4 करोड़ की लागत से ज़्यादा सामान सिर्फ जिम और बाथरूम पे लगा है। अभी पूरे महल की बात नहीं हो रही है। आप उसमें ग्रेनाइट देखिए, सोना और जाकूजी देखिए जिसका ये उपयोग कर रहे थे, और वो जिम जो लगा हुआ उसके इक्विपमेंट देखिए। ये है आम आदमी। मुझे बताया गया है कि जो जाकूजी 5 स्टार होटल्स में भी नहीं होते, इनके जाकूजी में 35-36 कुछ प्रेशर पॉइंट है। अब मुझे नहीं मालूम उससे क्या होता है, लेकिन जिस तरह की अय्याशी का सामान अरविंद केजरीवाल ने इस म्यूज़ियम और जो करप्शन का म्यूज़ियम है उसमें लगाया है, ये दिखाता है कि दिल्ली की जनता को लूटने का काम अरविंद केजरीवाल ने किया है। ये अपने आप को आम आदमी कहते हैं। ये कहते थे मैं घर नहीं लूँगा, मुझे तो 2 कमरों का फ्लैट चाहिए। अब देखिए उस फ्लैट की हालत। अगर ये पैसा दिल्ली की जनता की सेवा में लगा होता तो आज दिल्ली की सड़कों की हालत ठीक होती, लेकिन चेहरा ईमानदारी का दिखा के और जिस तरह से इन्होंने दिल्ली की जनता को लूटा है, तो मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल से एक सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ, इस काली कमाई का सोर्स क्या है? अरविंद केजरीवाल वो बताइए।
सर, इससे इंस्पायर होके कल ही आप लोगों ने एक पोस्टर भी रिलीज किया पुष्पा 2 के ऊपर, जिसमें आपका करप्शन के ऊपर ही वार था। उसे भी एक बार जनता को
मैं आज फिर बता रहा हूँ, ये जो वीडियो आया है ये आंखें खोलने वाला वीडियो है कि दिल्ली की जनता से मुख्यमंत्री अपना घर क्यों छुपा रहे थे, क्यों वो चाबी नहीं दे रहे थे। तो भ्रष्टाचार हो या भ्रष्टाचारी, सबका दिल्ली में खात्मा होगा। रप्पा रप्पा रप्पा।
So, in fact, you heard, the very slogan that he has also, in fact, made in the poster as well. So, certainly, just ahead of the Delhi elections here, the political season only getting more and more interesting. Over to you.
The BJP has been claiming that the Delhi CM's residence has been fitted with luxury items, not just in the area around it, but inside, even in the toilets are gold-plated. That's what the BJP is charged. It remains to be seen, but the Aam Aadmi Party, how does it react to the charges that have been made by the BJP? The BJP says that Kejriwal is embezzling people's tax money into their home. The video on your screen is released by the BJP. And now at least 6 people were killed and over 40 were injured after a speeding BST bus rammed into pedestrians and several vehicles in Mumbai's Kurla West. The police have arrested the bus driver and have booked him for culpable homicide. My colleague Sujata Dwivedi is joining me for more on this. Sujata, we are learning that the death toll is rising in the case and now at least 6 people have died. What more can you share with us?
Well, and the incident, after it was reported, the teams were deployed here and the accused here was immediately taken into custody, after which an FIR has been registered under the culpable homicide angle. And for now, we are here present at the spot where the incident happened. And if I try to show you the visuals here, the speed of the vehicle before it rammed in was so intense that it broke a pillar down, and after which it directly rammed into a wall of a housing society, that is the Baba Sahib Ambedkar Nagar, wherein this is an usual route, and considering the traffic ratio here, it is usually such buses were never seen at such a speed. And the people here, the residents here, they complain of how it was the responsibility of the authorities to take care of. However, that did not happen, and so far more than 6 people have lost their lives and more than 50 injured. Currently they are being treated at the Baba's Hospital as well as Sion Hospital, where their family members are present. And also, if you see, the BMC authorities are here along with the police forces being deployed to ensure that there is no tense situation that arises. If you look at this area, this is a busy road, a road where residents as well as people from the workplace also keep visiting. There's a school where small kids come. Because the incident occurred at around 9:30, people were heading back home after work, along with residents out of their homes on the roads when this incident occurred. So at present, an FIR has been registered, people are being treated, and the incident, of course, on a busy road has raised several questions, because the bus was on a wet lease by the BEST, which means that it was given to private contractors for operation, and the driver here is being said that he was not of that well experienced to be handling a heavy vehicle, and yet he was out driving the BEST buses on the road on such crowded places, which led to this incident happening. So for present, it is that all the bus services in Kurla has been suspended for now, and people, the residents heading back to work today, also have been facing difficulties. But for now, the forensic team too had reached the spot where they took cognizance of the incident that had happened. They questioned the residents of the society, and after which a number of cars and vehicles have been destroyed in this entire incident, where more than 30 vehicles have been completely ruined, and around 5 to 6 auto rickshaws and 10 to 15 cars that were parked, and also the bus itself, in which more than 60 of the passengers were sitting, has also been completely destroyed, and people sitting in the bus on the roads were also injured, leading to an 18-year-old losing its life, and also 3 women in the incident have lost their life.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sujata, for joining us with those updates. And Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde slammed the Karnataka government after police detained the activists of Maharashtra Ekikaran Samiti who were protesting in Belagavi, saying that the people would teach them a lesson. The winter session of the Karnataka legislature is being held at Suvarna Vidhan Sauda in Belagavi. The Karnataka police detained leaders and activists of Maharashtra Ekikaran Samiti and Marathi-speaking people who were opposing the winter session at Suvarna Vidhan Sauda. As per Eknath Shinde, the Karnataka government opposed a Marathi gathering and detained leaders of the Maharashtra Ekikaran Samiti and imposed over Section 144 in Belagavi. Over 100 Marathi activists were allegedly detained. My colleague Anuj is joining me, but before that, we also have a reaction coming in from Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. Listen in.
कर्नाटक में आज जो मराठी भाषिक है, उन्होंने मराठी भाषिक लोगों का एक सम्मेलन लिया था, और इसमें कोई, इस देश में कोई भी कहीं भी रह सकता है, कहीं भी जा सकता है, कहीं भी ऐसी मीटिंग कर सकता है, सम्मेलन ले सकता है। लेकिन यहाँ कर्नाटक सरकार ने जो दमन चक्र चलाया, जो उनकी जो सम्मेलन है उसे लेने वाले जितने भी लोग हैं मराठी भाषिक, मराठी एकीकरण समिति के कई माजी आमदार है, माजी महापौर है, इनको और 100 से ज़्यादा लोगों को मराठी भाषिक भाई और बहनों को अरेस्ट करने का पाप किया है। इसका मैं धिक्कार करता हूँ, निषेध करता हूँ। ऐसा दमन चक्र जो है ये करने वाली कर्नाटक सरकार को पूरी तरह ये महाराष्ट्र की जनता और वहाँ की जनता सबक सिखाएगी।
And for more on this, my colleague Anuj Raithe is joining me for more on this. Anuj, take us through the key demands of the Maharashtra Ekikaran Samiti and why was this event being organized?
की इस बात से
So the Maharashtra Ekikaran Samiti, we'll try and reconnect with our colleague, with my colleague Anuj Raithe, but the Maharashtra Ekikaran Samiti has been viewers demanding the merger of several Marathi-speaking areas and villages which come under the Karnataka state, but they want that these villages should be combined with Maharashtra as there are Marathi-speaking people in those areas. But Karnataka maintains that the demarcation done on linguistic lines as per the state's Reorganization Act and the 1967 Mahajan Commission report is final and there will be no going back to the decision of changing the lines or shifting the villages to Karnataka to Maharashtra from Karnataka. So over this, this demand has been long pending from the Marathi Ekikaran Samiti. They have been time and again opposing Karnataka government's decision over not binding with these demands of this committee. My colleague Anuj Raithe is joining me over the phone line. Anuj, take us through the stand of the Maharashtra government as well as the Karnataka government over this key demand of the Maharashtra Ekikaran Samiti.
You know, this issue is a long-standing issue, although it kind of crops up once in every 2 or 3 years. But you know, what are the current demands? Basically, that of the Maharashtra Ekikaran Samiti, which has got its fair share of followers and supporters in several North Karnataka districts, where Marathi is one of the primary languages, be it Nipani, be it Belgavi, and places close to that, which includes close to 150 small and big villages, and there. The demand is for, you know, holding this conference, holding this Meyava of sorts as a retort to the winter assembly or winter session of the Karnataka Assembly, which is also being held at the Vidhan Sauda in Belgaum. Now, of course, it as a long-standing issue, the demands of the people there in that region are split. Some wanting a merger with Maharashtra, while there's a huge chunk which wants the region to be declared as a union territory. But the government there, the police, they refrained from allowing these protesters and, you know, these people to stage a Meyava there, for which several people from Maharashtra were also invited, including Chief Minister, the 2 Deputy Chief Ministers and the leaders in the opposition. We saw that several senior leaders from Kolhapur, especially from the Shiv Sena UBT faction, were making their way through to this Meyava, but then they were arrested. It's not just the leaders who were arrested, but also close to 100 workers who were arrested, according to
Right. Thank you so much, Anuj, for joining us with those updates. Now, as the Karnataka winter session is underway, the Lingayat Panchamisali community's demand for two-way reservation is gaining heat. While BJP leader Basangauda Patil Yatnal has indulged in a heated exchange with the Congress on day one, Lingayat Panchamisali Sia is spearheading a protest on December 10. Andhra Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan's brother K. Nagababu will join the state cabinet. Chief Minister and the Telugu Desam Party President N. Chandrababu announced it on Monday. Nagababu, the elder brother of Pawan Kalyan and younger brother of megastar Chiranjeevi, is also an actor and film producer. As the General Secretary of Janasena, he had actively campaigned to the party elections in the recent elections. As the TDP named 2 candidates for by-elections to Rajya Sabha and left 1 seat for its alliance partner BJP, it decided to now accommodate another partner, Janasena, in the cabinet.
politically significant that the brother of the Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Pawan Kalyan's brother, Mr. Konitala Nagbabu, is now being inducted in the Andhra Pradesh cabinet. What we understand is that Mr. Pawan Kalyan had wanted him to get a Rajya Sabha nomination, but Mr. Chandrababu Naidu is said to have been keen to have both Mr. Bida Mastan Rao as well as Mr. Satish to be nominated to the Rajya Sabha, and on behalf of the BJP in the alliance, it would be OBC leader Mr. Krishna. Nagbabu is someone who has been a film producer and an actor as well, but of course not as successful as his brothers Chiranjeevi and Pawan Kalyan in front of the screen. And he had also joined the Praja Rajyam when Mr. Chiranjeevi had launched the party, and subsequently he had contested from Narsapuram as the 2019 Lok Sabha candidate of the Janasena, but he was not successful at that time. But now his induction in the AP cabinet will increase or get the numbers of ministers in the cabinet to the maximum possible of 25.
Andhra Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister has received a death threat call at his office on Monday evening. As per the information, an unidentified person made the phone call issuing a death threat to Pawan Kalyan. The anonymous callers also sent messages using offensive language targeting the Deputy Chief Minister. Following the incident, concerned staff members immediately reported the incident to senior police officials for investigation. A 17-year-old girl has died in Andhra Pradesh's Nandyala district after a 21-year-old set her on fire because she had allegedly rejected his advances. The accused had been following the victim for over 3 years, but she turned down his advances. The family, which lives in another district, sent her to her grandparents' home in Nandyala, but Raghavendra, the accused, pursued her there and eventually allegedly attacked her.
This shocking incident took place in the Nandi Kotkur Mandal of Nandyal district of Andhra Pradesh. What we understand is that early hours of Monday, Raghavendra, who has been a stalker for this minor girl, had knocked on the door of the room where she was staying in her grandmother's house, and he had entered armed with a bottle full of petrol, and he had doused it on the girl and set her afire. Hearing her screams, her grandmother and others came, and they found that she was already burning, and Raghavendra had also suffered burn injuries, and he was subsequently shifted to hospital, and he has also been arrested now by the police. Raghavendra, we are told, has been harassing this girl, this minor girl, who was an intermediate student. Intermediate is class 11-12 in Andhra Pradesh, and that's the reason, in fact, she had shifted to her grandmother's house to avoid this kind of harassment by Raghavendra. Home Minister Anita has reacted strongly to the incident, saying that these kind of incidents are unacceptable, and more number of counseling sessions, more help from the police would be forthcoming in order to avoid these kind of situations.
And now statue politics is brewing in Telangana. Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy unveiled the 17-foot tall bronze statue of Telangana Talli at B.R. Ambedkar Telangana State Secretariat. But there is ongoing controversy over the statue already. The Congress government has reimagined how she must look and has installed a new statue inside the Secretariat at a time when the Revant Reddy government is celebrating 1 year of the government formation. Earlier, controversy had broken out after the earlier version of Telangana Talli was replaced by a Rajiv Gandhi statue outside the Secretariat. BRS leader K.T. Ramarao has said they would remove his statue after they come to power. Revant Reddy dared him and then announced a Telangana Talli statue inside the Secretariat complex. NDTV Zuma Sudhir has more on this. Meanwhile, another case coming up before Delhi High Court today is the plea by Bollywood actress Jacqueline Fernandez to quash the money laundering case against her. Enforcement Directorate, however, has opposed Jacqueline's plea. ED said Jacqueline and Sukesh had a criminal background. Even after knowing this, she enjoyed to receive gifts. ED said that the petition to quash the case is an attempt to stop the ongoing proceedings in the lower court. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto. Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
कैशबैक है स्लो करते नहीं इम्प्रेस लाइफ हुई इजी कितना कुछ फ्री ओनली विद सिंगल आईडी ये भी फ्री वो भी फ्री कितना कुछ फ्री ओनली विद सिंगल आईडी गेट फ्री विद सिंगल आईडी ये सारे ऐप्स मुझसे जुड़े ब्रांड्स मेरे पास है सबसे बड़े Get it. Only with single ID. Get it free with single ID.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn rewards with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show.
I have underlined today India's
Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri visited Dhaka and met his counterpart. The Foreign Secretary said that he raised India's concerns over attacks on minorities in Dhaka in the meet and also said that India looks to increase its engagements with Dhaka. He also met Mohammad Yunus during his visit. Take a look at what he had to say.
I have underlined today India's desire to work closely with the interim government of Bangladesh authorities. At the same time, we also had the opportunity to discuss certain recent developments and issues, and I conveyed our concerns, including those related to the safety and welfare of minorities. We also discussed some regrettable incidents of attacks on cultural, religious, and diplomatic properties.
The only positive line which came out of this entire discussion was that both the parties know that India and Bangladesh have a shared culture, they enjoy good relations, we have had long years of trade, history, culture, but this particular issue of safety of minorities or persecution of minorities, attack on the places of worship and all, was acknowledged by both sides. But Bangladesh perhaps doesn't like India raising it time and again, and that is why yesterday even Mr. Misri, while addressing the media, said that from now onwards, our policies towards Bangladesh will be people-centric, because in the previous regime of Sheikh Hasina, and when she was ousted, we saw the entire protest against Sheikh Hasina somehow turning against India. Anti-India sentiments and slogans were raised on the streets of Dhaka. And perhaps this entire trip is meant to cool down that temper, so that we have seen statements from both sides. Whenever India used to condemn the incidents in Bangladesh, Bangladesh would immediately issue a statement condemning the statement issued by India. So perhaps this entire trip was focused on bringing the tempers down and get back to normalcy. But at least Mr. Misri openly said that there were regrettable incidents hinting towards the attack on minorities. Now we'll have to see whether this meeting will bear any consequences on the situations of minorities in Bangladesh.
Now, an External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar on Sunday said that India's diplomatic efforts were focused on the relationship or absence of it between Israel and Iran. Without elaborating on the efforts on the matter, Jaishankar said that India has an interest in trying to mitigate the security situation. Jaishankar's remarks came over 2 months after Israel and Iran ties soured after Iran fired around 200 missiles into Israel on October 1 in response to the killing of Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah. Listen in to what he had to say.
India has also been contributing to the UN UNRWA, UNRWA, which is the primary relief agency in respect of the Palestinians. And India has supplied relief material to Palestine, to the Palestinian Authority, through Egypt. We have also given medicines, medical relief to Lebanon because of the fighting and the casualties which have taken place there. And at the end of the day, we do believe that there must be a solution to the Palestinian issue. Because if there is not one, that will always remain the cause of instability in this region. So we do support a two-state solution.
Now, the authorities have arrested the man suspected of killing United Health executive Brian Thompson and charged him with the murder. The man was arrested after a massive 5-day manhunt. The 26-year-old suspect was captured in Pennsylvania, and he is a 26-year-old Ivy League graduate from Maryland.
Members of the Altoona Police Department arrested Luigi Mangione, a 26-year-old male, on firearms charges. At this time, he is believed to be our person of interest in the brazen targeted murder of Brian Thompson, CEO of United Healthcare, last Wednesday in Midtown Manhattan. The suspect was in a McDonald's and was recognized by an employee who then called local police.
The Meghalaya government has announced a holiday for all schools in Shillong today ahead of the highly anticipated Bryan Adams concert scheduled to take place at the Polo Grounds. The Canadian rock legend, known for global hits like Summer of '69, Everything I Do, is performing in Shillong as part of his So Happy It Hurts 2024 tour.
Shillong is known as the rock and roll capital of the country, and there have been several global music icons who have performed in past in Shillong, and this time today it's time for Bryan Adams. And remember, the state government has ordered closure of schools in Shillong. However, the state government says that this is a measure which has been primarily taken in view of a massive gathering that is expected in Shillong. Remember, Shillong is a hill station. The roads and the lanes are narrow. Hundreds of people from all across Northeast India and even from other states have already gathered, and they are on way to Shillong for this performance, much anticipated performance of Bryan Adams this evening. And therefore the state government felt that if the schools are also open, then there would be a massive traffic congestion and that would create inconvenience for those people who are reaching Shillong since yesterday for the Bryan Adams concert, as well as the kids who would be coming out of schools at the point of time when the crowd will build up for the evening show. So therefore this measure has been taken. However, a lot of security has been also put in place around the concert area. There have been a lot of diversion of roads which have also taken place. So now Shillong is all set for Bryan Adams as the global music icon would perform this evening.
Now, political stalwart SM Krishna has died at the age of 92. Krishna, who was in and out of hospital for various ailments in the past few months, died late last night at around 2:30 to 2:45 a.m. He became, remember, Karnataka's chief minister, who served also as the Minister of External Affairs from 2009 to 2012. He was credited with making Bengaluru the Silicon Valley of India. My colleague Pratibha Raman is joining me for more on this. Pratibha, take us through how the Karnataka government, I believe, has announced a 3-day mourning after his death.
So this comes at a time when the Karnataka Assembly session is on, the winter session in Belagavi. A meeting was held where the core committee members did decide upon the next course of action in terms of the session there. And like you mentioned, this is the decision that they have arrived at. In the meantime, the preparation is already on at the residence of Mr. SM Krishna in Bengaluru, and they have been looking at perhaps conducting the funeral rites in Maddur, which is close to his home constituency. Remember, SM Krishna did start his political innings in Mandya, which is in the Mysuru region of Karnataka. He started off as an independent candidate and then moved on to join the Praja Socialist Party, and soon afterwards he joined the Congress, and each of those times he did win the Mandya Lok Sabha seat and then entered state politics, also became the chief minister during one of the most beautiful regimes in Karnataka, where it was a defining period where Bengaluru transformed into a global IT hub. And SM Krishna also served as the governor and later as the external affairs minister. This is definitely going to be a big loss as far as the Karnataka political landscape is concerned. And he has mentored several of the current politicians, including Mr. D.K. Shivakumar, who what you hear, has hurried from Belagavi to Bengaluru. All eyes are on the next course of action in terms of the funeral rites and the arrangements that will be put in place.
Absolutely. Pratibha, thank you so much for joining us with those updates. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. My colleague Parmeshwar Bawa joins you next.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen
It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bawa.
We've got a whole lot lined up for you from across the country and around the world. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking currently. Amid the Parliament showdown, the government's big push for the One Nation, One Poll bill. The big question is, will the government be able to build consensus around this historic move? 6 people have been killed and over 40 injured as a state-run bus rams into vehicles on a busy road in Mumbai. CCTV footage shows the bus barreling down the road at high speed. The accused driver has been arrested. A 21-year-old stalker allegedly burned alive a 17-year-old girl at her grandparents' residence where she was staying in Andhra Pradesh. In the early hours on Monday, the police has said, adding that the accused has been arrested. SM Krishna, the former Minister of External Affairs and Chief Minister of Karnataka, has died. He was 92 years old. New York prosecutors charged the 26-year-old Luigi Mangione with murder. He was named the suspect in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in broad daylight in Manhattan. Our big focus remains the winter session of Parliament, where a joint move against Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar has brought the India bloc back together. Meanwhile, though there is no confirmation whether the One Nation, One Election bill will actually be introduced in the ongoing Parliament session as the draft bill awaits cabinet approval, our sources have informed us that there is a view within the government to refer the legislation to a parliamentary panel for broader consultation with all political parties in order to reach a consensus. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal will be joining you in just a short while from now from Vijay Chowk with the lowdown. But as far as Parliament proceedings are concerned, yesterday both houses of Parliament witnessed a complete chaotic situation. It was washed out as the BJP charged the Congress allegedly with links with American billionaire George Soros. The Congress party has come out and denied any such charges. But this is also a matter that's expected to be addressed in Parliament. My colleague Aishwarya Jain has been tracking all the latest developments as far as the winter session of Parliament is concerned. He joins us live at the moment. Aishwarya, take us through the matters that are most pertinent to be discussed today.
Well, we saw adjournments after adjournments yesterday as well as we enter the third week of winter session of Parliament. And to end this deadlock, it is Rajya Sabha Chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar who had called the floor party leaders at his chambers at around 10:30 a.m. to discuss as to how to go ahead with the current situation, because several important legislative bills are to be tabled, including the Disaster Management Act 2024, also the Railway Amendment Bill, in which Ashwini Vaishnav is trying to respond to the entire debate that had concluded in Lok Sabha as well. Apart from it, in the Rajya Sabha, it is the Banking Amendment Bill, which needs to be tabled. But certainly yesterday it was a minimal work that was seen because of the ruckus. The Bharatiya Janata Party has alleged that it is Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi who had links with George Soros Foundation, which works for with anti-India forces and have an idea of having independent Kashmir, and also the funding that they provide to the anti-India establishments as well. And the Congress needs to clarify first on what links does Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi has with the international billionaire Mr. George Soros. It is Congress who had completely denied the charges. Yesterday, Rajya Sabha Chairperson, while initiating the debate, tried to rake up and tried to speak to each and every member of the parliament as far as Rajya Sabha is concerned. It is the Congress MPs who allege that that Rajya Sabha Chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar is working in a very biased way as far as Rule 267 is concerned. First, the Rajya Sabha Chairperson has denied the request, and later he gave the floor to the BJP MPs, which is a biased kind of behavior that no one has seen in the history of Parliament. And soon after that, we got the news that the entire opposition parties are mulling upon to bring the no confidence motion against Rajya Sabha chairperson. But this needs numbers for the opposition. This needs 14 days notice to be given to the Rajya Sabha chairperson in the House as well. Whether that will happen today or not, this all will be decided in an all-important meeting, which is scheduled at around 10 a.m., where Rahul Gandhi will be meeting the Lok Sabha MPs of the Congress party at Lok Sabha at the Parliament Annexi building. On the other side, they will be strategizing how to get out the government on several issues. But very importantly, there are several opposition parties which are not together with the Congress party, who is leading the entire Lok Jam. And several Congress, Samajwadi Party MPs, Trinamool Congress MPs have stated that they want to raise the issues concerned to their states, but they had not been given chance because of the Congress raising several issues, which is leading to disruption, adjournments of the House, and therefore the reason perhaps functioning of the Parliament is not able to, they are not able to conduct.
Right, as Aishwarya was reporting, the opposition and the BJP clashing in both houses, as we've seen since yesterday as well. Vasudha Venugopal is also with us from Vijay Chowk at the moment. Vasudha, it's over to you.
Good morning, Parmeshwar. Good morning to all our viewers. I come to you from right outside the Parliament. It's a new day in the Parliament, but of course, in the last few days, we've seen a lot of unscheduled adjournments happening in the Parliament, which is why the logjam continues. Opposition has been protesting on various issues, including the Adani matter, Manipur violence. They've also been demanding discussion on India-China relations and also on the farmers' protest. But of course, the BJP and the Treasury benches have come down very heavily on the Congress party for their alleged links with George Soros, funded institutions. So that politics is playing out, but all of that is happening under the shadow of two things that are going to happen. One, of course, the constitution debate that's going to take place on the 13th and 14th. Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself is going to respond on the 14th of December to this very important debate. And of course, Home Minister Amit Shah is going to initiate the debate in the upper house of the Parliament. And of course, the very important One Nation, One Poll bill that could also be introduced this session. There's a wide speculation. Sources have also confirmed to NDTV that that could be on agenda. What does that mean for the country? What does that mean for the electoral democracy? That is something we'll have to wait and watch out. Aishwarya, also tell us what is expected today with regard to not just Jagdeep Dhankar, who is of course at the center of the controversy, but when it comes to the parliamentary strategy of the opposition parties, do you think that there's going to be any rethink on that? Okay, we will try connecting with Aishwarya in a bit. Let me go to our guests now. We have Siddharth Yadav of the BJP. We also have Salem Dharanidharan of the DMK joining us. Thank you both of you and good morning to both of you. To you, Siddharth, first, a lot of speculation about One Nation, One Poll. Tell us, why is it so ideologically, politically important for the BJP? Because we understand the cost, convenience part of it. But of course, logistics remains an issue. Prime Minister has been talking about it. This has been a promise of the BJP since many years now. Tell us, why is it so important for the BJP and how confident are you of shoring the numbers, given that there is a very strong 234 member opposition in the Parliament this time?
I don't really think that this is an ideological issue. This is the issue which concerns the country. This is the issue which is concerned with the electoral process of the country. And when Bharatiya Janata Party has proposed, and rather Prime Minister on multiple occasions proposed the idea is to have a good election process wherein all the current cons that we have, which is larger of expenses, which is elections happening all the round in 5 years, so that there's, increasing the time of governance, whatever issues that need to be addressed, a very constructive, good debate must happen. But from the very initial, when this idea was proposed, we have seen the opposition, like they always do, anything which is proposed, which is also for the nation, for the betterment of the nation, they would just oppose it just for the sake of opposition because the Prime Minister or the Bharatiya Janata Party has opposed it. We are looking forward to a very constructive debate in the Parliament. A very senior panel led by former Prime President has made a report. They have submitted the report. The panel has done wide consultation with all stakeholders across the country. When such a consultation has happened and all pros and cons and all proposals have come on the table, it is for the lawmakers to now sit and have a very constructive debate. But is the opposition really going to do it? The past doesn't suggest so. What we say is that there are so many pros, and we have been discussing about one nation, one election on so many debates over the time. The electoral process of this country needs, some refinement. It needs that the time of governance should be increased. The governments, the politicians should not be in election mode all the round. And if one government is elected, when the people give the mandate, a full 5 years should be given. Now the election expenses also we have seen over the time. It is reaching skies, 60,000 plus crores being spent on general elections. Then every state elections, such a big amount is spent. Then the deployment of armed forces for safety and security in elections. Then the employment and engagement of government officials for election process. Just after the Lok Sabha, we have seen Haryana again went to polls, Maharashtra went to polls, Delhi is going to polls. The same elections were happening for Lok Sabha. So when such things happen, it's a proposal for the country to ponder upon and have a process which is very good, welcoming, and for the betterment of the entire nation. We are looking forward to a constructive debate. But as I said again,
Dharan, why does the DMK, as one of the most important opposition parties in the country, feel that a move which is being seen as a reform move, people-centric move? Of course, there are logistical issues, but when you talk about cost, convenience, and governance aspect of it, there are of course positives to that. And the party has also brought in the federalism issue. Why is the DMK opposed to the one nation, one poll idea? And considering that there are also positives of it, would the party be okay considering it, given that the government itself wants deliberations? In fact, what we've been told is that the bill could even be sent to the JPC for wider consultations.
There are two issues. So it's neither desirable nor feasible. It's not desirable simply because I don't think anywhere in the world you have one nation, one election. Even a country as homogeneous as Germany, with the population of just Tamil Nadu, have different even duration of the assembly for each state. Right? For example, Berlin has about 5-year term, Bavaria has about 4-year term. Even other Commonwealth countries, none of them have the election held simultaneously. And the reason is a lot of research. There's a lot of research done on this matter, not just in India, but across the world. What happens when two elections happens? That is at state, at subnational level as well as the national level. They say when you have the election at the national level as a subnational level, they feel, or the research proves, that the salience, right, of the national issues take precedence over the subnational issues. So here, in a federal country like India, most of the day-to-day issues, healthcare, education, municipality, all lies with the state. But then when you have national election and state election, it's easily possible that only the issues of such as foreign policy, defense will take precedence over these local state issues, which means the governance, people wouldn't vote for the local governance. Then naturally what will happen long term is that the state level issues will not be important and the state will be left over. This, I'm not saying this, there's been a lot of research. Professors from Italy in specific have done research when when the situation exists in Italy for about some years. And which is why I do not agree. And again, even to conduct election as per Election Commission of India, it only costs 3,000 crores, which is less than 0.001% of the Indian GDP. If BJP is saying that 60,000 crores is spent, then I think it's not within the legal limits. Then ECI, Election Commission of India, should work to a level in which the candidates not exceed the 75 lakh set for each candidate. And again, if candidates are spending more for the election, then it's actually good for the GDP. Like the former election commissioner, Mr. Qureshi, came and said, the more the elections and better it is for the economy because the money is being spent and it actually circulates in the economy. And another important thing, at least people will be able to see the Prime Minister Modi. For example, from January to April, Prime Minister Modi visits Tamil Nadu for 4 times. But in the preceding 4 years, he only visited twice or something. So at least when there's the election, the representatives go meet the people at local level as well as at the national level and at the state level. So which means that there is communication with the voters. And in a democratic country, I think more the number of elections, better is for the people because that's a chance for the people to hear. That is why in some countries, even the election term, they want to reduce from 5 to 3 or 5 to 4 or even the discussion to have 3-year term.
Siddharth, the very important, valid disagreement points being raised by Salem Dharanidharan, the spokesperson of the DMK here. One, of course, the fact that, one nation, one poll, the idea, the implementation of it might reduce the political engagement that you hope to see, wish to see, in a democratic democratic society, and of course the fact that it is an alleged threat to federalism. People will not continue to engage with politicians the way they do now that we have elections coming up every now and then. How are you going to convince the opposition, of the merits of a bill like this, considering that there are, of course, positives, and this is not a completely new idea. We've had this, till 1967, but of course the country was much smaller than today. The ECI also finds it difficult to hold simultaneous elections in Haryana, Maharashtra, Jharkhand and Jammu Kashmir. There is a problem of mobility of troops. There's also the problem of diversity of the country. Those demands are also there. Technical issues aside, how are you going to, shore up numbers and also in some ways convince the opposition about the positives of this bill?
No, Vasudha, despite the fact, despite considering the opposition's behavior in the past in the parliament, despite that, we feel that the opposition will get convinced because there are so many merits to the bill. There are so many merits to the new process if initiated. And if the opposition would think, in the interest of the country and just not for the sake of opposition, then definitely, a large benches of the opposition are going to get convinced. But, at the end, the bill is going to be passed as the process, the electoral process, the legislative process of this country. But I wish to respond to my friend from DMK. He was referring to Germany. I think, he needs to reconsider the examples that he has given, because Germany, also conducts the Bundestag, the national elections, and the Landtag, the state elections, on a simultaneous basis, and it doesn't undermine the federal autonomy. Australia also does it. Okay. They also conduct the federal and the state elections together.
Okay, Siddharth, we have to stop you. Kiran Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, is speaking. Let's listen into him.
उस जो सोरोस के साथ कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व का संबंध भी सबको मालूम है. ये विषय बहुत गंभीर है. ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ही मुद्दा नहीं है, बल्कि पूरा देश का मुद्दा है. इसमें सारे पार्टियों को एकजुट होकर के देश के खिलाफ जो भी आवाज उठाते हैं उसको लड़ना चाहिए. इसलिए ये सरकार विपक्ष का मामला नहीं है. जॉर्ज सोरोस का मामला देश का इशू है और पूरा देश एकजुट रहना चाहिए. जहाँ तक पार्लियामेंट चलाने का ये जो सिलसिला है, ये तो पार्लियामेंट तो चलना शुरू हो गया था. तो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने सडनली ये जैकेट पहन करके अदानी का इशू को, जो यूएस कोर्ट का मामला है, उसको लेकर के यहाँ तमाशा कर रहे हैं. कांग्रेस पार्टी के कई सांसद और राज्यसभा में तो कांग्रेस के पूरे सांसद चाहते हैं कि हाउस चले. समाजवादी के, टीएमसी के, डीएमके, कई पार्टीज के एमपीज मुझे मिले हैं. सबने कहा कि हाउस चलाना चाहता है. तो मैंने उनको कहा है कि हाउस चलाना चाहता है तो राहुल गांधी को समझाओ. अब राहुल गांधी को गरीबों का मसला और आम लोगों का जो भी इशू है उसका कोई मतलब नहीं है, उनको समझ नहीं है. क्योंकि राहुल गांधी तो लोगों का इशू से कोई लेना देना नहीं है. उनका अपना एक महत्वाकांक्षा है, अपना एक स्टाइल है और नाटकीय तरीके से कुछ ना कुछ करते रहते हैं. तो उससे प्रभावित हो करके संसद का सत्र का जो कामकाज में रुकावट डालना ठीक नहीं है. देखिए, मैं एक बात साफ साफ बताना चाहता हूँ. अगर देश को सेवा करने के लिए बिल पारित करना आवश्यकता है तो हम पारित तो करेंगे ही. हमारे पास संख्या है, सरकार के पास राज्यसभा लोकसभा में अपने एनडीए का पूरा संख्या है, तो बिल तो हम पारित कर सकते हैं. लेकिन हम अभी जबरदस्ती इसलिए पारित नहीं कर रहे हैं क्योंकि हम चाहते हैं कि उसका चर्चा हो. सारे सांसद अपने मत रखने का अधिकार रखता है. तो सब एमपीज का डिबेट और डिस्कशन में पार्टिसिपेशन होने से संसद का गरिमा को भी रखता है और साथ साथ में बिल और जो भी बिजनेस है उसमें भी फायदा होता है. हम चाहते हैं कि सारा एमपीज अपने अपने मत रखे हैं सदन में. तो मैंने सबको कहा है, खास करके जो उनके कांग्रेस और कुछ दलों को मैंने कहा.
Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju making an important point there that the priority of the government is to ensure that the houses of the parliament run. In fact, he said that, the business was back on track, but it's the Congress party that sort of took it back to that earlier state of logjam. Over to you, Siddharth Yadav. Again, you heard the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, and while you were making that very important point on One Nation, One Polls, also tell us, what do you feel about this constant logjam that is happening? And Rijiju making an important point that he has spoken to MPs across parties, and several regional parties, several opposition non-Congress party MPs also want to see the House running because they feel answerable to their electorate. How do you see the logjam that has happened? And also, in all of this polarized parliamentary atmosphere, how do you really see the BJP being able to convince the opposition of an idea like one nation, one poll?
Vasudha, I think, what is happening in the parliament is most unfortunate because the parliament is there to function. It is where the lawmakers who are elected by the people of the country have to sit and discuss bills. That is the primary objective of the parliament. If the parliamentarians or if political parties compel the parliamentarians of their particular sections to not let the parliament function, just for the sake of, one has one agenda, another has another agenda, and their agenda is also not common. Now, Congress wants to do on something on Adani. Samajwadi Party says, we are not concerned with this issue. We want to do on Sambal. TMC comes and says, we are not concerned on both these issues. We want to discuss other issues. DMK will say something else. So when this is the state, when the opposition, the factions in the opposition are also not convinced by the issues, and they take the parliament a hostage, and I use this very strong term, because it is a stage where the parliament is taken to hostage and no discussions happen. And Vasudha, I make it very clear on your show. It is the Bharatiya Janata Party and the NDA government which is always open for a debate, discussion and discourse in the parliament. We are open for bills to be discussed. We are open for opposition to give their responses, to have, participate in constructive discussions, and then for it to happen. It is not like UPA regime. UPA had brought in from 2004 to 2014.
Let me also tell our viewers that there's an update from the parliament that's coming in. Congress MP Ranjit Ranjan has said that 50 signatures are required, but we have 70 signatures. We are confident of bringing no confidence motion against Rajya Sabha chairperson. Let me remind my viewers that the Rajya Sabha chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar is also at the center of this new storm that has started brewing since yesterday. Opposition MPs are mulling, this no confidence motion against Jagdeep Dhankar, alleging that his behavior has been partisan, something that is completely dismissed. And today, Congress MP Ranjit Ranjan has said that they have managed to get 50 signatures. But of course, there are technical issues to this, considering that a notice such as this has to be given at least 15 days prior to the day that it is moved. So let's listen into that bite.
लीडर के साथ खड़ी नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन पे मैम साइन हो गए हैं सब तमाम अपोजिशन के एमपीज एक साथ हैं
बिल्कुल 50 साइन चाहिए होते हैं हमारे 70 लोगों ने साइन किया है और अपोजिशन पार्टी सारे आरजेडी हो टीएमसी हो सपा हो कांग्रेस हो सब ने मिलकर किया है क्योंकि जो सदन के भीतर हुआ वो अनफॉर्चुनेट है कभी भी ऐसा नहीं देखा गया
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए दैट वाज कांग्रेस एमपी रंजीत रंजन क्लियरली स्टेटिंग दैट देयर इज अ रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ 50 signatures for the no confidence motion against the Rajya Sabha chairperson, but 70 MPs had signed so far and they are very confident of bringing the no confidence motion against the Rajya Sabha chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar on what has happened in the Rajya Sabha yesterday. This is Aishwarya Jain for NDTV in Delhi.
So Congress party there trying to take on Jagdeep Dhankar, the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha. Remember that this is not the first time. They also attempted to do this earlier this year, but of course that couldn't happen. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. Salem Dharnidharan, you heard what the Congress MP had to also say. When the Lok Sabha election results came out on the 4th of June, there was a large expectation that with 234 MPs, the opposition would also in some ways provide constructive dialogue. There would be actually more legislative agenda that would be processed in the parliament. But of course, nothing of that sort has really happened. Who would you blame for this? Because while it's the responsibility of the government to ensure that the House is run, there is also a sense that the opposition is taking up issues which don't really resonate with people. And there is this logjam that continues because the opposition does not want to cooperate.
I think they're saying that one reaps what they sow. I think however much the BJP spokesperson can speak wonderfully, but I think the country hasn't forgotten how the NDA disrupted the parliament between 2009 to 2014. But that is not the reason to justify the disruptions. No, but the disruptions now is, I think, because the parliament is not functioning the way it should function. If you look at the number of time taken for the bills to be passed, it's reduced from about 16 hours to about less than 50 minutes. Number of days the parliament functions over the last 11 years, each year is a new record, the lowest sitting parliament, right? And in fact, the opposition MPs have been suspended en masse, 140 parliament en masse last Feb for the unprecedented in independent India. And on that pretext, number of bills were passed and bills as important as replacing the Indian Penal Code with Bharatiya Nyaya, except the Hindi sounding bill. And such a bill was not discussed. Opposition members were suspended. And this is a travesty to the democracy of this country. And I don't know why, I think it's very clear from the BJP spokesperson that rhetorically they sound, wow, how democracy should function. But in action, they're completely antithesis to what he just spoke. We won't discuss bills. We won't respect the opposition politicians. We don't want their voices to be heard. In fact, even today or even yesterday, a lot of the issues which the opposition parliamentarians wanted to discuss were rejected as per the parliamentary rules of 267. I think this is baffling. The Treasury bench will also should discuss the issues which the opposition wants to discuss. It is not that they will discuss only what they want to do. They will do what they want to do. And there won't be any discussion on uncomfortable topics such as Manipur or the violence in Uttar Pradesh. Right. So if you want to have a functioning parliament, then opposition will have to be respected, and the rules of the parliament has to be respected. It is not that we will do whatever we want. Tell me, from 2014 to 24, how many bills
Closing
have
remarks
been
from
how many bills have been taken to the Joint Parliamentary Committee?
there's an important point that Salem Dhanidhan is also making, that the opposition, when the BJP was in the opposition, it also did not really believe in constructive debate all the time, and the fact that there are many bills that have been passed without proper consultation that they deserve to have had in the floor of the House. With reduced numbers, do you think that the BJP is increasingly facing the challenge of not just running the House but also ensuring that its reform agenda is on track?
Oh, Vasudha, I wish to speak with facts, and I'll give you one fact. UPA, my friend from DMK was saying that bills were discussed a lot time, a lot of time was given under the UPA regime. No time is given. Now I'll give you a fact, and this is a very eye-opening fact. UPA in 2004 to 2014 passed 18 bills. Those 18 bills were passed in 72 minutes. 4 minutes average for one bill. I can give you the names. Delhi Special Police Establishment Amendment Bill 2006, 3 minutes. Government Securities Bill, 14 minutes. National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education, 2007, 4 minutes. Banking Regulation Amendment Bill, 5 minutes, 2007. Taxation Law Amendment Bill, 2007, 2 minutes. This was the Karni and Dharni of the Congress Party and the UPA when they were ruling. But today, suddenly they forget everything. Everything that happened before 2014, when no consultations happened under the UPA regime, when no voice was blended, to the opposition, when no discussions were done, we saw the biggest regime of corruption, and the opposition wanted to discuss, a lot on corruption. The Treasury benches then never allowed that to happen, and today they are saying, no, we want to discuss, and no discussions are happening. We are inviting you to discuss.
I have to cut you short here. Thank you so much for joining us. We're completely out of time. Thank you both of you for joining me this morning. I come to you from the Parliament. It's an important day today. We'll have to wait and see if the logjam between the opposition parties and the Treasury benches gets resolved today, and some legislative agenda gets taken up. Remember that opposition members, opposition MPs are also planning to bring in a motion of no confidence against Rajya Sabha Chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar. Apart from that, there are meetings that have been scheduled from both opposition side and from the Treasury benches to ensure a review of parliamentary strategy, if that is going to happen, and if the Congress party will insist on protests around Manipur and, of course, farmers and the Adani issue that needs to be watched out. And how much does the BJP really, attack the Congress party for its alleged links with George Soros funded institutions and individuals? That also remains to be seen. We'll be tracking all that for you. But now it's time to go back to the studio.
As always, Vasudha, thanks so much for joining us with the lowdown from Parliament. Let's turn our attention to the other big story we're tracking. Well, tragic news, 92-year-old SM Krishna has passed away. He was a charismatic leader with a modern outlook who created a niche for himself in the country's political landscape with his administrative skills and a unique vision of development. As you know, he held several prominent positions throughout his career as External Affairs Minister, Maharashtra Governor, Chief Minister of Karnataka, the Speaker of Karnataka Legislative Assembly, and Minister in the Karnataka government as well. We have reactions lined up for you. Listen in.
SM Krishna himself is a great personality. His personality is uncomparable in the present day political scenario. He has left an immense impression in the minds of politicians in general and particularly the youngsters. He is the one who took the Bangalore, took Karnataka to the world, to the international level. And today what we see in IT revolution in Karnataka, in Bangalore, the entire credit goes to him.
He was just not the CM of Karnataka, but also the CEO for Karnataka. His progressive thinking in social sectors, balancing welfare with IT is extremely commendable. And I think he's left a great impact, a profound impact on the people of Karnataka and the people of India. And I think this is a loss that is irreplaceable.
Loss to us as a family and also for Karnataka state. His contribution to the state goes beyond his tenure as the chief minister. We all fondly remember his contribution, and he's someone who was not just respected in the state, but in the Indian political system and also in the world. His stature is something that we will certainly miss, and his loss is something that as family we certainly, it's a huge loss.
Pratibha Raman has been tracking all the tributes that are pouring in. She joins us currently. Pratibha, SM Krishna, as we know, laid a strong foundation, not just for the growth of IT and BT industries in Karnataka, but what a political legacy. He played a key role in building what came to be known and called brand Bengaluru. Take us through all the tributes that are pouring in at the moment.
Well, he was one of those dignified leaders in Karnataka, and he has mentored several of the existing politicians, including Mr. D.K. Shivkumar here, who's also informed to be rushing from Belagavi. This comes at a time when the winter session of the Karnataka Assembly is on. Most of the politicians would now be coming into the residence of SM Krishna. We are stationed right outside his residence, and as you can see, the crowd, several of them who are trying to come in to pay their tribute, try to catch the last glimpse of SM Krishna there. And this is the residence that has held a lot of reputation as far as the Karnataka's political landscape is concerned, because as you mentioned, yes, he was serving as the Chief Minister of Karnataka during one of the most defining periods here when Bengaluru transformed into a global IT hub. We are told that the funeral arrangements would be made in a short while from now. Right now, it is the mortal remains of SM Krishna displaced at the residence in Bengaluru here, and tomorrow is when the funeral rites of SM Krishna would be conducted. The last journey would take place, and we are told, as per the information pouring in, that the funeral would be conducted in Maddur, which is very close to the Mandya region, where Mr. SM Krishna began his political innings there. Remember, he started off his political career in the 1960s. He contested as an independent candidate in the Lok Sabha election in Mandya, and soon after joined the Praja Socialist Party, and then later joined the Congress. He then got into state elections and state politics. He served as the Chief Minister and later went on to become the Governor in Maharashtra and later the External Affairs Minister as well. One of the most noted, reputable politicians that Karnataka's Congress as well as Karnataka politics is extremely proud of. A major loss, definitely, and Karnataka politics would definitely miss a great leader of his stature. Back to you.
As always, Pratibha, thank you so much for joining us with that update from Mr. Krishna's residence. With that, let's turn our attention to Maharashtra, where at least 6 people were killed and over 40 were injured after a speeding BEST bus rammed into pedestrians and several vehicles. This is in Mumbai's Kurla West. The police, I can inform you, have now arrested the bus driver and have booked him for culpable homicide. For the latest from Ground Zero, let's go across to my colleague Sujata Dwivedi, who's been tracking the finer details of this entire incident. Sujata, what details have the police officials disclosed since we last spoke?
Well, at present, if we see the Mumbai police, they have arrested the driver that rammed the bus into an housing cooperative society, and at the same time, it killed 6 and injuring more than 50 people so far. What we get to know is that the driver at present, his medical examination has been done and a case of culpable homicide has been registered against him. But for now, the people who are being treated, the police sources say that the numbers can go up and the death toll can rise. Also, the spot where this incident happened has been a busy spot where usually people of say work or school, they usually pass through this road where I'm standing too, and here the bus was said to be at a speed of more than 60 km/h, which resulted into this happening. At present, it is being told that the bus was on wet lease, that is, it was given on contract by the best authorities to contractors for them to operate, and it was an electric bus, that too a newly one that was launched a few days ago, and the driver, as per sources, is said to be a new driver where he was not that experienced in terms of operating heavy vehicles. But here again the question arises that BEST, which has been the sole transportation for Mumbai when it comes to connecting dots of very important places, and this incident happening has definitely led to people being in a state of fear and terror, because more than 60 people were present in the bus when the incident happened, and almost the ones that were seated on the front line have been injured, which includes the seat is usually reserved for senior citizens and women. So the people are injured, and also while the bus came in the direction that it came in, it almost crashed more than 5 to 6 auto rickshaws and 10 to 15 cars that were parked on the road, and the speed was, it is being told that it was a brake failure that happened. However, as soon as the driver was taken out by the civilians, they were hitting him and he was being beaten up. Until the police arrived, he was then taken to JJ hospital for his medical examination. So of course a lot of questions and a lot of aspects for the Mumbai police to interrogate and inspect at, but also at the same time people complain that such rash driving, especially by vehicles like BEST, that is a public undertaking by the Maharashtra government, there should be stricter laws, and also to ensure that on such busy roads these routes should be changed. At present the bus services here in Kurla has been suspended, and people here too today are complaining of no bus services, eventually leading and affecting their work time. And at present 6 people have been declared dead so far. 50 are being treated at Sion and Baba hospital, and also what they say is that the numbers can go up. So for that also the families of the injured have been called to the hospital. A lot of people have been injured that are of senior citizens. So of course the Mumbai police is introspecting at all angles, and also at present the driver has been arrested and a case of culpable homicide has been registered against him.
Thank you so much, Sujata, for joining us with that update from Mumbai. In fact, with news just coming in, as our team is informing us at the moment, Devendra Fadnavis has announced a compensation of up to 5 lakh rupees for the kin of the deceased. With that, let's turn our attention to the other big story we're tracking. Former Bihar Chief Minister and RJD Chief Lalu Yadav has just said that the Congress's objections mean nothing and that they will support Mamata Banerjee and she should be given the leadership of the India bloc, further adding that they will form the government again in 2025. If you remember, over the weekend, the Trinamool Congress also had raised the pitch on the demand to make its chief, Mamata Banerjee, the leader of the India bloc, with party MP Kirti Asdad saying that she is the most suitable for the job as she's the only leader who's repeatedly defeated the BJP. We actually have reactions from Uddhav Thackeray, Shiv Sena and Lalu Yadav as well. Listen in to what Mr. Yadav and Mr. Raut had to say.
तो ममता जी को जो दिया जाए,
हाँ दे दे।
25 में बोल रहे सरकार फिर से बना रहे हैं लालू जी।
हाँ बनाएंगे हम लोग।
सबको एक साथ बैठकर इंडिया ब्लॉक के लीडरशिप के बारे में जो समय दे सके, इंडिया ब्लॉक के काम को देश भर में, उस बारे में, नेतृत्व के बारे में चर्चा करने की हमारी सबकी इच्छा है। चाहे शरद पवार जी हो, चाहे ममता जी हो, लालू जी, अखिलेश जी, उद्धव ठाकरे साहब, शायद नवीन पटनायक भी उसमें आ सकते हैं, नवीन बाबू भी आ सकते हैं। तो हम सब बात करेंगे, चर्चा चल रही है, आपस में एक दूसरे के साथ संपर्क चल रहा है।
Well, as always, news and updates continue right here on NDTV 24/7. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Narendra Modi posts on X saying SM Krishna ji was a remarkable leader admired by people from all walks of life. He always worked tirelessly to improve the lives of others. He is fondly remembered for his tenure as Karnataka's Chief Minister, particularly for his focus on infrastructural development. Shri SM Krishna ji was also a prolific reader and thinker.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics.
Our big focus, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has said that he conveyed New Delhi's concerns to Dhaka over the attacks on minorities in Bangladesh. In fact, in a meeting with Bangladeshi Foreign Advisor Mohammad Touhid Hussain, Mr. Misri conveyed that the attacks on religious institutions and places of worship are regrettable. Mr. Misri also conveyed to Bangladesh's interim government that India wishes to have a positive and a constructive as well as a mutually beneficial relationship. Listen in to his comments.
I have underlined today India's desire to work closely with the interim government of Bangladesh authorities. At the same time, we also had the opportunity to discuss certain recent developments and issues, and I conveyed our concerns, including those related to the safety and welfare of minorities. We also discussed some regrettable incidents of attacks on cultural, religious and diplomatic properties.
Well, let's switch tracks now. Syrian rebel forces that toppled dictator Bashar al-Assad's regime began asserting authority over some of the government institutions as world capitals scramble to forge links with the country's new rulers. Syria's former Prime Minister agreed to hand power to a transitional rebel-led government while fighters took up posts outside federal buildings, directed traffic and rushed to find and free people in underground prisons. Now, ensuring stability and security, while easier said than done, is a major issue because as people start fighting, weapons start spreading, everything goes down from there. As experts have said, foreign governments, meanwhile, are readying for talks with the lead rebel faction, even as they debated whether to formally recognize the group, which some countries consider a terrorist organization. Take a look at all the latest developments so far.
In less than 2 weeks, Syria's history has been altered. President Bashar al-Assad, whose brutal regime killed tens of thousands and displaced over 7 million internally, has fled to Russia after opposition forces romped to Damascus at a lightning pace. Assad's ouster has brought in much-needed relief to people who spent their lifetime under the nose of the decades-long family regime. The reactions echoed across the globe as thousands of Syrians celebrated the fall of Assad, singing and waving flags. They chanted slogans against the ousted Syrian president and his father, Hafez.
It's like tears of happiness like today. It's like we didn't imagine. I lost my family. I lost my father, mother, brother. I lost many of my friends in Syria for this day. I wanted to celebrate this day in Syria today.
Meanwhile, world leaders have mostly hailed Assad's ouster, but stopped short of celebrating as they seek stability in the war-torn nation. US President Joe Biden has said that it's a historic opportunity, but also termed it a moment of risk and uncertainty. On the other hand, India has called for a peaceful and inclusive Syrian-led political process to bring stability to that country. Meanwhile, US President-elect Donald Trump has urged the outgoing US administration to stay out of the Syria conflict. According to reports, the US is trying to work out what comes next and who rules over Syria. Washington is worried that the power vacuum could be filled by something that is not desirable, a power grab by Islamist insurgents, including factions designated as terrorists by the US. The end of the Assad family's 5-decade rule is set to reshape the balance of power in the region. Iran, one of Assad's biggest backers, has suffered another significant blow to its influence in the region. There are big questions being asked over Russia's influence as well, considering the fact that Assad clung to power owing to Moscow's intervention in 2015. The stunning rebel offensive has threatened to eliminate Moscow's foothold in the region. At this moment, there appears to be an uneasy calm in Syria. The question hanging like a Damocles sword is, how long will this last? With Vishal Vivek, Bureau Report, NDTV World.
By the way, Britain, Germany, France, Italy and several other European countries have said they would freeze all pending asylum requests from Syrians just a day after the ouster of President Bashar al-Assad. While Berlin and other governments said that they were watching the fast-moving developments in the war-ravaged nation, Austria signaled it would soon deport refugees back to Syria. In other news, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, who is on an official visit to Qatar and Bahrain till the 9th of December, has highlighted India's balanced approach to the Middle East and reaffirmed support for a two-state solution with regards to Israel and Palestine. Emphasizing India's strong opposition to terrorism and hostage-taking, Dr. Jaishankar also underscored the importance of respecting humanitarian law and minimizing civilian casualties in any military action. Our External Affairs Minister further highlighted India's assistance to Palestine and Lebanon amid this ongoing crisis in the Middle East. Listen in.
India has also been contributing to the UN UNRWA, UNRWA, which is the primary relief agency in respect of the Palestinians. And India has supplied relief material to Palestine, to the Palestinian Authority, through Egypt. We have also given medicines, medical relief to Lebanon because of the fighting and the casualties which have taken place there. And at the end of the day, we do believe that there must be a solution to the Palestinian issue. Because if there is not one, that will always remain the cause of instability in this region. So we do support a two-state solution.
And to decode the shifting sands of the West Asia conflict, the new Syrian theatre of war, and how these developments will have an effect on regional and global geopolitics, my colleague Gauri Dwivedi spoke with Israel's envoy to India, Reuven Azar. Here's what he told NDTV.
Of course, Israel is not a stakeholder in what all happened, but it gets impacted because it's an important development that has taken place. Talk to us about how Israel is seeing how these changes have taken place in Syria and how they're set to reshape their entire region.
Well, Israel is no doubt in a situation of alert. We are following very closely the events in Syria. The Israel Defense Forces have taken defensive positions in the buffer zone, in the border between Israel and Syria. As you probably know, there is a disengagement zone that was created in 1974 following the Yom Kippur War. That zone is a buffer zone of several hundred meters to a few kilometers in the north. In the past, that area was attacked by different groups. It has been attacked now too. The UN forces there, the observers that belong to an organization called UNDOF, have been attacked. Israel has come to their rescue. So we are taking this temporary defensive positions in the buffer zone and following very closely what's going on the other side, preparing to defend ourselves against any possible attack or development.
There is this sense that I see, and several leaders are also talking about it, that Israel has sort of preempted some of what as developments are happening, or some are saying that Israel is trying to take advantage of a very volatile situation. Explain to us that is this A, temporary, B, from a security point of view, why was it necessary?
Well, as you know, Israel was attacked on the 7th of October, and that decision to attack Israel, I think, was a decision that not only caused huge damage to Israel, and we had to defend ourselves, but it also had it had an effect in the region, because from the moment that Hezbollah decided to involve itself in the conflict and attacking Israel from the north, it was just a matter of time until Israel would have to take the necessary steps to defend ourselves. So I think that Iran and Hezbollah made a huge miscalculation. They didn't understand what are going to be the consequences of their attack against Israel. Hezbollah has been hit very hard. Nasrallah, as you remember, was taken out, with many thousands of Hezbollah terrorists. Iran attacked Israel directly, and as you know, Israel defended itself and attacked Iran back. So when you look at the picture, you see that these tentacles of the Iranian regime have been cut.
But in that, the reason,
Hezbollah, and now forces in the region that have been following that and seeing the debilitation of the Iran axis took advantage of it. And that's how you see the change in Syria. Israel is not involved in the Syrian conflict. We are not intending to involve ourselves in Syrian politics. And that's a matter that the Syrian people will have to sort out itself.
Well, in other news, director-writer Payal Kapadia scored a historic nomination in the Best Director category for All We Imagine as Light. The acclaimed film was also nominated in the Best Motion Picture in a non-English language category. Now, this is a big, big deal. This is the first time that a director from India has been nominated in the Best Director category at the Golden Globe Awards. And All We Imagine As Light was also recently named the Best International Film by the New York Film Critics Circle Award, as well as the Gotham Awards. It was also selected as the Best Film of the Year by the prestigious Sight and Sound magazine. A bit of a grim switch now. The year 2024 is now almost certain to become the hottest year on record, according to new data. It will also be the first year to see an average global temperature more than 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, which is a stark reminder of the escalating climate crisis and also a very unsettling fact that stares us in the face. Data from November released by the European Union's Copernicus Climate Change Service. This shows the average global surface temperature for the month was 1.62 degrees Celsius, higher than the level seen before widespread fossil fuel use. So with 11 months of data now available, scientists predict that the annual average will reach 1.60 degrees Celsius, surpassing last year's record of 1.48 degrees Celsius. The Paris Climate Agreement, by the way, aims to limit global temperature rise to below 1.5 degrees Celsius to avoid the worst impacts of climate disasters. However, it's important to note that this target is measured over a decade or more, not just a single year. Among the things that need to be done urgently, though, well, first, fossil fuel emissions must fall by 45% by 2030 to have a chance of limiting heating to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And as you know, and as we've covered, the recent COP29 climate summit actually failed to reach an agreement on how to push ahead on the transition away from coal, away from oil and gas. By the way, switching tracks, a British Indian student has been elected president of the University of Cambridge's historic Cambridge Union Society, among the world's oldest debating societies, which prides itself as a defender of free speech since the year 1815. Anushka Kale won 126 votes to be elected uncontested for the next Easter 2025 term in an election that was just held recently. But as the serving debate officer of the society, Ms. Kale ran on a platform of strengthening ties with cultural societies of the universities, such as the India Society.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from maximum city, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi. NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
Rajya Sabha chairman meets leaders of political parties at 10:30 a.m. To find a way out and resolve the political stalemate in the House, while Congress says they have got more than the required number of signatures to move a no confidence motion against Rajya Sabha chairman Jagdeep Dhankar. Chorus for Mamata Banerjee to lead India bloc grows. Now RJD chief Lalu Yadav also extends support to West Bengal chief minister. Remember earlier TMC said Mamata should lead the India bloc. A 21-year-old stalker allegedly burnt alive a 17-year-old girl at her grandparents' residence where she was staying in Andhra Pradesh. Six people killed, over 40 injured as a state-run bus rams into vehicles in a busy Mumbai road. CCTV footage shows the bus barreling down the road at a high speed. Accused driver arrested. New York prosecutors charged 26-year-old accused with murder. He was named a suspect in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. And we hope to see a smooth functioning in both the houses. However, both parties continue to trade charges against each other. The BJP says the Congress is not letting the House function, while the Congress MPs come out and say that it is the BJP. They are trying to find a reason to halt the proceedings in both the houses. In Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha will be resuming shortly. And my colleague Vasudha is joining us from Vijay Chowk. Vasudha, a very good morning to you.
Good morning, Aditi. And the big question today, will the Parliament logjam continue even today? A few days back, we saw the Parliament business, coming back on track, specifically with the government, with the Treasury benches agreeing to have a debate on the Constitution of India. Remember that it's the Prime Minister himself who's going to respond to that debate, which is going to take place on the 14th and 15th in the lower house of the Parliament, and also on in the Rajya Sabha, the same debate will take place on the 16th and 17th. It's in fact the Home Minister who will be leading that debate in the upper house. The Prime Minister himself responding to that means that the BJP completely wants to ensure that it owns the narrative around Constitution, something that is also being held as one of the reasons for its reduction in numbers that it witnessed in 2024 Lok Sabha elections. But when it comes to the Parliament session today, remember the winter session is all set to conclude on 20th of December. So just about 10 days left, and a lot of legislative agenda has not been taken up. In fact, in the last week was a complete washout, because the opposition wanted to protest on the Adani issue, on Manipur violence, on farmers' protest, and so many other things, which of course the government believes that it wants to keep the focus completely on governance. And in fact, it's the BJP in the last 3-4 days that has come down very heavily on the Congress party, alleging that its leaders are hand in glove with George Soros funded institutions and individuals, and they believe that it's the Congress leadership that are working hand in hand with people like George Soros to destabilize the Indian democracy. We'll have to wait and watch how much of that really plays out today. But remember that yesterday, Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav was waiting for a long time for his reply on the very important Railway Amendment Bill. That could not happen. The Disaster Management Bill is expected to come up. We did see the Civil Aviation Bill being approved, but being cleared. But of course, a lot of legislative agenda remains really uncovered this Parliament. And all of this was seen as transformative. There were different bills. There were around 5 new bills and 15 overall bills that were supposed to have been brought in and discussed. And these were from various sectors, from health, education, oil fields. But we'll have to wait and see how that happens. The meetings of the opposition are going on, the re-strategizing meeting. And of course, Jagdeep Dhankar, Lok Sabha Lok Sabha is adjourned now, is what we hear of after the constant chaos, and we have also seen that these protests that happened yesterday were completely, after the houses came back on track, and some of these adjournments were completely unscheduled. In fact, the opposition is also mulling over moving this motion of impeachment, motion of no confidence against Jagdeep Dhankar, the Rajya Sabha chairperson, alleging that his behavior has been partisan against the opposition MPs. First, let's listen into what Congress MPs talked about when it came to the no confidence motion. Remember that a 14-day prior notice has to be given. We don't know how the technicalities work out in this way, but of course it's a political move that the opposition wants to make to sort of show that it's not really happy with the way the parliament is functioning.
नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन पे मैम साइन हो गए हैं सब तमाम अपोजिशन के एमपीज एक साथ हैं?
बिल्कुल 50 साइन चाहिए होते हैं, हमारे 70 लोगों ने साइन किया है और अपोजिशन पार्टी सारे आरजेडी हो, टीएमसी हो, सपा हो, कांग्रेस हो, सब ने मिलकर किया है, क्योंकि जो सदन के भीतर हुआ वो अनफॉर्चुनेट है, कभी भी ऐसा नहीं देखा गया।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। दैट वाज कांग्रेस एमपी रंजीत रंजन क्लियरली स्टेटिंग दैट देयर इज अ रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ 50 signatures for the no confidence motion against the Rajya Sabha chairperson, but 70 MPs had signed so far, and they are very confident of bringing the no confidence motion against the Rajya Sabha chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar on what has happened in the Rajya Sabha yesterday. This is Aishwarya Jain for NDTV in Delhi.
Well, we saw that the Lok Sabha got completely, adjourned till noon, and this was because of the constant disruptions that began as soon as the House convened. Rajya Sabha is still on. We'll have to wait and see how much of legislative agenda gets taken up. Let me also bring in my guests. We have Aarti Jairat, who is a political and social analyst. We also have Amitabh Tiwari, who also joins us as a political strategist. Aarti, to you first, how do you see the working of the parliament in the last few days, ma'am?
Pretty sad, Vasudha, pretty sad. I mean, honestly, the opposition and the government both seem hell-bent on pursuing their own personal agendas. And, nobody seems to be really bothered about Parliament or the institution or issues that concern us as citizens or, doing the main business of Parliament, which is passing legislation. So it's a pretty sad day that, we're seeing now in Parliament, what Parliament has come to. And, the issues that are being raised. So, I mean, on the one hand, you have the Congress pursuing the Adani agenda, and half its allies are not on board with it. In fact, you see, what is happening in the India alliance. The calls for Mamata Banerjee to take over the leadership are growing, and, which pretty much puts the Congress in a very awkward position, because with 99 seats, it was assumed that Rahul Gandhi would be the face of the India alliance and lead it. But after 2 poll defeats in Haryana and Maharashtra, and this insistent on pursuing, its own agenda against the wishes of its other allies, I think has put Rahul Gandhi and the Congress in on the back foot within the alliance. So on the one hand, you have that. On the other hand, you have the government, which is, raked up this George Soros controversy and accused the opposition of being anti-national. I mean, if it feels that the government, that the opposition or the Congress party in particular is doing something which works against the interests of the country, they should actually take it to court. There's no point in holding press conferences and fighting in the well of the House on this issue. So, frankly, I think, what both sides are doing to the institution of Parliament is pretty disgraceful and very sad that after 70 years, this is what Parliament has come to.
Well, that's very well said. Amitabh Tiwari, what do you think when it comes to the 234 MPs who are also there in the Parliament this time? It was supposed to be a stronger opposition as opposed to what we saw in 2014 and 2019. Do you see these constant protests, around issues that may not really be common man's issues? Do you see this as a squandering away of a great opportunity to have a constructive debate and put the focus and spotlight on reform agenda?
I think, yeah, I mean, the opposition has very strong numbers this time, but it seems that they have not been able to utilize this in the parliament effectively, as you've mentioned. Not allowing the parliament to function does not work in their favor in a way, because the government is on a sticky wicket compared to 2019 to 24 term, and they have low numbers in the Lok Sabha. So they could have forced the government to have constructive discussions on various issues of national importance. However, it seems to have been turned into a political slugfest with both the parties, or both the opposition and the treasury benches largely focusing on rhetorical issues to keep their cadre or rung leadership happy. See, what is disturbing is the fact that the annual sitting days of the parliament has already reduced significantly from 135 days in the first parliament to just 55 days in the 17th Lok Sabha. So it's less than half now. And even of the less than 2 months which the parliament is scheduled to sit to discuss issues of various importance and pass bills, we've seen that many sessions in the previous Lok Sabha as well as in this session have been washed out. So it's a complete waste of taxpayers' money. I mean, these are not bread and butter issues which people would like to discuss. There was a very famous or unemployment scheme which was launched for internship to youth. There is no update on that. There are many other pressing issues like price rise, agriculture distress, etc., which need to be discussed. But we are seeing that the opposition and the treasury benches have made it Adani versus Soros kind of an issue, which does not impact the daily lifestyle of a common man.
Absolutely. Arti Chairat, there's also this speculation that the One Nation, One Poll bill could be brought in as early as this season. Now, this is something that the BJP has been harping upon. It's something that the Prime Minister has spoken about when it comes to cost, convenience, administration, and also ease of governance, uninterrupted governance. This is being seen as a reform move. But there are, of course, challenges and there are also concerns as well, because opposition parties have said that this will completely overhaul the electoral democracy in India, and also in some ways bring in a sense of depoliticization of people. How do you see the BJP sort of rising up to this challenge of shoring up numbers on its side? Because this is something that the opposition will contest, because they are saying that this will be a threat to federalism. This will also ensure that the BJP will have complete dominance, although it's not really sure how that's going to happen. But there are many positives of this bill which the BJP will have to convince the opposition about.
So Vasudha, firstly, the process of getting it passed is going to be very, very complex. It's not just the opposition that has reservations. I think regional allies of the NDA also have reservations, because obviously when you club all elections together, somehow national issues will, I think, overshadow even state elections. And I think that is what regional parties, regional leaders are worried about. So I think within the NDA too, there will be ripples of discomfort and anxiety on this whole issue of one nation, one poll. So the process of passing it is going to be very, very complicated, very complex. And I don't know how the BJP is going to be able to negotiate with its allies, particularly as you pointed out, that its numbers are not full majority; it's less than a majority. So that's number one. Secondly, when it goes to the JPC, I'm sure questions would arise on the whole implementation process. How are you going to implement this? Are you going to dismiss state governments which are still in power, before their terms, so that you can, bunch all the elections together? I mean, that's one question that comes to my mind immediately. So, it's a very controversial move. It's a very complex thing. It's a very complicated thing. And, frankly, I don't know how the BJP, hopes to get this bill passed, not just with the opposition against it, but even with its own NDA allies. I'm sure quite worried about what the implications are.
Well, that is, we will get to know that in some days from now. Amitabh Tiwari, the other spotlight when it comes to the winter session of the Parliament is, of course, the debate that is going to happen on the Constitution on, of course, the 13th and 14th. We'll also see the same debate in the upper house of the Parliament. So clearly, in the last few years, we've also seen the BJP pick up issues that have been raised vociferously by the Congress party, and the same narrative, same issues, the BJP takes them up, in some ways owns it, and also gives it the kind of spin that it wants, and also in some ways ensures that the narrative is aligned with its political thinking. When it comes to the Constitution debate, how do you think the BJP is going to approach this? Because, it's getting all its big guns out. The Prime Minister himself is going to respond to this debate next Saturday on the 14th. It's Amit Shah, the Home Minister, who's going to lead this debate as well. We're told that Rajnath Singh could also be taking part in it. So this is in some ways BJP leaders showing that when it comes to Constitution, it's only the BJP that can be protecting it. That's the narrative that they want to also project and show. And this is the narrative that was seen as responsible for the BJP setback in states like Maharashtra and UP in 2024 Lok Sabha elections.
Yeah, so this was the narrative which has primarily led to the BJP not having a simple majority on their own. So clearly this time, I think they will come better prepared, and they have good orators also in both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. We've seen how during the no confidence motion last year, despite the opposition bringing up relevant issues, they were not able to win the public perception on the no confidence motion. So this is something which the opposition has to be wary of, because as you mentioned, the top guns, Narendra Modi ji, Amit Shah ji, will be speaking from or on behalf of the government, while we could see Rahul Gandhi ji and Priyanka Gandhi ji speaking from the opposition side. The treasury benches will try to portray the narrative that it's the Congress which has been anti-constitution in the past 55-60 years, which they have ruled, and they will bring up examples, including that of emergency, which the Congress will have to be prepared for. And the problem is that the opposition today has too many parties, and they are themselves wrangling amongst each other for the leadership position of the India bloc. So unless they have a very sound strategy, unless they have a very common strategy and identify speakers who could take on the government, then this opportunity could be lost by the opposition, similar to that of a no confidence motion last year. So they have to become very, very prepared, because the BJP is going to go after them, citing them as anti-constitution and them as the real protectors of the constitution, rather than being the other way around.
Right. Thank you, Amitabh Tiwari. We'll come back to you. Also, Rajya Sabha has also been adjourned till noon today. Lok Sabha also has been adjourned till noon today. This is after constant disruptions and slogans that were raised by opposition MPs. My colleague Aishwarya has spoken to Rajiv Pratap Rudi, BJP MP from Bihar. Let's listen to what he said.
The Lok Sabha has been adjourned once again.
My friends say शोर मचाओ और फिर सदन चलाओ, दोनों साथ नहीं चलेगा. बीजेपी सरकार.
Sir, but these MPs have been saying that you are not letting the house function.
The fact is they शोर मचाओ और बाहर निकल के सदन चलाओ, दोनों साथ नहीं चलेगा.
I'm being joined in by Sir, आपका response sir.
एक शब्द आज विपक्ष ने नहीं बोला. सरकार के मंत्री खड़े हुए, उन्होंने सदन का स्थगित करवाया.
वो कह रहे हैं आप लोग शोर मचा.
नो, एक शब्द नहीं बोला हमारा कोई आदमी, एक सदस्य हमारा कोई शब्द नहीं बोला. स्पीकर साहब ने जबरदस्ती
एक भी विपक्ष का एक भी सदन चले.
So there you heard from both the Bharatiya Janata Party MPs and the Congress MPs blaming each other for not letting the House to function. It is the BJP MPs who have been saying that it is the opposition parties who are blocking the parliament, and the opposition MPs clearly stating that they had not spoken a single word, but the Lok Sabha got adjourned once again. This is Aishwarya Jain reporting for Parliament for NDTV.
So both houses are adjourned now till noon, and this is after constant disruptions, protests by opposition members is what the BJP is also saying. And of course, the opposition is blaming the government for it. It's in fact blaming the BJP, saying that it's the ruling party that does not want the houses to function. Aarti Jairath, over to you. Ma'am, a lot of bills were brought in this session, 15 new bills, 15 bills, and 5 of them completely new bills. And this was, the government wanted this to be a transformative winter session, but clearly, ahead of budget session, they also wanted to make a mark, but clearly there seems to be reluctance on both sides to ensure that the houses run. And you heard what both sides had to say today. There are just about 10 days left for the parliament session. How do you see this? How do you see this proceeding in the next 1 week?
Well, I think the really important bills, perhaps the banking amendment and the railway bill or whatever, the ones that the government feels are important and on which there is probably not too much discord with the opposition. I think those bills will be passed in the din, like we've seen in the previous Lok Sabha. So many bills are passed in the din. Which is a pity, actually, because it means that there is no discussion. And, for us who watch Parliament, these discussions are quite enlightening because they explain what the bill is all about. They explain its strengths, its weaknesses. So we get to understand what the government is actually doing when it brings in these, amendment bills. Now, that opportunity has been lost to us completely, because the bills may go through, but probably without discussion, just in the din. So that's an opportunity lost. But you see,
an opportunity lost is what we think.
Yeah, that is absolutely.
Yes, please go on.
Yeah, and so now this constitution debate that is scheduled. I think somehow everybody seems to be waiting for that big debate, and what's happening now is just passing time by getting these adjournments and trading charges and so on. To me, it looks like both sides are marking time for the big debate, the constitution debate, where I think both sides will present their cases and sort of take each other on. How this pans out, I don't know. Yes, the BJP does have more effective speakers, and yes, the opposition does have skeletons in its cupboard because, the number of times President's rule was invoked by Indira Gandhi, the emergency was imposed. Yes, so these are weaknesses.
Right.
But, and
so completely out of time, Aarti ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you. Right. Completely out of time. I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but yes, that's what she pointed out. The big question there, do both sides want the parliament to run efficiently? And if yes, what are they really doing about it? And that is an answer we'll get to know in the coming hours. Remember, both houses stand adjourned for now. They will be reconvening at noon today, and we'll be tracking those details for you. But for now, back to the studio.
Certainly, Vasudha, thank you so much for bringing us with those detailed analysis of what will happen and what not. And at noon is when both houses will resume. Shifting our focus to the India bloc and their growing concern. Well, the former Bihar Chief Minister and RJD Chief Lalu Yadav has said Congress's objection means nothing and they will support Mamata Banerjee as the leader to lead the India bloc. They said that this is right time for Mamata Banerjee to take the charge and lead. Remember, the Trinamool Congress also on Sunday raised the pitch on the demand to make its chief, Mamata Banerjee, the leader of the INDI bloc, with party MP Kirti Azad saying she is the most suitable candidate for the job as she is the only leader who has repeatedly defeated the Bharatiya Janata Party.
हाँ दे दे 25 में बोल रहे सरकार फिर से बना रहे हैं लालू जी। हाँ बनाएंगे हम लोग।
सबको एक साथ बैठकर इंडिया ब्लॉक के लीडरशिप के बारे में जो समय दे सके, इंडिया ब्लॉक के काम को देश भर में, उस बारे में नेतृत्व के बारे में चर्चा करने की हमारी सबकी इच्छा है। चाहे शरद पवार जी हो, चाहे ममता जी हो, लालू जी, अखिलेश जी, उद्धव ठाकरे साहब, शायद नवीन पटनायक भी उसमें आ सकते हैं, नवीन बाबू भी आ सकते हैं। तो हम सब बात करेंगे, चर्चा चल रही है, आपस में एक दूसरे के साथ संपर्क चल रहा है।
लालू प्रसाद यादव का बयान ये स्पष्ट करता है कि इंडिया अलायंस का कोई भी नेता राहुल गांधी को नेता नहीं समझता है। 80 से ज्यादा बार रिलॉन्च करने के बाद भी कांग्रेस पार्टी राहुल गांधी को नेता नहीं एस्टैब्लिश कर पाई। हम नहीं, देश की जनता ही और विपक्ष के अब उनके साथी भी राहुल गांधी को एक बालक बुद्धि समझते हैं। जो अलायंस आपस में लड़े वो क्या जनता की सेवा करेगा। इसीलिए देश की जनता ने इस घमंडिया गठबंधन को 2014, 19 और 24 के अंदर इनके घमंड को चूर चूर किया था और 2029 के अंदर भी चूर चूर करेगी।
And my colleague Vasudha is joining me for more on this. Vasudha, absolutely a growing concern in India bloc. Will Mamata Banerjee take the baton from Rahul Gandhi as more and more leaders are coming out and saying that Mamata should lead the India bloc?
Well, the answer there, Aditi, lies in the response that Mamata Banerjee, West Bengal Chief Minister, gave in an interview to a TV channel 3 days ago, where she said that she is willing to take this responsibility on because it's a problem of the Congress party if they're not really able to manage the leadership of the India bloc. She also said that she does not want to go outside West Bengal and she'll be able to do all of that sitting there in West Bengal. And that has had endorsement not just from Sharad Pawar, who is the founder of NCP. We also saw RJD chief Lalu Prasad Yadav saying that, she's a capable leader and that Congress's objections to her leading the India bloc are completely baseless. And TMC MPs themselves, including Kirti Azad, have come forward to say that it is Mamata Banerjee who has been able to very efficiently and successfully stall the march of the BJP in West Bengal. Hence, she should be the best person leading the alliance. But remember that there are fault lines within the India bloc. Congress party and TMC have a lot of flashpoints, including the West Bengal, including state of West Bengal itself, where remember TMC is not an electoral ally of the Congress party. In fact, the seat-sharing alliance also did not work out before 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Mamata Banerjee has had problems with the Congress party, especially Rahul Gandhi's way of working. And this core is growing now that, there needs to be a different leader for India bloc. Also is reflective of the fact that Congress party has failed to take on the BJP when it came to a straight contest. We saw what happened in Haryana, the BJP sweeping there, becoming the only party in several years, the incumbent party to come back to power. And also we saw what happened in Maharashtra in the region of Vidarbha, where there was a direct fight of the BJP and the Congress. The Congress was reduced to just 9 seats. So clearly this is a reflection of growing resentment against Rahul Gandhi's leadership in the India bloc, and Mamata Banerjee there making those moves there, and also several important leaders, veterans of the India bloc, supporting that move.
Certainly, Vasudha, and we'll wait and watch when will this churn happen in the India bloc. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, at least 7 people were killed and over 49 were injured after a speeding state bus rammed into pedestrians and several vehicles in Mumbai's Kurla West. The police have arrested the bus driver and have booked him for culpable homicide. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has announced ex gratia of ₹5 lakh for the family of the deceased. My colleague Sujata is joining me, who has been tracking this story since the beginning. Sujata, take us through the latest updates. We are hearing 7 people have lost their lives and Maharashtra Chief Minister has announced the ex gratia.
Well, certainly, and we see that the Chief Minister, and also we saw that there have been these leaders who did visit the site last night. If we show you the visuals, the destruction that was caused after the bus ramming into this particular building, almost people and pedestrians were there on the streets, and however more than 7 people have been declared dead so far, and the police sources say that the numbers can go up. Now it was being told that the bus was on a wet lease by Best, and the driver was hired by a private contractor who is one of the associates of the Best for this particular undertaking. And also the incident was reported at around 9:30, after which the police control forces and riot control forces were on the spot, and the situation eventually turned out to be tense, for which people were asked to disperse from this particular location. But for now, it was said that the bus was out of control, which led to damaging several vehicles, more than 30 vehicles, including 6 to 7 auto rickshaws and other cars were completely rammed into, and also more than 50 people were injured, and they included young children, old people and people who were returning back home after work. Some of them were going for their late night shift, and because of which we saw that once the bus started off, it earlier did not had control on itself, where this place where the bus rammed into the wall. Just before 200 meters from the spot, there's a bus stop, which is a stop for the bus to halt at to carry on passengers. There as well, the bus did not halt, and after which it started losing its control. First, ramming into two people, and after which it went on, and more than 50 people were injured into all of this incident. And right opposite to this building where the bus rammed into, there's a school where small kids come, and people here are in a state of terror, complaining that if this incident would have happened in the afternoon, it would have injured several kids, because this entire road is narrow, and people here walk in great numbers because it is connected. This particular road is connected to the Kurla depot as well as to the Kurla railway station. It makes it even more busier, and at a time when people were heading back home, and it was a very busy time, because there were markets also that are placed up in the evening, and that is when the bus started off. As for now, a case of a culpable homicide has been registered against the driver. His medical examination was done last night at JJ Hospital, and the injured were taken to Sayan and Baba Hospital. And for now, the deceased family have been asked to come to the hospital to collect the dead bodies. So the police at present has been interrogating all the angles from to understand whether was it a technical fault, or was it because the driver was in a drunken state. So a lot of things to introspect for the Mumbai police.
Precisely, Sujata, and the impact of the accident can be seen in your live as well as the CCTV footage that we have accessed, how dramatic that accident was. Thank you so much, Sujata, for all those details. The 92-year-old SM Krishna has passed away. He was a charismatic leader with a modern outlook who created a niche for himself in the country's political landscape with his administrative skills and a unique vision of development. SM Krishna was lauded and given Padma Shri as well. Sample the reactions coming in.
If at all you see a Bangalore International Airport, if you see a metro rail, Nama Metro, it is his contribution. He has given a big governance. He is a model of governance, well-spoken, highly educated, and I think Karnataka is proud to receive. Forget that he is my relative, is my political mentor. That is a different issue. His contribution cannot be forgotten. He has left a big legacy to all of us. Lot of things to learn from him, and I think I am proud to tell that we have learned a lot of things from him.
SM Krishna himself is a great personality. His personality is uncomparable in the present day political scenario. He has left an immense impression in the minds of politicians in general, and particularly the youngsters. He is the one who took the Bangalore, took Karnataka to the world, to the international level. And today what we see in IT revolution in Karnataka, in Bangalore, the entire credit goes to him.
He was just not the CM of Karnataka, but also the CEO for Karnataka. His progressive thinking in social sectors, balancing welfare with IT is extremely commendable, and I think he's left a great impact, a profound impact on the people of Karnataka and the people of India, and I think this is a loss that is irreplaceable.
Huge loss to us as a family and also for Karnataka state. His contribution to the state goes beyond his tenure as the Chief Minister. We all fondly remember his contribution, and he's someone who was not just respected in the state, but in the Indian political system and also in the world. His stature is something that we will certainly miss, and his loss is something that as family we certainly, it's a huge loss.
I am deeply saddened by the passing away of veteran leader. His modern approach towards the development of the state and his modern approach to every sector of the state has been benefited during his tenure. We are really deeply saddened. It's a great loss not only for the people of Karnataka, for the entire country.
And my colleague Pratibha Raman is joining me. Pratibha, an unfortunate day. Political stalwart SM Krishna has passed away. He was credited with the transforming Bengaluru.
That's right. He is indeed one of those political stalwarts who's put Bengaluru on the global map. In fact, I'm stationed right outside the residence of the politician here, and you can see crowds thronging the place, trying to see if they can catch the last glimpse of the mortal remains of SM Krishna here. And he has been in and out of hospitals in the recent past. He has been suffering from a few ailments, and he's 92 years old, and he has indeed left a huge legacy in front of him as far as the Karnataka's political field is concerned. Many politicians have been talking about how dignified a politician he is and how he has really ensured that his foresight for Bengaluru was realized during his tenure, which defined the Karnataka's period at that time, became a golden period of sorts for Bengaluru as well as Karnataka. He has adorned several posts from the chief ministers to the external affairs minister, having brought honor to every post that he has adorned. It is indeed going to be a great loss. All eyes are on the funeral arrangements that is going to be undertaken tomorrow at around 4 p.m. with full state honors. Back to you.
Certainly, Pratibha. Thank you so much for those updates. An outgoing RBI Governor Shaktikanta Das is addressing a press conference. Let's listen in.
Making any statement, but just sharing a few thoughts. If you recall, in that December 12th, 2018 what I had said before you, I had made about a few points. I had said that it's available in the YouTube even now. I had said that the Reserve Bank is a great institution with a rich legacy. I had also said that I will do everything to uphold the professionalism, core values, credibility and autonomy of the Reserve Bank. I had also said that the officials and the personnel of Reserve Bank, they have high level of knowledge, quality of knowledge, core competence and professionalism. I had mentioned about the teamwork, the need for that my approach. I'm not saying it was not there earlier, but I had said clearly that my approach would be to work in a spirit of teamwork within the Reserve Bank of India and take everybody along and work as a team. I had also said that decision making in the modern world is very complex in today's dynamic world, and therefore a consultative approach is necessary. A consultative approach adds value and depth to the decisions themselves. I had mentioned about the challenges in the banking sector. I had also mentioned that there are certain, and this I am saying 2018, I had mentioned about the challenges that time, before us with regard to the banking sector. I had also talked about the liquidity issue which needs to be addressed. And finally, I had said that the flexible inflation targeting, the framework of flexible inflation targeting is very important. And there is always a need to, I had highlighted and stressed the importance of maintaining inflation while being mindful of the growth trajectory. These were the exact words. So in the last 6 years, it has been my endeavor to adhere to these principles which I had mentioned when I took over as the RBI governor. You would be aware that we have adopted we have been holding wide-ranging consultations on many issues. In fact, the consultative approach behind regulation, behind all decisions that we took that we have taken in the last 6 years, the consultative approach is very much evident. In many cases, we hold face-to-face direct meetings with the stakeholders or their associations. In many cases, we release a discussion paper or a draft circular, get the comments of all the stakeholders, and then move forward. In fact, the same approach was followed with regard to the Regulation Review Authority, the RRA 2.0, where we formed a, the authority was within the Reserve Bank, but we formed a group of experts to advise the regulatory, the Regulation Review Authority within the RBI. So we have followed the consultative approach, and the teamwork in the Reserve Bank was perhaps, in my experience, I can say, I cannot talk about earlier days. It was perhaps, at a very high level. I got excellent cooperation from each and every member of the RBI team. Each of my colleagues, they did their best. During the trying times of COVID, even at the risk of their own safety, their personal health, whenever required, physically they all came for discussions. Only I and the deputy governors, we were coming regularly, and a few senior officers, of course. But I think that was the level of dedication we saw. It was also evident in the quarantine facility, which we set up here. I have talked about it earlier, which lasted, in fact, more than 1 year, 1.5 years or so. And the entire staff and service providers had absolutely no complaint. And they were very happy to remain there and do their jobs while the families were away at home. Now, that is the level of commitment and the teamwork I saw in the Reserve Bank. So I would like to take this opportunity to convey my thanks to all my colleagues in the Reserve Bank. I would also like to place on record the excellent suggestions, the valuable inputs which we have received in our interactions with various stakeholders. I have already tweeted about it, or X'd, as you call it today. We put up a message in the X platform today morning, so I don't want to repeat on that. My personal journey, it's not a personal journey, it's a journey of a governor of the Reserve.
Now, amid India and Bangladesh tensions, there are concerns in India, and now a protest march is being carried out outside the Bangladesh embassy in Delhi. Protest is being carried out by civic society members. My colleague Ishika is also covering this protest. Ishika, if you can take us through what are the demands that are being raised by these civic society members in the national capital?
Well, today, in fact, there is a massive protest that we are seeing here in the national capital over the atrocities on Hindus in Bangladesh. Let me first show you the visuals here. You can see, the crowd, the large crowd that is present there. People who have gathered here from different civic, cultural societies, and all of them protesting against the Bangladesh government. Sir, आज आप ये protest कर रहे हैं, demands क्या रख रहे हैं?
There is no demand. It's only in support of our people in Bangladesh. They are the minority in Bangladesh, and they are being subjected to very high level of atrocities and inhuman behavior. This has to stop. We want that each and every citizen of the world, the globe, must raise their voice. Then only this will happen. The United Nations cannot be silent spectators. The UN Human Rights, today is the Human Rights Day. They cannot but raise their voice and put pressure on the leadership of Bangladesh, the people of Bangladesh, to stop all these atrocities, give them the human values, the ethical values. They need to be given the same value as a human being.
Sir, but today you're saying it is a Human Rights Day. Today also the Bangladesh government again has released a statement where they have said that they are committed to ensure, in fact, that everyone is treated equally. They've also called it their own internal matter. How do you see that as well?
This cannot be an internal matter when there is a population which has a direct influence on India is being subjected to this kind of a suppression and oppression and atrocities, where women are being raped, men are being killed, our temples are being destroyed out there. It cannot be an internal matter any longer. For that, the Bangladeshi government, we have not seen taking any concrete step as of now. Yesterday's visit by the Foreign Secretary was a very welcome step, and that is how the Bangladeshi government said that we would like to maintain good relationships with India, and I'm sure in times to come, we should take it to the United Nations and the world should take cognizance of it, wherein this atrocities must stop forthwith.
So you're saying that United Nations should not be a mute spectator in this. What would you say to the Indian government as well? Do they also need to amp up their pressure now?
That's right. जो देश विश्व वैश्विक वासुदेव कुटुंबकम में विश्वास रखता हो और जिस देश ने बांग्लादेश को ही बनाया हो, उस देश के लोगों को भारतीय जो भी हिंदू हैं वहाँ पर या जो भी अदर माइनॉरिटीज़ हैं, उनके ह्यूमन राइट्स का हनन हो रहा है, मारे जा रहे हैं, मंदिर तोड़े जा रहे हैं, रेप्स किए जा रहे हैं, तो भारत सरकार एक्टिव है. अगर भारत सरकार ने एक्शन ले लिया बांग्लादेश में, डायरेक्ट एक्शन, जो देश बांग्लादेश को क्रिएट कर सकता है, हमारी फौजें इतनी कॉम्पिटेंट हैं कि बांग्लादेश को ही मिला लें, लेकिन हम लोग रेस्टोरेंट में विश्वास रखते हैं. हम चाहते हैं कि विश्व के सारे देश बांग्लादेश के ऊपर प्रेशर बनाएं यूएनओ के साथ में कि तुरंत वहाँ पर एट्रोसिटीज़ को रोका जाए.
But sir, today you were trying to march towards the Bangladesh embassy. You have been stopped right here as well. But will you continue to hold protest until and unless you see some concrete steps from the Bangladesh government?
At the end of it, if we are not permitted to marshal the embassy, we will give them a memorandum which asking them to ensure that the atrocities on the Hindus stops out there immediately.
So in fact, as you heard here, this protest march right now that is happening, we are continuously showing you the dramatic visuals. You can see, the large number of supporters, the people who have gathered here to protest over the atrocities on Hindus in Bangladesh, and they continue to say that it is high time that the world needs to take cognizance of this. United Nations cannot be a spectator, and they are also urging the Indian government to continue to pressurize the Bangladesh government to actually take some concrete steps. We are continuously showing you the dramatic visuals here. These, in fact, they are marching towards the Bangladesh embassy. You can see the large crowd that is present behind me. We are, and with the placards, they are continuously raising slogans against the Bangladesh government here. Now, they also say that while the Bangladesh government continues to say that they are committed to ensure that no such thing happens, yet no concrete steps is being seen on the side of the Bangladeshi government, and thus they are going to continue with their march till they see some kind of results. So certainly you can see the protest march, the crowd, the number of people who have gathered here to protest against the Bangladeshi government. Over to you.
Absolutely, Ishika. The crowd is swelling up, and the anger against what is happening in Bangladesh against Hindu minorities is also growing day by day. But today, Mohammad Yunus has said that rights will be respected of all and they will ensure that peace prevails in Bangladesh. However, yesterday when Vikram Misri met the Bangladeshi counterpart, our Indian Foreign Secretary, he also raised certain concerns by India against what's happening, like attacks on Hindu minorities, temples are being vandalized in Bangladesh, and hence this reasonable demand has been raised by India that the safety must be ensured by Bangladesh government, interim government under Mohammad Yunus to safeguard Hindu minorities. This anger has also boiled up after a Hindu priest was arrested on sedition charges. Remember, even the ISKCON community in India has raised voices against what's happening in Bangladesh. They have demanded that the security should be given to minorities as well as their religious places, which are being vandalized day after another day. And now the Hindu minorities say that they feel unsafe in Bangladesh under Mohammad Yunus. Remember, Sheikh Hasina has also hit out at Bangladesh government, saying that they are ensuring rest doesn't prevail, and also law and order situation is brutal under Mohammad Yunus's regime.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that
And breaking news coming in at this hour, Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar is holding a meeting with the Leader of the House, JP Nadda, and Leader of the Opposition, Mallikarjun Kharge, in his chamber. Remember, a meeting was held yesterday as well, and now this is the meeting that is continuing from yesterday. My colleague Aishwarya Jain is joining me for more on this. Aishwarya, what are the details of these meetings?
Well, it is Rajya Sabha Chairperson, Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, who had called the Leader of Opposition of Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, and the Leader of the House, JP Nadda, to his chambers to find out a middle ground as far as the Lok Jam is concerned. Remember, since yesterday, there had been no work which had been done in the upper house and the lower house of the parliament. Both the parties have been blaming each other as far as the functioning of House is concerned. It is also the opposition MPs who had claimed that today when the parliament reconvened, it was the treasury benches who do not want to function the House, and therefore they created ruckus. The Congress party had been clearly agitating on several issues, with the Trinamool Congress and the Samajwadi Party also blocking the parliament. But it is the Bharatiya Janata Party who has been asking answers from the Congress party over the alleged link between George Soros Foundation and Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, which according to them have been termed as anti-India forces. So clearly, amid of that, we have seen again a disruption and adjournment at the time of 11 a.m. when the House convened. But now, to end this deadlock, an important meeting is underway in the Parliament complex as far as Rajya Sabha Chairperson calling both the leader of House and leader of opposition in his chambers. Remember, today early morning there was also a meeting that was called by Rajya Sabha chairperson with the floor leaders, and there are talks which are underway. Whether there will be some middle ground that can come out from this meeting is something that remains to be seen.
The meetings were held yesterday. Before that, previously, 2 meetings were held with all floor leaders by Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla. We are not seeing any end to this deadlock. Again, both the houses were adjourned till noon.
Well, certainly it is Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha which was unable to function as far as the day's work is concerned. We have entered into a third week of Parliament. There are several legislative bills that needs to be tabled for consideration and passing, but nothing has been done so far because of the ruckus which we have seen. It is the opposition MPs who have been clearly blaming the government, and there was sloganeering, there was protest that was also seen outside the Parliament building with Congress MPs stating that Sadan Chalao. And it is them who had also stated that the Congress, that the Treasury benches do not want to run the House, and this is something which is shocking according to them because they have never seen such kind of behavior from the Treasury benches, from the government, and this is the first time when the government is not letting the Parliament function, is the charges leveled by the opposition MPs, and therefore to find the middle ground, these meetings are underway. Yesterday as well, the Rajya Sabha chairperson met several of the MPs from different houses, and also today morning we have witnessed another meeting taking place as far as the Rajya Sabha chairperson is concerned with the floor leaders, and now a very important meeting to find out a middle ground between the leader of opposition Mallikarjun Kharge and JP Nadda is on the way at his chambers.
Certainly, Aishwarya, when we hope that there is some peace that is found between the Treasury benches and the opposition as they continue to trade charge against each other. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In the United Health CEO's murder, key suspect has been nabbed.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj, and a lot is happening in Parliament. The showdown over Soros to the Rajya Sabha chairman meeting both the leaders. We'll get you all the details. Let's take a look at the top headlines. Parliament pandemonium continues. Both houses adjourned amid ruckus. Speaker cautions opposition leaders over disruptions. Amid Parliament standoff, Rajya Sabha chairman meets Mallikarjun Kharge and JP Nadda in his chamber. Chorus for Mamata Banerjee to lead India bloc grows. RJD chief Lalu Yadav now extends support to West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee to lead the India bloc. Protest march carried out outside Bangladesh embassy as the tensions between India and Bangladesh grows. Seven people killed, over 40 injured as a state-run bus rams into vehicles in a busy Mumbai road. CCTV footage shows the impact of the accident. Accused driver arrested. Shaktikanta Das bids farewell to RBI, thanks all his colleagues for cooperation. Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha again witnessed a storm over alleged concerns about BJP raising of the links that were associated with Congress party and US billionaire George Soros. Well, the BJP claims that the Congress is working with anti-India forces to destabilize the country, over which the Congress is reacting sharply and saying such allegations are just dark fantasies of the BJP, and none of the allegations leveled by BJP against Congress and its leader Sonia Gandhi are ultimately true. In fact, ruckus was witnessed in both the houses. Lok Sabha was adjourned till 12 and Rajya Sabha as well. Now, Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar is meeting both Leader of the House JP Nadda in Rajya Sabha and Leader of Opposition in Rajya Sabha Mallikarjun Kharge in his chamber. After this meeting, what will happen and what will be the outcome of this meeting? Will the floor function smoothly? Remains to be seen. Meanwhile, this is what is happening in the Parliament pandemonium that is brewing since many days. Sample the reactions coming in.
संसद एक पवित्र स्थल है और इस भवन की एक उच्च गरिमा, प्रतिष्ठा, मर्यादा है और इसी भवन में हमने आजादी भी प्राप्त की है और दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र सर्वोच्च प्रतिनिधि संस्था है। संसद में देश की आकांक्षाओं, अपेक्षाओं को पूरा किया जाता है। सहमति असहमति हमारे लोकतंत्र की परंपरा रही है, जो संविधान बनते समय भी हमने अभिव्यक्ति की है। लेकिन मेरा आपसे आग्रह है कि हमें गरिमा रखनी चाहिए। पिछले कुछ दिनों से मैं देख रहा हूं संसद परिसर में जिस प्रकार के प्रदर्शन किए जा रहे हैं, जिस प्रकार के नारे, पोस्टर, मुक्तों का प्रयोग किया जा रहा है, वह सिर्फ न अशोभनीय है बल्कि हमारी नियम प्रक्रियाओं, संसदीय परंपराओं के अनुरूप भी है। मुझे बड़े अफसोस के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है, इसमें प्रतिपक्ष के बड़े नेताओं का आचरण व्यवहार भी संसदीय मर्यादा के अनुकूल नहीं है। सभी दल के लोग संसद की गरिमा, परंपरा, मर्यादा, प्रतिष्ठा को बनाए रखें।
What is happening inside the? They are not showing our camera to our side at all. We are asking for, we are pleading to the speaker and the government, at least run the house. Every member has a right to have a personal explanation if that member has been taken by another member. That opportunity also denying. What democracy in this country? This building, they built the building. This building became a mockery of.
Lok Sabha has been adjourned once again.
My friends say शोर मचाओ और फिर सदन चलाओ, दोनों साथ नहीं चलेगा। बीजेपी सरकार
Sir, but these MPs have been saying that you are not letting the house function.
The fact is they शोर मचाओ और बाहर निकल के सदन चलाओ, दोनों साथ नहीं चलेगा।
सर, आपका रिस्पॉन्स सर?
एक शब्द आज विपक्ष ने नहीं बोला। सरकार के मंत्री खड़े हुए, उन्होंने सदन स्थगित करवाया।
वो कह रहे हैं आप लोग शोर मचा।
नो, एक शब्द नहीं बोला हमारा कोई आदमी, एक सदस्य हमारा कोई शब्द नहीं बोला। स्पीकर साहब ने जबरदस्ती
एक भी विपक्ष का एक भी
सदन चले। So there you heard from both the Bharatiya Janata Party MPs and the Congress MPs blaming each other for not letting the House to function. It is the BJP MPs who have been saying that it is the opposition parties who are blocking the Parliament, and the opposition MPs clearly stating that they had not spoken a single word, but the Lok Sabha got adjourned once again. This is Aishwarya Jain reporting for Parliament for NDTV.
और हमारी जवाबदेही है कि इसका जवाब हम साधारण लोगों को दे सकें और देश मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सुरक्षित होकर के आगे बढ़ेगा।
श्री प्रमोद तिवारी यस।
माननीय सभापति जी, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि व्यवधान में जैसे आपने उनको सुना है, मुझे भी आप मौका देंगे। जो कुछ भी नड्डा साहब ने कहा है पूरी तरह गलत, बेबुनियाद।
So Union Minister JP Nadda speaking inside the House in Rajya Sabha, claiming and questioning the Congress party over its links with George Soros. My colleague Vasudha is also joining me from Vijay Chowk. Vasudha, the Parliament pandemonium continues despite this meeting between Dhankar and JP Nadda and Mallikarjun Kharge.
Absolutely, Aditi. Despite the meeting of floor leaders with Jagdeep Dhankar, the Rajya Sabha chairperson, yesterday, the ruckus continues, the logjam of the parliament continues. Remember, this winter session of the parliament is all set to conclude on the 20th of December. Hardly 10 days are left for this, but no significant legislative agenda has been taken up. In fact, today, the health minister, JP Nadda, laid down the papers for the Rishikesh aims. But of course, as soon as he started speaking, there was a lot of ruckus. Similar things happened even in Lok Sabha, with the question are beginning, and of course protests resumed. The Congress party MPs want a discussion on several things, including Manipur violence. They want a discussion on the Adani issue. They are also asking for a discussion on the farmers' protest, the farmers who have actually resumed this Delhi Chalo march from Haryana and Punjab. So clearly opposition wants all of this, but the BJP is also coming down very heavily on the Congress party for its alleged links with George Soros funded institutions and individuals. That has also taken a massive political turn, and both sides here blaming each other for not letting the House function. And all of this is happening under the shadow of two things. The spotlight is going to be on the constitution debate, which is going to happen in the Lok Sabha on the 13th and 14th. In fact, the Prime Minister himself is going to respond to this debate next Saturday, and of course it will also happen in the upper house of the Parliament on the on 17th and 18th. In fact, it's the Home Minister Amit Shah who is going to initiate that debate. We are even told that big guns like Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, could be participating in that. And of course, the second important issue is that the government could be bringing in the One Nation, One Poll bill as early as this session. Now, that again is going to be a flashpoint between the opposition and the BJP when it comes to cost, convenience, administration and governance. There are so many plus points to this idea. But of course, when it comes to implementation, the fact that assemblies have to be dissolved before time, and the fact that this will bring in a complete overhaul of Indian democracy, electoral democracy. That seems to be quite a flashpoint between the opposition and the BJP. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But as of now, there's just ruckus in the parliament with the Congress party insisting on debates that it wants. But of course, there are also questions that have been raised on Rahul Gandhi's leadership, considering that several other MPs of other opposition parties want the House to function. They want issues to be taken up, issues that actually resonate with common man. Even as I speak, Rajya Sabha has been adjourned. In fact, the houses had just met at 11 a.m. and both of them had to be adjourned till noon. Now, Rajya Sabha, of course, has been adjourned. In Lok Sabha, the Speaker Om Birla, spoke very strong words. Rajya Sabha has been adjourned till tomorrow is what we understand. In Lok Sabha, Om Birla, the Speaker, gave out very strong words. In fact, he said that the constant ruckus and disruptions that the House has witnessed in the last few days are completely antithetical to the ideals and the values that the House stands for, the spirit of democracy stands for. Let me bring in my guests here. We have Sandeep Shastri with us, and who is the Lok Niti coordinator. We also have Sajan Kumar, political analyst and author, with us. Thank you both of you for joining us on this phone line, on this show. Before that, let me also go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who has been tracking the parliament very closely. Aishwarya, very quickly, can you tell us what can we expect today and what really happened in the last 1 hour? Okay, we have Sajan Kumar with us. We also have Professor Sandeep Shastri. Professor Shastri, to you first. How do you see, the parliament functioning, sir, in the last few days? The logjam that continues. What is it that the opposition wants? And there was a lot of expectation that with increased numbers, the opposition would play a very constructive role, but that doesn't seem to be happening.
Vasudha, I agree with you that we see very little of constructive activity on the floor of the House. 2 points on that. One, I think this is a repetition of the past. We have always had this challenge in the past also. If you look at the sessions of the previous parliaments, irrespective of who was the ruling party, the same is the trend. Which, Vasudha, raises the question that are members of parliament looking at the floor of the House as a moment of confrontation, as a moment of grandstanding, or as a moment for a serious debate on issues? I think we are witnessing a culture of confrontation rather than a culture of cooperation. And let me also say, having seen the functioning of the parliament for the last 50 years now, I have believed that the language, the tone, the tenor, and the way in which the debates take place has changed quite dramatically, and not necessarily for the positive. We need to focus on issues concerning the nation and not necessarily issues concerning parties and people. And this, I think, is the challenge on both sides of the aisle, be it the ruling party or the opposition. There is reduced focus on issues concerning people and much more focus on confrontation between parties and confrontation between leaders of parties with accusations being hurled at individuals. And that, I think, is a very sad commentary on how our houses are functioning, and in a way redefines how I think the elected representatives are looking at their own role.
Right. Also, Sajan Kumar, you heard what Professor Shastri had to say. In the last few days, we've also seen leaders like Lalu Prasad Yadav, Sharad Pawar also in some ways questioning Rahul Gandhi's leadership and in some ways also endorsing the leadership of someone like Mamata Banerjee, who has successfully in the past stalled the march of the BJP in her own state. How do you see this, especially this parliament session, whatever happened, do you see this having a fallout on the united opposition India bloc? And this comes close on the heels of what really happened in Haryana and of course in Maharashtra, the electoral victories that the BJP, BJP enjoys right now, the kind of presence that it enjoys right now. Do you think that this will also have an impact on the Congress party's leadership when it comes to the India bloc?
Precisely, there are two perspectives to see the events which is going on. I mean, which is politics of disruption. One is between the Congress and the BJP, and second is within the India bloc. Now, first, between Congress and the BJP, we do see that everyone is blowing in the same direction. I mean, you kind of attack one of the corporate giant of India, and thereby it seems like an obsession. And then comes the counter response, which is trying to, bring entire corporate India into a nationalist frame, wherein the Soros become a signifier of the anti-national activities. So you do see more rhetoric and more polemics. But the real story, I think, is happening within India bloc. And within India bloc, mind it, Congress and in general and Rahul Gandhi in particular, they acquired hegemony post Bharat Joro Yatra, where after the Rahul Gandhi acquired certain traction. But now it seems that if you connect the dots, ever since Bharat Joro Yatra happened and left-dominated civil society started in fact capturing the platform of the Congress. Thereafter, you see this, disruption-centric activity led by Congress and Rahul Gandhi is phenomenal. It's rising in a quite leaps and bounds. And that is perhaps not going down well with the rest of the India bloc partners, because the kind of disruptions that is happening cannot be equated with the disruptions that had been happening in the past in the parliament. Because in the past, there was some sort of, understanding between the treasury benches and the opposition. There would be disruption, but there would also backdoor negotiation and some sort of understanding for the legislative businesses also. So there was an equilibrium. But now you see the top leadership of the Congress, it seems completely head-on about going with the politics of disruption. So therefore, any sort of interest between the treasury benches and the Congress seems incommensurable because of the ideological stance that the top leadership seems to be taking. And this is not going down well with the other blocs of the India alliance. And that is why you see, be it Mamata Banerjee, be it Sharad Pawar or RJD or Samajwadi Party, none of them are on board with the kind of discourse that Congress is trying to lead. And this politics of disruption is not the disruption that the parliamentary politics, accommodates. This is a disruption which is coming from outside parliamentary democracy. This is coming from a very radical, polarized, polemical, rhetorical discourse of the left. And therefore, it seems that parliament, rather than being a house of deliberation, it is becoming, or it is being used as a house of polemics and house of rhetoric, which is catering to some larger
agenda. Okay, Sachin, you'll have to hold on to your thought. Kiran Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, speaking in the Lok Sabha. Let's listen into what he's saying.
Please, please. आप लोग भी बैठिए. आप सदन नहीं चलाना चाहते. आप लोग सदन नहीं चलाना चाहते. सभा की कार्रवाई बुधवार दिनांक 11 दिसंबर 2024 को प्रातः 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है.
So Lok Sabha also has been adjourned till tomorrow. Rajya Sabha also adjourned till tomorrow. This is, like Professor Shastri also said, politics of conflict and confrontation. While we were expecting politics of dialogue to play out in the parliament, in the new parliament, this clearly doesn't seem to be heading there. Of course, December 20th is when the winter session of the parliament will conclude. A lot of legislative agenda was supposed to be taken up, but constant ruckus by opposition has also. Let's listen into what Mamata Banerjee. Remember that Mamata Banerjee is being endorsed. A lot of leaders of the opposition bloc have also been endorsing Mamata Banerjee, the TMC Supremo and also Chief Minister of West Bengal, as the leader of India bloc. Let's also ask our guests as to what they feel about it. Professor Shastri, in the last few days, not just Okay, before that, let's look at some political reactions on who is really prodding Mamata Banerjee to head the India alliance. What has she said, and what does this mean for the politics of the opposition bloc?
तो ममता जी को दे दिया जाए।
हाँ दे दे।
25 में बोल रहे हैं सरकार फिर से बना रहे हैं लालू जी।
हाँ बनाएंगे हम लोग।
तो ममता जी को दे दिया जाए।
हाँ दे दे।
25 में बोल रहे हैं सरकार फिर से बना रहे हैं लालू जी।
हाँ बनाएंगे हम लोग।
सबको एक साथ बैठकर इंडिया ब्लॉक के लीडरशिप के बारे में जो समय दे सके, इंडिया ब्लॉक के काम को देश भर में, उस बारे में, नेतृत्व के बारे में चर्चा करने की हमारी सबकी इच्छा है। चाहे शरद पवार जी हो, चाहे ममता जी हो, लालू जी, अखिलेश जी, उद्धव ठाकरे साहब, शायद नवीन पटनायक भी उसमें आ सकते हैं, नवीन बाबू भी आ सकते हैं। तो हम सब बात करेंगे, चर्चा चल रही है, आपस में एक दूसरे के साथ संपर्क चल रहा है।
Well, joining with me is Trinamool Congress MP Kirti Azad. Sir, after Sharad Pawar, it is Lalu Prasad Yadav. Omar Abdullah yesterday stated that let the meeting happen and then Mamata Banerjee can claim the leadership for the India bloc. Do you think that the chorus is growing for Mamata Banerjee to take the charge of India bloc?
She hasn't claimed. The leaders have been asking her to lead the thing. And once they were all asking whether it was the Uddhav Shiv Sena or it was Samajwadi Party, or for that matter it was the Bhishma Pitama of Indian politics, Sharad Pawar ji, and now Lalu Yadav ji. They all are saying, so once they all said, she said, I formed the India bloc and I'm ready to lead. She never claimed it. We never claimed it. We always said that she is the best to lead the India bloc. And that is what the voices from across the country of all leaders are coming.
They have always been saying that there is a teamwork that is required to win a game. And in this India bloc, there are differences as far as opinions are concerned to who can lead the entire India bloc. Would you find it right that if Mamata Banerjee takes the charge, then everybody will be on the same page?
Well, you have various family members, and in the family there are 2 or 3 brothers and sisters. They all have difference of opinion, and yet they come to some solution for the family. When you talk about it, we always feel that the person who is the best to lead, who's got the best performance, who's performed really well. If you look at the strike rate of Congress and BJP, Congress only has 10% winning strike rate. And if you look at TMC and BJP, TMC has 70% winning strike rate.
लालू प्रसाद यादव का बयान ये स्पष्ट करता है कि इंडिया अलायंस का कोई भी नेता राहुल गांधी को नेता नहीं समझता है। 80 से ज्यादा बार रिलॉन्च करने के बाद भी कांग्रेस पार्टी राहुल गांधी को नेता नहीं एस्टैब्लिश कर पाई। हम नहीं, देश की जनता ही और विपक्ष के अब उनके साथी भी राहुल गांधी को एक बालक बुद्धि समझते हैं। जो अलायंस आपस में लड़े वो क्या जनता की सेवा करेगा। इसीलिए देश की जनता ने इस घमंडिया गठबंधन को 2014, 19 और 24 के अंदर इनके घमंड को चूर चूर किया था और 2029 के अंदर भी चूर चूर करेगी।
Well, after NCP founder Sharad Pawar, it's RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad Yadav endorsing the leadership of Mamata Banerjee of the India bloc. Remember that Mamata Banerjee in the last 2 days, when she spoke to a TV channel in an interview, said that she will know how to manage the India alliance better than anybody else. She has also said that it is the problem of the Congress party if they don't know how to manage this, which is also made it very clear that she's the one who sort of founded this alliance. Remember that she played an instrumental role in that. Of course, there are many fault lines between her and the Congress party, specifically with the Gandhis. TMC is not an electoral ally of the Congress party, but it has actually supported the India alliance on several issues that the alliance has been raising. But of course, on many other issues, she has had her differences with Rahul Gandhi's way of leadership. But she feels that she is the best candidate to do this because she has also successfully stalled the expansion of the BJP in the state of West Bengal. Remember, in 2019, the BJP won 18 MPs, but in 2021, it got about 77 seats, which was a remarkable improvement from the 3 MLAs that it had in 2016. But of course, it was not considered enough. It was not enough to form the government. But in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, Mamata Banerjee reduced the BJP to just 12 seats, which is being seen as a remarkable achievement on her front, which is why a lot of India bloc allies also feel that electorally Mamata Banerjee is far more equipped to deal with countering the BJP, because when it comes to a direct BJP versus TMC fight, it is the TMC that has won as opposed to the Congress, which in a direct fight, be it in Haryana or in Maharashtra, has failed to do the same. Let me ask this question to Professor Shastri. Professor Shastri, you heard what Sharad Pawar said and of course what Lalu Prasad Yadav said. The back-to-back losses that the Congress party faced both in Haryana and in Maharashtra, in some ways, does that also, invisibilize the gains that the party made in 2024 Lok Sabha elections? Are there more and more disagreement with Rahul Gandhi's way of leadership, and how is this going to really end for the alliance, for the opposition alliance?
Vasudha, undoubtedly the Congress faces a crisis, having lost two assembly elections on the trot. And whatever advantage may have been gained in the Lok Sabha election seems to be being frittered away. I think what the India bloc is now looking for is a much more collective leadership. And that's what Mamata Banerjee, Sharad Pawar, Lalu are all talking about. But let's also remember that within the India bloc, the Congress is the only national party which is challenging other parties across the country, whereas most of the other parties in the India bloc are parties which are linked to one or two states. Now, that also makes a difference, but then the pitch for a collective leadership where the India bloc demonstrates the democratic process of involving people. Because I think one of the challenges that the India bloc faces right from the time of the Lok Sabha election is the fact that there are many parties and leaders who feel that they are not given enough say in decision making. And maybe the time has also come for the Congress to involve the leaders of other parties in decision making, especially as the leading party in the Lok Sabha as the official opposition. It may be useful for the Congress to take the other parties into confidence. It may be important for Congress leaders to take the others leaders into confidence and bring in that collective leadership spirit if the India bloc is to really have any resonance in the days ahead.
Right. Also, Sajjan Kumar, last word from you, sir. How do you see the politics of, leadership of India bloc playing out? Because like Professor Shastri also said that there's a lot of politics of confrontation that the parliament has witnessed this time. Does the Congress party need some sort of a review of its parliament strategy so that it gets more allies on board? And this is the first session which saw all three Gandhis in the parliament. Has it been able to leave that kind of mark that it would have expected?
I would like to add on to what Professor Shastri said. Yes, precisely there is a need on part of the Congress to agree and go for a more accommodative and collective leadership approach. But you also do see that while due to mathematics, because Congress has the numbers and therefore it has the LOP position, and therefore it makes sense for the India bloc and other partners to be together. But you also see while that alliance is in letter, in spirit, you find that now it is moving towards some sort of a consolidation of a anti-BJP alliance without Congress. The kind of churning and kind of murmuring you see, because it's becoming very difficult to negotiate with a leader, and particularly Rahul Gandhi, who is comfortable in substituting the electoral losses with just ideological and narrative advantage. This doesn't work beyond a point. And for other constituents who may be confined to respective states but are more seriously in terms of their electoral gains, the Congress clearly, attempt to project itself in terms of a normative, moral, narrative-based platform rather than someone who is electorally serious, because the party is seemingly a baggage to its alliance partner, be it Jammu and Kashmir, be it in Jharkhand. You saw what happened when it was on its own in Haryana, also in Maharashtra, in Vidarbha, the way they were decimated. So you cannot be a baggage electorally and try to substitute that, not by reinventing yourself, but by, bringing lots many radical narrative and indulging into the politics of disruption around an issue for which there is no unanimity in the bloc. So that is why you do see also a crack within the alliance in spirit. Despite the mathematics, the chemistry is more among the non-Congress allies within India bloc. And therefore, you do find that on many issues, you'll find more cracks if this way Congress keeps on proceeding, that on many issues, the non-Congress allies may end up taking, now onward, a different track compared to what Congress otherwise would like. So that is why this is a crisis of the Congress leadership, because the way it has moved into a
Breaking news coming in as we speak about the Parliament pandemonium. The tensions are continuing to rise after India bloc has now submitted a no confidence motion against Rajya Sabha chairman Jagdeep Dhankar. Remember, in the morning, Congress was saying that they have sufficient signs to move this no trust motion, and now it has been moved by the India bloc. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal continues to stay with us. Vasudha, big move by India bloc. They have finally submitted the no confidence motion against Rajya Sabha chairman.
Of course, there's a delegation of opposition MPs, what we hear, has submitted this. And remember, Aditi, there are technicalities to this, because this bill, this resolution should have been submitted 15 days prior to its moving. But of course, technicalities aside, there is, we know that the opposition does not have the numbers when it comes to the upper house. But this is a political move by the opposition to sort of showcase that it is not really happy with the way the upper house is being run. That is why it wants to make this move. There have been attempts in the past as well. They have raised this issue of Jagdeep Dhankar not giving them their adjournment motions the kind of importance that it deserves. They also raised some important points regarding the fact that some of the BJP members were allowed to raise issues on the allegations of George-funded institutions being involved with Congress leadership. All of that really happened, but they feel that the opposition does not really have the space to speak its own issues, which is why they have blamed Jagdeep Dhankar for it. And in fact, yesterday when Mallikarjun Kharge got up to speak, the House had to get adjourned. Now, the Treasury benches and Jagdeep Dhankar have their own understanding of this. They feel that it's a continuous disruption and protest that have also led to the Houses not really functioning, especially the Rajya Sabha not functioning. But with the opposition now moving this no confidence motion against Jagdeep Dhankar, it is important to see how this actually pans out in the Parliament. There are 10 days left for the winter session to conclude. There's that big debate on the Indian Constitution that's going to come up. So clearly, we'll have to wait and see how all of that happens, how that whole attempt to ensure that there is some dialogue and discussion, how all of that happens in the midst of such polarizing and disagreeing views of both the opposition and the ruling party members.
Vasudha, interestingly, the TMC has also backed, the other India bloc parties in moving this motion. First, while there was disruption, the TMC members were coming out and saying that they do not support the disruption that is happening and they want to raise the issues of concern. But now we are seeing that India bloc is united and combined, they have moved this no trust motion.
Absolutely. The TMC was disagreement with the Congress party's leadership when it came to Adani issue. They feel that it's not an issue that resonates with the common people. Remember, when it comes to electoral politics, TMC has done better than the Congress when it comes to a direct TMC versus BJP fight. And it has reduced the BJP to 12 seats in the state of West Bengal, although there are questions regarding Mamata Banerjee's governance, especially after the RG rape and murder case. But TMC MPs are of the view that they want to raise issues which are crucial, critical to West Bengal voters. They want to raise the issue of not just Bangladesh, but also the fact that West Bengal deserves the dues that the centre has not allegedly given to the state. They also have been raising issues of GST on certain items, on certain essentials. They want to raise these issues of inflation, unemployment, which they feel are more important to the state and its people. But on this issue, like you rightly pointed out, they feel that they've not been ceded that kind of space, especially in the upper house, which is why they are with the Congress party, with the larger India bloc on this. TMC is not an electoral ally of the Congress party, but when it comes to this particular issue of the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha not really giving opposition the time that they deserve, they seem to be united with the Congress on this. But the chairperson in the past has also made it very clear that his behavior has not been partisan, and in fact he has been giving enough time to the opposition members as well. But it's the opposition that has, in his view, decried the ideals of democracy and constantly only disrupted the House, which is why he had resorted to such measures.
Well, we hope the showdown ends soon. Vasudha, thank you so much for those details. The India bloc has moved a no confidence motion against Rajya Sabha chairman Jagdeep Dhankar. And now there are protests and anger that is growing against Bangladesh and all the atrocities that Hindu community is facing. Protest is being carried out against Bangladesh High Commission in the national capital, as well as on Bangladesh-India border. Near Bangladesh-India border, tensions between the two countries have been high after former ISKCON priest, alleged Hindu priest was charged and